So hey guys, welcome back to my channel. What if Naruto reborn as the son of Aphrodite and Apollo? Movie 1. For many millennia, the gods had been living together in their stronghold named Mount Olympus. High above civilization, the immortals ruled over their various domains with utter apathy. From the sun and moon gliding across the sky to storms and earthquakes shaking the foundation of cities, humans lived at the whim of the gods. Alive only through the tales written in ancient Greek mythology, the humans ignorantly lived on their oblivious mundane lives, not unlike ants within an ant farm. Though there were some aspects of life that even the gods would envy the mortals. With immortality, the gods abandoned most of the inhibitions hosted by the human condition. When no consequence could possibly end their eternal lives, most of them wouldn't have a smallest care for morals. Over the millennia, the gods raped, pillaged and slaughtered humans without care. Like cattle, the insignificant replications of their godly forms were simply entertainment. With such mindsets and philosophies and a complete lack of repercussions, the humans could feel much more than the gods. But such short lives, humans would strive to make the most of their limited time. They love and hate much stronger than the gods because they would know that they could only love and hate for a limited time. Life would be just that much more beautiful simply because it would end. From marriage to childbirth, humans could be much more passionate than the gods, and the immortals could never understand. Or at least, they wouldn't understand without help. What happened? It was just the usual day for the gods. They had their scheduled council meeting, and the major Olympians sat in their newly designed thrones yelling at each other. Since the fall of Cronos' uprising and the reconstruction of Olympus, the gods had once again gotten used to their immortal lives. Athena and Poseidon were once again at each other's necks arguing about Athens and how horses were better than olive trees. Zeus was almost hiding behind his throne because of Hera yelling at him once again for siring Thalia and Jason. Hades was failing to ignore Demeter when she yelled at him for kidnapping Persephone. Aphrodite and Artemis were arguing about their lack of and passion for love. Apollo, Hermes, Dionysus and Ares were just chilling in their thrones, snickering at the others. All the while, Hestia just frowned at her family as she continued to tend to the main hearth, wondering if there was anything she could sew to mend her family together. But then, a blinding light filled the room and immediately halted all the gods. Apollo, did you park your chariot in the wrong place again? No, I shrunk it down and it's in my pocket, cried the god of the sun as he gave his little sister a look. As the light died down, the gods relaxed. Instead of some new enemy, it was just their children from camp, though it would seem that they were just as surprised as the gods. The counselors from each of the original 12 cabins were present, even Thalia was present, along with the hunters of Artemis. There were also some other campers around, such as Lacey from the Aphrodite cabin. Soon, all the children were revealed and they all looked up at the gods confused. Why is everyone here, Lady Artemis? Asked Thalia. The hunters nodded along with her words. I'm not sure, replied the goddess. Hello, mother, Annabeth muttered as she looked up at her towering mother, who had a stern expression on her face as she looked down at her daughter and Percy Jackson. The moment they appeared, Annabeth was lying on top of Percy, lip-locked. It would appear that they were in quite the compromising position before they were suddenly teleported. Do you know why we're here? Percy smiled sheepishly and nodded at his girlfriend's question, hoping that his curse of Achilles' curse would save him from Athena's wrath. Poseidon smiled at his son and nodded at the boy, making Percy smile back. It's great to see you again, my son. You too, Dad. Hades nodded at Nico, who looked as out of place as ever. The boy merely nodded back, deciding to stand next to Percy and Annabeth instead of saying anything to his father. Hera scoffed at the sight and shook her head. Great, your dirty laundry is here again. Zeus sighed as Thalia glared at her stepmother. Who summoned all of them here? It wasn't me, but I don't mind. Aphrodite smiled and shrunk down to the size of a regular human. It's been a long time since I've seen my little girls. The goddess wrapped her arms around Drew, one of her favorite daughters, and Lacey, her youngest little girl. You're both so beautiful. Drew and Lacey both smiled happily and hugged their mother back. Hey mom. Lacey snuggled into her mother's arms and smiled happily. I missed you, mommy. So, the goddess began, any new boys in your lives? Before Drew could go on about her harem of boys, Zeus cleared his throat. Aphrodite, please let us find out what is happening before you start your chat. That is a good idea, said Thalia. We were very close to finishing our current target. Yeah, our sparring sessions were getting good as well. Clarice grunted as she crossed her arms, making her dad smirk at his best girl. I still want to beat Travis into the ground for pranking Chris. That was Connor. Enough. Zeus sighed and shook his head, wondering how these heroes managed to defeat Cronos. Silence. Another bright light appeared over Zeus' head and an object fell onto his lap. What is this? Zeus frowned as he held up a book with a note attached to it. A book with some note. What does the note read? Asked Athena, curious. Here, you read it. Athena sighed and took the note from her father, opening it from its single fold. Olympians and heroes, we have summoned you all here today for a long-delayed lesson. We have seen the future and we find that it is of utmost importance that all of you learn how to bond properly between parent and child. The next crisis will require the combined effort of both gods and demigods, so we warn you to heed our advice. The book we have given you is a record of reality from a different dimension, a place where the bond between parent and child is truly cherished and nurtured, compromised and perfected. We know that you will learn well from this book. The Fates. This is ridiculous. Zeus frowned at once again the Fates trying to rule over him, this is a waste of time. No matter what your ego thinks, we must read this book. Hades ignored the glare his younger brother sent him and sighed, and it's only one book, give it to Athena, and it will be finished in a few minutes. Fine, Athena said with a sigh, a father's love. Hestia smiled, that's a decent title. Zeus conjured several couches and levaceates all around the council chamber for the demigods to use. Annabeth and Percy took one of the closest levaceates and sat together, though it was a little unnerving to have Athena glare at them. Thalia settled into a long couch with her hunters after she hugged Annabeth, with her couch right next to Annabeth's. It had been a long time since the two best friends had seen each other, and it was nice to just hold hands over the two couch handles. The daughters of Aphrodite took a levaceate to their own close to their mother's throne, all the others settled into their own seats and remained silent, not really sure how they should think of the Fates making them read together. Silence, I am going to start the first chapter. Athena cleared her throat before she started to read. He had never felt such power, it was overwhelming and beyond his wildest imagination. His body felt as if it had been turned to stone, he couldn't move a muscle as the calamity towered over him, its shadow covering most of the mountain range. It wasn't moving, but every subtle twitch of its body sent quakes along the ground and shook the foundations around him. Its mouth was closed, but a low rumble came out as its growl. Then there was its eye, its one lone eye. It was as red as blood with strange black rings and Tomo surrounding pupil, and it emanated power. Whoa, what is this, muttered Percy with a frown. Poseidon sighed and crossed his arms, this reminds me of Tiphon. It does, but even Tiphon doesn't have an eye like that. Zeus frowned, he didn't want to think that such a monster was what the Fates had warned them about. But despite all of this, he felt no fear. I assume this he is the main character of the book. Athena nodded at her daughter, yes, that seems to be the usual case. Perhaps it was because he had nothing to lose. Everyone else had perished, crushed by the beast's overwhelming power. Pools of blood covered the ground, forming into rivers as the foundations of the earth shook. Hundreds upon thousands of corpses lay still or burning on the dirt. With his sensory abilities, he could still feel the lingering chakra of some of his most precious people. He could feel their life fade as their death sunk into his consciousness. He was the only one left. Everyone else had perished, he had failed to save any of them. Well, that's not morbid. Be quiet, Apollo. Artemis frowned at the book, wondering if the whole book would be so depressing. Percy shivered as he imagined being in the man's shoes. He had more than once wondered what would happen to him if he failed to defeat Kronos and everyone around him died, including his Annabeth. He would rather die. He laced his fingers with Annabeth's and kissed the back of her hand, pulling her closer to him. I'm sorry. The ground shook heavily, and he was nearly knocked to the ground as the monster took its first step. Its 10 towering tails were swaying from side to side, threatening to flatten any person or mountain within its reach. Its mouth slowly parted, revealing jagged and razor-sharp teeth covered in its slimy saliva. It looked hungry, not for food, but for death and destruction. It only wanted one thing. To destroy every living thing in the world and start anew. This thing looks even more disgusting than Tiphon, muttered Aphrodite as she shook her head. Ares grinned and started to sharpen his blade, I would like to have a crack at this thing. Hephaestus snorted and shook his head, yeah, it'd be destroyed in a second. Shut up, you cripple. Quiet down, both of you. Hera sighed at her 2 sons, both bitter disappointments. He stared up at the beast with his azure blue eyes connected to its lone powerful orb and wondered. Is this really the end? All this time I had thought that I could become powerful enough to save everyone. Even if I could defeat the Jeubi now, what's the point? So I can be the king of the ashes. So this thing is called the Jeubi, stated Athena before she continued. Suddenly, a deafening earth-shaking roar of devastation blasted from the beast's gaping mouth, sending gales of neck-breaking winds towards the corpse-covered land. It shredded the ground and tore away at the remaining earth. Then as it breathed back it, thousands of small red and blue orbs of chakra gathered around its mouth, slowly forming a gargantuan orb almost as big as its body. It was almost pitch black in color and was suffocating. That thing looks very deadly. Apollo shivered and shook his head. Why should I fight on? There is no point anymore. A shockwave that shaved off the top of the surrounding mountains pulsed from the monster as it fired its attack directly at the lone survivor. The ground was split open by the sheer power of the speed it was traveling and soon towered over the man. Maybe I should just die. The blinding light covered the entire mountain range and all was silent. A pair of azure blue eyes snapped open and a man burst from his bed. His breathing was quick as if he was close to hyperventilating and cold sweat covered his bare torso. His entire body was shaking, and he could actually feel the adrenaline slowly leave his system, rendering him tired and weak. "What the hell was that? What the hell?" cried Ares loudly. "That was just some loser's nightmare." "I guess so, but that was a rather graphic dream," muttered Athena. He slowly calmed from his nightmare and combed his fingers through his blonde hair, making it even more spiky than usual. He felt that his scalp was moist from sweat, making him shake his head and sigh. He had never experienced such a vivid and horrific dream. In all honesty, he was surprised his brain could even conjure up such imagery. "Exactly, a normal modern human shouldn't have dreams like that," said Athena again. "It's all those weird video games they play, I swear." Demeter hated to see so many children play those bad games instead of eating cereal. Putting on his glasses before looking over at his clock, he saw that it was still early, only 5 a.m. making him sigh again. He was wide awake and despite his weak and tired form, had doubt that he would be able to fall asleep again so soon. He simply pushed his pillow upright and leaned back against the headboard of his large bed, letting the silence and peaceful darkness relax him. As usual, his gray curtains were parted and the moonlight seeped in, casting a serene white light in his bedroom. Seeing the familiar placing made him relax more and he calmly closed his eyes to rest. That's it, no more crazy hero movies before bed with the girls. So this guy should be the father mentioned in the title of the book. Annabeth rubbed her chin in though and crossed her arms, and we can assume that he has more than one daughter since he said girls. Aphrodite smiled, "That's nice, it's always cute to see loving fathers with their little girls." After a few more minutes, he decided to just start his day. No longer with shaky feet, he stepped onto the cold but cozy hardwood flooring and heading towards the master bathroom. He jumped into the shower and turned the water to higher heat than usual. He could feel his exhaustion leave him as his skin tingled and eyes clear. He spent much more time standing under the shower than usual, trying to rid himself of the worst nightmare of his life or what he could remember of his life. So he has some kind of amnesia? Wondered Annabeth. In his memory, he had only lived 12 years. He was in his late 20s, but he couldn't recall anything before his 16th birthday. The earliest memories were of him waking in the local hospital and the doctor informing him of his car accident. Apparently he had been in a head-on collision with another car and had broken nearly every bone in his body. The doctors were genuinely shocked that he managed to wake from such devastating injuries. It was nothing short of a miracle. Miracles usually don't happen unless one of us intervenes. Hera looked over at Apollo and raised an eyebrow. "Maybe you healed him." Apollo shrugged, "Maybe, but I don't see why." But he had suffered a serious case of amnesia and could barely remember how to speak. It took him quite a long time to finish his recuperation in the hospital, but he could survive on his own 18 months later. He started to regain some of his knowledge, but no substantial memories of his past life. All he had of himself was from the wallet the police found on his person the day of his accident. His name was Namikaze Naruto, and he was a citizen of New York City, United States of America. He had a driver's license, a social security number, even a gym membership, but other than that, nothing. He had no family or girlfriends. He was alone for the first year anyway. "So I guess this guy is going to be a father of some demigods?" asked Demeter as she recalled the fates mentioning that this dimension had bonded parents and child. "I wonder which goddess he had children with." Aphrodite giggled, "I wonder what he looks like. Man, today is going to be exhausting." Naruto jumped out of the shower and dried himself before looking in his mirror. His hair was growing quite long, the bangs nearly framed the sides of his face and most of his forehead, but he saw something weird. For a split second, he saw that his eyes morphed into the same eye the monster had in his dream, but it was gone as soon as he noticed. Shaking his head, Naruto chuckled to himself as he squirted some toothpaste on his toothbrush. "I am going to crazy." "Whoa, is he going to get that crazy eye from that monster?" Apollo grinned in excitement and rubbed his hands together. "That would be pretty cool." He dressed himself in his usual style. He had on a black dress shirt with the top few buttons open tucked into a pair of light gray jeans with a white belt. Slipping into his black socks, he stepped into his black dress shoes, hearing the usual clacking footsteps of his own. "Oh come on, I really want to know what he looks like." Another bright light filled the room, and a large plasma screen at least 20 feet across appeared at the end of the council chamber. It was lit up with an image of a young man with sun-kissed blonde spiky hair that framed his angular face. His bright blue eyes shone happily, coupled with his wide smile. Just like the book described, he was wearing a black dress shirt that did little to hide his perfect body and a pair of gray jeans that just framed his toned legs. "Wow," muttered Aphrodite as she stared at the image as she licked her lips. "That is one beautiful man." Her nodded along, "Yeah, what a hunk." Artemis rolled her eyes at the love goddess and just crossed her arms, just as her hunters did. A few years back, Dahlia might have thought the man was really hot, but after joining the hunt, she no longer had that kind of feeling, though she had to admit, the man was very good looking indeed. "I agree," said Demeter with a smile, "he must eat his cereal." Stepping down the hall of mahogany hardwood, Naruto turned to the last door on the left. With a gentle turn of the knob, he silently slipped into the teddy bear and plushie-filled room. He smiled at the sight of his little princess leaping away with all the innocence of the world, her little face pressed against her pink pillow while her blanket was kicked off the bed. Oh, that must be his little daughter. Aphrodite had always been attracted to gorgeous men, and if they had a cute little daughter with them, it made it even better. I wonder what her name is. It's time to wake up, sweetie, Naruto whispered as gently as he could before he kissed his little girl's forehead, making her squirm with a groan. Come on, Lacey. Wait, what? Cried many people at once. Bru looked at her youngest sister with widened eyes. Is it the same Lacey? As if the plasma screen could hear their words, it flashed to a different image. It showed a little girl, no older than 5 years of age, holding onto her father's hand. She had a bright smile on her face and looked utterly adorable in a little white sundress. And she looked exactly as Lacey did when she was that age. It is you, Lacey. Annabeth sat up and looked closer at the screen. Wow, so you have a different father in that dimension. Lacey was stunned silent as she stared at the image on the screen. The girl in the image was clearly her and looked very happy, something she never had as a child. Her dad was a pompous underwear model and small-time actor. He had never really loved her as a child and had never bothered visiting her at camp. She had always been a year-round camper and hadn't spoken to her dad in a very long time. Seeing herself so happy with a father was a little strange and surreal. That means I was the goddess he had a child with. Aphrodite giggled and fanned herself. Not bad, the other me has great taste in men. Ares grunted in annoyance, now sharpening his blade with more force. So you actually had more than one child with him? Asked Apollo, genuinely curious. I don't know, I don't really do that sort of thing usually. She clapped her hands together excitedly and squealed, I can't wait to see who the other girls are. Athena rolled her eyes, wondering if the whole book would be about one of Aphrodite's stupid love stories. Whatever, let's just get this over with. 5 more minutes. No, that will just make you sleepier. Naruto smiled and lightly brushed his daughter's own long blonde hair behind her ear. Come on, you have to get ready for school. Lacey slowly opened her eyes, though she had a pout on her face. She gave her daddy her most innocent puppy-eyed look and raised her arms up. Can you carry me, daddy? Naruto sighed with a suppressed smile, sure, you little minx. Oh us? Squealed Aphrodite loudly, making Ares, who sat next to her, cringe at the volume. That is so cute. The plasma screen once again shifted into another image, one of Naruto holding his little girl in his arms. It seemed that the plasma screen would automatically change pictures as the book was read. Lacey bit her lips, she had never asked her father to carry her, not even once, and even she did, she doubt if her father would ever hold her with so much love and affection. Many of the demigods smiled at the image, it was really adorable. Lacey was very cute as a little girl, just as she was as a young teenager. She looked very happy with her loving father, a privilege that almost none of the present demigods had experienced before. The little girl, even at 5 years old, still fit perfectly in his arms. Cradling her close to his chest, Naruto rested Lacey's head in the crook of his neck and kissed her head. He made sure to rub his hands along her back so she wouldn't be cold after leaving her warm bed and quickly placed her down in front of the bathroom. And Hess so attentive. Aphrodite smiled beautifully and giggled. Lacey couldn't help but feel extremely jealous at the sight. She was the same person as the girl on screen, but she had a terrible father. She couldn't even remember the last time her father had smiled at her, much less carry her in his arms and kissed her. It wasn't fair that the other Lacey could be so lucky. Aphrodite suddenly appeared next to her daughters on their levasseur and pulled them into her arms. She giggled and kissed each of them on their forehead and held them close. You are all so cute when you are so little. Her smirked, like mother like daughter. Lacey couldn't help but smile as well, at least she had a mom who loved her, even though she couldn't always be around. She looked back at the screen and saw how the other her was snuggling into her father's chest and eventually smiled. In the end, she was glad that the other her could have a dad who loved her. Annabeth promised to brush my hair today, mumbled Lacey as she rubbed her eyes. What? Annabeth blinked and looked up at her mother, who read over the line again to see if she had read it correctly. Her gray eyes seemed to run hundreds of miles per hour, trying to deduce the possibility of her having Annabeth with someone that was not Frederick. So, you're this guy's daughter too, Annabeth? Asked Katie Gardner from the Demeter cabin. How's that even possible? Thalia rubbed her temples and sighed. Zeus looked at the war goddess, so you had a brainchild with this man. Percy held on to Annabeth as she looked up at Athena, who was still thinking very hard about something. So, I have a different dad in that dimension. Athena nodded, it would seem so. Annabeth looked over at Lacey, who was also looking at her. So, Lacey is my sister in that dimension, like a real blood-related sister. Wow, yeah. Lacey smiled at Annabeth, she had always wanted a real sister when she was still living with her father, and the other her had one in Annabeth. That's kind of cool. Yeah, whispered Annabeth with a faraway look, but this is going to change so many things. She looked at Thalia, who understood immediately. According to the note from the fates, this man is a really good father, so that means I probably won't run away from home. And you won't have met me, and Thalia frowned at the thought of the deceased son of Hermes. Percy bit his lip and pulled his girlfriend closer. This will change the entire great prophecy. Hermes looked a little hopeful. Maybe his son won't end up being so bad in this dimension. Zeus sighed and nodded in agreement but looked over at his favorite daughter. Read on, Athena, we must find out what happens. I know, I'm right here. Annabeth Namicus stepped out of her own room, already showered and dressed for school. At the age of 9, her maturity was far beyond her years. Good morning, Dad. The plasma screen once again changed and it showed a picture of a young Annabeth, no older than 10 years old. She looked just as Thalia remembered, still had the same princess curls and grey eyes, but this one looked a lot happier. The smile the girl had on her face was very innocent, as if she had never even been unhappy once in her whole life. Annabeth clearly saw that as well and smiled a little, hoping that the other her would have the happy childhood she had always wanted. Naruto smiled at his eldest and kissed her forehead. Morning, Annie. He ran a hand over her combed blonde hair that she shared with him and her little sister. Help your sister get ready, it'll make some pancakes. Yay! Exclaimed Lacey, with vanilla syrup. Aphrodite smiled and kissed Lacey's head, wanting to cuddle with her baby daughter more. Sure. Dad, you still have to sign that permission slip for me. I already did, sweetie, it's on the table. Naruto furrowed his brows as he ran his hand through his hair again, something he would do when he would feel stress. He hated leaving his daughter to go around the city on a field trip, but Annabeth had him wrapped around her little finger. But as much as he wanted to deny it, he was a little happy. But Dad didn't want to be bossed around by his darling little princess. Wow, that's sweet of him. Aphrodite smiled again, already feeling quite fond of the man they were reading about. She could see why the other her decided to have a child with him. Zeus snorted, not every father is like that. Hera snorted back at her husband, really, so you giving Artemis and Athena everything they want is just you being generous. Artemis smirked and looked away, making Zeus cross his arms. She winked at Athena, who, despite the situation, smiled at her sister. Their father really gave them anything they asked for, like to run around the earth with a horde of hunters and to open as many libraries as possible. Face it, brother, your daughters have you wrapped around their little fingers. Poseidon chuckled along with Hades as Zeus looked away. Naruto smiled at the thought of his two princesses as he started on the pancakes. They were so much like their mothers it was a little shocking. He would never forget the eyes of his first love back in his college days. Yes, he actually went back to college. After his recuperation, he found out that his past self had already started on a business administration degree at the New York City University, and he managed to learn his way back in. That was also when he met Annabeth's mother, Athena, one of his professors. So naughty, Athena, having a baby with one of your students. Aphrodite smiled slyly at Athena. Shut up, you fool. When one would hear such a name they would usually think of the ancient goddess of Greece, not a living goddess of Western civilization. It was real. Athena, Annabeth's mother, was really a goddess. He really had a hard time believing it when the goddess of wisdom had told him of her true identity. He had thought she tried to prank him. Though it was even harder to believe that even though he did not get laid, he ended up having a daughter with his gorgeous professor. Demeter smiled. He says you're gorgeous, Athena. Gorgeous, naughty, professor. I swear, Aphrodite, I will shave your head clean. Athena had a small blush on her face. She had never been tolerant of teasing. The last time it really happened she threw the first flute onto the earth and cursed it. Apparently, Athena was capable of having children with men she could connect with at a mental level, like Naruto when they shared a very nice semester together discussing warfare tactics. The blonde had no idea where he had so much knowledge about wars and how to win them, but apparently it was enough to impress Athena. So much so that she decided to have his child. Well, that is kind of what happened with you and Dad, right? Annabeth remembered the story her dad had told her a few months ago about how he met Athena, and it was quite similar. Yes, but your dad was studying historical warfare, not war tactics. Naruto smiled at the thought. She gave me one of my princesses. Oh, he calls them princesses. Aphrodite gushed at the sweetness and hugged her daughters again. Annabeth blushed and looked away, a little embarrassed. Annabeth was Naruto's life. From the moment Hermes, the messenger of the gods, and Athena dropped the little bundle into his arms 9 years ago, she will forever be someone he would love unconditionally. Athena couldn't help but smile. Even though she had never met this man, his thoughts had already told her that he was perhaps one of the best fathers her children had ever had. Frederick and all the other men she had a brainchild with had more or less felt some sort of frustration when she would drop of their child to them. She couldn't recall a single time when one of her fathers of her children had not felt burdened. Thalia smiled and grabbed Annabeth's hand. He should be a really good father to the other you. Yeah, he should be. Annabeth had a soft smile, feeling more and more jealous, but also happy for her other. Artemis nodded approvingly, this is certainly a rarity, such fathers are largely scarce in the world. Many hunters nodded along, thinking back to how terrible some of their fathers had been. Hera and Hestia nodded in agreement, they both knew that none of the male gods could ever be such good fathers. She was the perfect blend between him and her mother. She had his blonde hair and slightly tanned complexion, but had Athena's intimidating and endearing grey eyes. His daughter was perfect. Percy smiled and kissed Annabeth's cheek, "Hess right, you're perfect." Annabeth blushed and lightly kissed Percy on the lips before snuggling into him. A part of her had wished that she could actually have a life like the other Annabeth, but if that would take Percy away from her life, she'd never take it. Percy had become integrated into her life and her love for him and become so painfully strong since the end of the war. She wouldn't trade Percy's love for anything, even a better childhood. "It smells great, Dad." Annabeth walked into the kitchen and sat down at the dining table, smiling at her daddy as he cooked his usual great breakfasts. Wow, finished with Lacey's hair already? From what Naruto knew about his youngest princess, it surprised him that Annabeth managed to satisfy Lacey's standards for her hair in such a short time. Even at such a young age, Lacey loved to be pretty and cute. "That's an understatement," muttered Katie with a smile. "I've seen her stare at a mirror with a comb for more than an hour. It wasn't an hour, maybe 45 minutes tops." Poor Annabeth, having to do that every morning would take so much time. Rachel, the newest oracle of Apollo, spoke as she sat next to Katie and Travis, "That must be so frustrating." "Well, sooner or later, she'd be used to it." Annabeth nodded, "All you need is repetition." "Yep, I've had lots of practice." "See?" said Annabeth rhetorically. Naruto scooped the first batch of pancakes onto a plate and placed it on the counter. "Annie, no books at the dinner table." He gave his daughter a knowing stare, making her sigh in defeat before she placed the book she hid under the table on the table. "You will have plenty of time to read later." Percy laughed and kissed his girlfriend's cheek, "Looks like Chiron isn't the only one who stops you from doing that." Annabeth scowled, "There is nothing wrong with reading before a meal." The campers chuckled at the female leader of the camp. Annabeth pouted at her dad, "But I was getting to the good part. I don't care, no reading at the dinner table." Naruto smiled at his princess, "Be a good girl, and I'll take you and your sister for ramen tonight." The girl instantly grinned and nodded. "Okay. You don't even like ramen," said Percy as he recalled their last date, where they went to a food court at the mall. Annabeth didn't even glance at the ramen place. Annabeth shrugged, "I'm indifferent about it." "Well, apparently we both love it in this." Lacey smacked her lips together, not really knowing how to feel about loving ramen. "I don't really like starch." If there was one thing the girls really inherited from him, it would be his love for ramen. "I would have preferred the height, but whatever," muttered Lacey. Daddy." Lacey came running out after she finished dressing, looking absolutely adorable in a little blue sundress, with her hair tied into a small braid. "I am hungry, is breakfast ready?" "That's an adorable look, Lacey." Aphrodite smiled and kissed her little girl. Lacey smiled and leaned into her mom, "Thanks, mommy." Yes, come get your own plates, girls." Annabeth and Lacey both happily ran for their own plates before quickly sitting back down at the dinner table. Naruto smiled at the sight of his little girls devouring their breakfast or of Lacey drowning her pancakes into vanilla syrup. Lacey is also very much like her mother. She totally is. Aphrodite grinned happily at the thought. Naruto didn't know what was wrong with his life or why he was so lucky, but he had had two goddesses in his life. Yeah, that almost never happens. Apollo crossed his arms and shook his head, especially since Hess not a god. Well, Hess already a much better father than most male gods I know, so it's not too surprising. Artemis glanced at her brothers and shook her head, at least he really loves and cares for his girls. "Hey!" cried Apollo, "I care greatly about my little girls." "Yeah, I killed the last guy who tried to sleep with my daughter." Ares grinned at the memory of splitting that boy in half. Clara sighed as Will Solis chuckled. "Damn, Chris is going to die soon." "Shut up." Clarice glared at him. The first of his relationships was with Athena, but that was purely intellectual, he had never even kissed her once. "He better not kiss my little girl." Zeus glared at the book, but made Athena glare back at him. "Don't call me little girl." Poseidon rolled his eyes at his rival and brother. But the second was very different. While Athena was confident, smart, and gave off an aura of authority, the second goddess in his life was playful, seductive, and extremely stunning. "That basically sums it up for Aphrodite," muttered Demeter. She had met Naruto when she visited his work suite on America, a candy store he opened after he finished school. It was just a small store located at the end of Grand Central Station, but one day this extremely beautiful woman walked in. "Hey, that's the place my mom worked at a few years ago," exclaimed Percy with a smile. "That's awesome. Maybe you and Annabeth might have met each other much earlier on," suggested Thalia with interest. Annabeth smiled, "I do hope so." "Be quiet, girls, it's getting to the good part." Aphrodite glared at the young ladies and shook her head. Read on, Athena. Athena rolled her eyes at her. She was stunning. Naruto froze the moment he laid eyes on her. She was the definition of beauty. She was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, and that included Athena. She had long red hair that reached her lower back and the face of an angel, and her eyes was a shade of purple that made his heart flutter. He could still remember how excited she was when she practically skipped into his store, leering at all the candy like a predator. Oh, he likes red hair. Aphrodite looked at the plasma screen and saw an image of Naruto's interpretation of perfect beauty and smiled happily. That's a great look. Naruto certainly has great taste. Yeah, I love how the long hair just flows down. Drew smiled and nodded at the look. Her mother was gorgeous. It was only a few minutes after she walked in that she told him her name. Aphrodite. Normally when a person would meet a woman named Aphrodite, they would think of her as joking or something, but after having a brainchild with Athena, Naruto grew suspicious. He asked her right away. Are you a goddess? Well, let's just say they got along very well very quickly. Oh la la. Artemis sighed and shook her head. No wonder you go through so many lovers so quickly. Like you would ever understand, you virgin. Aphrodite huffed and glared at her greatest rival. Proud of it. Athena sighed, come on, just like me read. He showed her all the candy in his shop and they chatted the day away. Long story short, Lacey arrived a short few months after. Slow down, Lacey, the pancakes are not going anywhere. Lacey have her daddy a big smiled and nodded. It's just so good. Naruto sighed as he sipped on his cup of coffee, wondering if he would ever see the mothers of his children again. He had never seen either of them again after they dropped off their respective daughter to him. Athena gave him a sweet smile and a hug before she just vanished. Aphrodite's parting gift was much more intimate and steamy, but she had not shown herself to him afterwards. They both just vanished from his life, never appearing to him again. To be perfectly honest to himself, he felt a little depressed. Athena bit her lips and felt a little guilty. Not only did she just disappear from his life forever, she left him with a constant reminder of her. She knew that Naruto loved Annabeth, but on principle, she was still in the wrong. You really broke his heart, Mom. Drew smiled at her mother, who just bit her lips and gave a forced smile. That's not a good thing, Drew. Annabeth glared at the daughter of Aphrodite and shook her head. He is a human being and it's just not right to play him like that. Lacey absent-mindedly nodded, making Aphrodite feel even more guilty. Usually the love goddess would really care, but seeing how sweet and attentive Naruto was being compared to the other pretty men she had children with, she felt a little bad. Maybe I should find a girlfriend. But elementary school, the one place Naruto loathed. It wasn't necessarily a bad school, but Naruto hated leaving his daughters alone for such a long time. If he had more time on his hands, he would homeschool them himself. If there was one thing he would always remember of the gods, it would be the moment when Hermes had told him that demigod children will always be in danger. As they grow and as their powers develop, they will emanate a scent that will attract all kinds of monsters around the world. You tell the dads about the monsters when you drop us off, Mom. Annabeth looked up at her mother and Hermes, wondering if it were true. Always, we need to make sure that they know what would be coming for them. Annabeth frowned. Her dad had always known about the monsters and still didn't believe her sometimes. Naruto was 10 times better than her dad in this world. He didn't value his work over her and truly smothered her with affection. Just like every little girl, she wanted to be coddled by her dad, but she never got that when she was a child. That is the main reason Naruto hated leaving his princesses alone. He really cares a lot, said Hestia with a smile. That's really sweet. Did you bring your lunch? Yes. What about your extra juice box? Yes. Do you remember what I told you? Never leave the group, always follow your teacher on your field trip. Yes. Remember to wash your hands when you have the chance, those museums are very dirty. Yes. Remember to not read your books when walking around. Yes. Remember, Dad. Cried Annabeth with a slightly red face as she glared up at her daddy. I remember everything, stop reminding me. Oh, that's adorable. Aphrodite squealed again, she could recall another one of her lovers who cared so much for her children. Percy chuckled, now you know how I feel when my mom drops me off at school. Annabeth smiled and nodded, it's not so bad, it feels pretty good, really. Percy just smiled and pulled her closer. She felt a little embarrassed at her dad's constant overprotective nature, especially when they were all walking up to the school and there were many other kids with their parents around them. She could hear some of the other kids' moms smiling over at them, whispering how sweet and loving her father was. He'll be very careful. Lacey, who was holding onto her daddy's hand as they walked, giggled. Annabeth looks funny. Teasing the older sister, wonderful. Demeter and Hera just smiled at Hestia, who smiled back. Annabeth held onto the straps of her backpack and tilted her face up, looking high and mighty. I'm almost 10 years old, Dad, you don't have to be so protective. Annabeth shook her head, you really don't know how lucky you are, I would love to have a dad who cares so much. Naruto smiled at his princess trying to act grown up and how she looked shockingly like her mother. No matter how old you are, you will always be my cute little princess. He kissed her lovingly on the forehead before he messed with her hair. Now be careful and be sure to be here when I pick you up later. Annabeth smiled again, but felt her heart stricken. The other Annabeth had everything she wanted as a child, which wasn't all that much. She had a nice home and a very loving family. She could still remember how she wanted her dad to tell her that he loved her when she was a little girl, but he never did. Alia smiled with a sigh as she held onto her best friend's hand, knowing perfectly that the Annabeth she knew would be envious. The daughter of Zeus knew perfectly how Frederick wasn't the best father and his wife made Annabeth's life miserable. Thalia was glad that the other Annabeth could enjoy such a childhood. Aphrodite smiled dreamily, he is such a cute father. Athena nodded with her own smile, that is really sweet. Annabeth was blushing from embarrassment, but smiled back nonetheless. Okay dad, see you later. Oh, shush blushing. Aphrodite was really starting to love this book. The father watched his eldest walk into the building before he continued to his way to the kindergarten section of the school. He smiled at some of the other parents as he walked past them, most of which were women. It was a little disconcerting for him to receive strange leers and lustful glances from the other parents, especially since their children were right next to them. Even Lacey seemed to sense something and pulled him along faster. She didn't like the looks those women were giving her daddy. Aphrodite giggled and kissed Lacey's head, protective of your daddy, huh? Lacey blushed, but smiled. I guess I would be, yeah. Annabeth nodded, she wouldn't want the other her to have a stepmother. She may be a little biased, but she hated most stepmothers, especially her own in Hera. Okay princess, remember to listen to your teacher. Naruto leaned down to kiss her little princess on the cheek, smiling as she giggled. He'll come pick you up in the afternoon. I know, bye-bye daddy. Lacey hugged her dad around his legs and grinned up at him. I love you. Aphrodite squealed again, so cute. Lacey sighed happily, she could never say that to her father and probably doesn't even feel that way. Naruto smiled and kissed her forehead, I love you too, sweetie. He smiled as he watched his little girl skip into her classroom, happy to see all her friends again. Lacey could only imagine what it would be like to have a dad genuinely tell her that he loved her. He was about to leave for work, but someone stopped him. Mr. Namikaze. He turned around and was surprised to see Lacey's teacher walking towards him. It was a pretty sight. Ms. Turner was beautiful. She was a young teacher, probably one who just finished her education degree and wanted to try teaching kindergarten. She had long brown hair that reached her lower back and was very pretty. Nowhere near Athena or Aphrodite standards, but as far as normal humans go, she was gorgeous. Wow, she is pretty hot, said Apollo with a grin. No shes not, muttered Aphrodite, already feeling a little possessive of the man. And shes leering at him like a piece of meat. The image on the plasma screen showed the young teacher smiling at Naruto, who was clearly infatuated. Good morning Ms. Turner. Naruto smiled and met her halfway. What can I do for you? Please, just call me Katie. The teacher smiled with her green eyes sparkling. We had another meeting last night and decided that we need some volunteers to help with day-to-day operations, so I was wondering if you would have some spare time sometimes. Apollo grinned, that's a real naughty teacher. She wants the D. Hermes fist pounded his older brother with a grin. Ares chuckled and nodded along, ram her good. 3 pale arrows narrowly missed each of the male gods' heads as Artemis glared at them. One more word and I will actually shoot the 3 of you. Needless to say, the 3 brothers clamped their mouths shut immediately, an angry Artemis would be a scary Artemis. Naruto actually felt happy at the news. I would love to help out, just give me the time and date and I'll try to arrange my work around it. Katie smiled approvingly and nodded. That's great. That being said, if you don't mind can you please help me with something now? Why doesn't she just strip for him? Exclaimed Aphrodite with a frown. Now? The blonde looked down at his watch and shrugged. Sure, I have a little bit of time. Thank you so much. Katie reached for his hand and started to lead him into the school. I am supposed to bring these boxes of worksheets and coloring books to the classroom, but they are really heavy and I can't lift them. Well, I'm happy to help, said Naruto, wondering if she would let go of his hand anytime soon, not that he minded having a pretty girl holding his hand. Artemis eyed, of course. Hera nodded, it takes a willing man for a seduction to work, which is why seductions always work. She frowned at her husband and at his weak mind when it comes to women. Pathetic. Zeus cleared his throat and looked away. They walked through the hallways of the school, which were mostly scarce of people, since class had most likely started already. Katie was still holding on to Naruto's hand as she led him towards the back of the school, where most of the files and papers were in storage. They turned the last corner and was met with a double door, which Ms. Turner unlocked swiftly. Just these boxes in here. Naruto nodded and stepped into the room, but didn't see any boxes, only a wall of shelves. Where did you say the boxes were? Suddenly the sound of a door closing could be heard, and Naruto turned around to see Katie leaning against the door. She had a mischievous smirk on her face, nothing like the sweet smile she would usually have. Is everything okay? This might turn out very badly. Percy frowned, the scene reminded him a lot of the time he was almost killed by some cheerleaders in Good. I think that teacher is a monster. Alia nodded, yes, she does have that kind of vibe. You smell really nice today. Yep, a monster. Annabeth and Lacey absent-mindedly held on to the person next to them, Percy and Aphrodite respectively. The blonde felt a little weird and just nodded. Thank you. Without any warning, Katie walked up to Naruto and kissed him hard on the lips. He was shocked and his eyes were wide, but he couldn't deny how great her lips felt against his. She pushed him to the back of the room, his back knocking down some of the files on the shelves. Her tongue forced its way into his mouth and darted around wildly, as if trying to taste him fully. To top it all off, she took Naruto's hand and placed it down her shirt, making him fondle her chest. I don't know if I should be jealous of him or scared for him, muttered Travis to his brother. To say that Naruto was shocked would be an understatement. Ms. Turner looked like a perfectly elegant and calm young lady, but now she resembled more of a vixen. Her eyes turned into a cunning and vicious glare instead of the usual kindness. He couldn't kiss back, she was far too forceful and violent. He could feel her nails digging into the back of his neck and her teeth were starting to bite into his tongue. It was one of the worst kisses he had ever experienced. Yeah, I don't see Naruto as someone who would like to be dominated. Artemis glared at Aphrodite, really, that's the only thing you have to say. Ms. Turner? Cried Naruto as he shoved her off. What the hell is wrong with you? The woman was laughing and it sent chills down Naruto's back. It sounded so weird, so evil. Then the real frightening changes happened. Her healthy tanned skin started to morph into gray and crusty layers, her brown hair turned white and became wild, and her eyes turned black. One of her legs started to shake and quiver, and soon Naruto noticed that it had been replaced by a wooden peg. Then there were her fangs, they were like those of a vampire. That's an impausai, cried Annabeth worriedly. Yeah, that's pretty much what happened to me a few years back. Percy frowned at the memory and shook his head. Naruto stared on in horror as he backed into the shelves. What the hell are you? Her voice came out as raspy and manic. Vili, an impausai. The what? Demanded Naruto loudly. Vili moaned as she smirked, revealing her black teeth and elongated fangs. You smell so good today. She reached up to her chest and fondled her now crusty breasts in ecstasy. I thought it was only your daughters who I wanted to feed on, but I was wrong. You smell so much better. Hearing the monster mention his daughters knocked Naruto back to reality. You stay away from my daughters, he said lowly, his anger palpable. Lacey and Annabeth smiled, neither of them could even imagine their fathers doing that. Sure, Frederick had killed some monsters before with his plane, but he wouldn't ever do it face to face. It was even worse with Lacey, she could see her father just running away and abandon her if a monster were to confront them. Ahahaha. Vili clutched her stomach as she laughed crazily. You will be the main course today, and little Lacey will make the perfect dessert. Naruto gripped his fists until his knuckles were white, glaring at the monster. Die. The impausai launched itself towards Naruto, its long nails threatening to run through Naruto to keep him still. Her mouth was salivating as her eyes gleamed with hunger. Okay, Hess dead. Dionysus sighed as he continued to flip through his magazine. Can we leave now? Athena glared at him harshly. Be quiet, you damn drunk. Yeah, shut the hell up, you worthless piece of shy. Aphrodite, watch your language. The love goddess sighed as she looked over at Hestia, knowing full well that she couldn't fight with another in her presence. Oh well, she'd send Ares on him later. Now any normal father would probably piss their pants as the monster charged at them, but Naruto was not exactly normal. Quickly reacting, Naruto reached back to one of the shelves and used the top shelf to direct himself as he jumped up. Almost reaching the full height of the room at 9 feet, Naruto looked down at the monster, which was shocked at his actions, and kicked her as hard as he could in the face. The force of his kick forced the impausai to stagger back to the edge of the room, slightly disorientated. Whoa! Exclaimed Appolo with a grin. This guy's got skills. I'm going to kill you, monster. If there was one thing Naruto knew that he excelled at, it would be fighting. Ares smirked and sat up, paying attention. This is finally getting good and manly. Artemis sighed and shook her head, just shut up and listen. He charged at the monster, grabbing at long white hair with his left hand and pulled its head into his right fist. He heard a distinct crack before he kicked her once more, sending her back to the wall. Naruto glared angrily at the impausai as he ran up to it and grabbed its head. He dug his fingers hard into her hair and slammed its head into the wall as hard as he could, denting the drywall instantly. Naruto knew he needed a tougher surface to slam the monster's head into, so he turned to the steel shelves and slammed again. But the impausai used its legs to stomp on Naruto's foot and hind kicked him away. It turned to glare at the slightly winded blonde man with its face bleeding badly. I'm going to give you a slow death. Its raspy voice was shaking with anger as its nails grew in length. Alia smirked, I don't think that's possible. Annabeth held onto Percy's arm harder as the fight got more intense, and the boy just pulled her closer. Hey, he whispered lovingly into her ear. Hess going to be fine, we still have most of the book to read through. She nodded, a little more relaxed, yeah. Not if I can help it. Naruto sped for the fire extinguisher and quickly used it to hit the Impulsi in the face. He repeatedly slammed the extinguisher against the monster's face, making it cry out in pain every time. He didn't count how many times he had struck the Impulsi, but he didn't relent until his arms wouldn't move anymore. Lily lay on the ground, still alive. This is impossible. No human should have such strength. I guess this power comes from whatever was in the dream in the beginning of the book, stated Artemis as she crossed her arms. If not, I don't see how a normal human could possibly overpower a monster. Athena nodded, I agree. Naruto didn't want to take any chances and quickly stomped on the monster's chest. Just die already. He slammed the fire extinguisher straight down on the monster's face, crushing it against the cement floor. He did it again and again, ignoring the cries of pain and wails coming from the monster. He closed his eyes and just let his strength guide him, and it continued on. And suddenly, Naruto felt his weapon hit the ground instead of the monster's head. He quickly opened his eyes to see if it had escaped, but sighed in relief when he saw a pile of gold dust on the ground, just like the hellhounds did last time. Holy shit, he killed a hellhound too. Cried Travis loudly. Naiko and Hades crossed their arms in thought, both knowing better than anyone that a human could possibly kill a hellhound. The man must have some sort of power or was a demigod himself, that's the only explanation. He sighed in exhaustion and sat down on the ground, dropping the dented fire extinguisher to the ground. I knew today would be a bad day. As a father of 2 demigods, I think he has many of these days. Annabeth and Lacey frowned, a little frustrated that being a demigod came with such horrible dangers. Not only did they endanger themselves, but their families as well, and that made it all the worse. Sweet on America was Naruto's pride and joy. He had opened it a year after his graduation with his life savings, and it had been going fairly well. It was located inside the Grand Central Station, and business was improving over time. Many people find it a good idea for some sweets after lunch or dinner, and his shop would be a nice convenient place for them to visit after getting off the subway. It varied from young adults working nearby or children with their parents, but they would all leave his store with smiles on their faces. Lacey nodded with a small smile, feeling a little better since Naruto was fine. That would be a great job to have. That was what really made Naruto love his job. Candy and sweets are universal, just as Aphrodite had told him. I love a man who listens. He stepped into the red, blue and white themed store and smiled when he saw that there was already a line in front of his register. Good morning, Mr. Namikaze. Good morning, Sally, said Naruto as he smiled at his best employee. Sorry for coming in late, but it's been a hectic morning. He does now, my mom. Cried Percy as he pointed at the plasma screen, which showed a picture of Sally Jackson wearing the Sweet on America uniform. He sighed and smiled a little at seeing his lover's image on the screen. She looked as beautiful as ever. Sally smiled and waved him off. It's perfectly fine, I've got this under control. Sally Jackson had been working for Naruto for almost a year already, and she was a great employee. She worked hard, was punctual, the customers loved her, and looked beautiful in the store uniform. Another good thing was that her son was also a student at Good Elementary and was a friend of Annabeth. And we know each other. Percy smiled and hugged Annabeth close, that's awesome. Annabeth frowned, she was officially very jealous of her other self. Not only did she have an amazing father and a very happy childhood, she also got to meet the love of her life years earlier than she did. The other Annabeth also never met Luke, so she probably could get together with Percy a lot sooner as well. It was just not fair that everyone was so much better for her other self. Serious, what's next? Is her mom going to come live with them or something? Did you drop off Percy this morning? Asked the owner of the store as he walked behind the counter and started the other register to ease the lineup. Sally nodded with a smile, yep, he wasn't exactly excited to go to the museum, but he still went. Alia chuckled, typical of you, kelphead. Like you could talk, pinicone face. Naruto chuckled as he gestured to the next customer. Annabeth couldn't stop talking about it for the whole week. Well, I'm glad Percy and Annabeth are friends, I hope someday her good habits will rub off on him. We're lucky that some of them did, said Katie with a giggle. Drew giggled and nodded, and I bet she literally rubbed them on him. Shut up, Drew, cried Annabeth with a monster blush. Percy and I haven't done that yet. Percy was just as red as Annabeth and prayed that his future mother-in-law would read faster. The blonde merely smiled and nodded at his customer. Good morning and welcome to Sweet on America. In one morning, he woke from a nightmare, cooked a killer breakfast, dropped his daughters off at school on time, killed a strange slutty monster, and managed to get to his store in time. It was just the usual day for Namikaze Naruto, just as he would expect as a father of 2 beautiful little demigod princesses. Beautiful princesses indeed, chirped Aphrodite as she pulled Lacey close and kissed her head. The love goddess couldn't wait to find out more about her relationship with this man. He sounded like the perfect package: the gorgeous looks, the sweet and loving personality and the great job. She wondered if her other self would make an appearance later on. She couldn't wait. "This is boring, right?" asked Ares to his lover. Aphrodite glared at him and back away from his reaching hand. "No, this is really cute and you're just too big a lump to see it." She smacked his pleading hand away and huffed, "Naruto is so much better than you." Ares growled, "I hope the other me kills that little queer." Hephaestus sniggered and shook his head at his brother and wife before going back to tinkering with his toys. He couldn't care less about some random mortal and his children. Athena placed the book down with a smile. She was enjoying the book a lot more than what she originally expected. It was great to read about such a good father, and it was even better that her favorite daughter was his child. Annabeth's sad childhood had been and always will be one of the greatest regrets of Athena's life, and to see her with such a great childhood in another dimension made it a little better. Okay, that was the first chapter. Athena looked at the other with a rare happy smile. "Who wants to read next?" Annabeth quickly raised her hand with a big smile. "I will." Athena smiled at her daughter and teleported the book over to her. Annabeth smiled as she held the book, feeling the leather cover with her fingers with a familiar fondness. "Pass the black paintbrush, Annie." She had a smile on her face as she read. It was a way for her to experience the life of the other Annabeth, and it was a little dream come true. Alia sighed happily. "I like that nickname, it's really sweet." Annabeth nodded and happily handed her dad the small brush before she excitedly knelt down next to him, her eyes gleaming with joy. She was starting at the new Empire State Building model she had bought on her field trip, and it was starting to come to form. It would go perfectly with the model of the Statue of Liberty and the Capitol building she had in her room. Percy chuckled and gently wrapped his arm around Annabeth's waist as she read, "This Annabeth isn't too different from you." "Yeah," said the blonde girl with a smile. "She's lucky, though, I've always wanted to have those models in my room." She could still remember hoping for her father to get her an Empire State Building model for her birthday many years back, but he never got it for her. It was almost a surprise that he managed to remember her birthday. Her stepmom and half-brothers certainly didn't care at all. Naruto smiled and slightly shook his head at his daughter's antics. Ever since she could read, Annabeth had been obsessed with architecture and iconic buildings. He wasn't surprised at all when she spent almost all her allowance on the Empire State Building model. "Yep, just like our Annabeth," chirped Rachel with a smile, making Annabeth give a small smile. Lacey had chirped that she would have spent the money on chocolates or dolls instead, but if seeing Annabeth skip and hop into the car with the model box in her hands meant anything, Naruto knew she felt satisfied with her purchase. Percy smiled again and kissed Annabeth on her cheek. "That's adorable." Lacey giggled and snuggled deeper against her mother. "Yeah, I would have preferred the candy and dolls." Athena smiled at her daughter, who was smiling as she read. The goddess knew better than everyone when it came to her little girl's childhood. She was the one who watched over her as little Annabeth ran away from home and guided her to her friends. She was the one who soothed her dreams and guided her thoughts. Athena knew Annabeth had always wanted a complete family and the love of her father, and even if she couldn't have all that in this world, reading about her counterpart offered a small but definite solace. As small as it was, Athena was still happy for her favorite daughter. "I think this part is beige." The eldest Namika's daughter nodded with a smile and opened the beige paint. "Yep, it's the most prominent color." "Yep, mostly beige," muttered Annabeth as she read. For the past 4 hours, the father and daughter had been working to assemble the model and now could finally paint it. Annabeth didn't trust herself to paint the small delicate details, so Naruto was tasked with the job. After working with so many small and fragile candies, he was quite well suited for the task. Annabeth smiled fondly, but sounded a little sad. "That sounds really fun." Percy couldn't help but be reminded of the time he and Annabeth sailed through the island of the Sirens. The vision Annabeth had was of a complete family, and her counterpart had exactly that. She had a loving father and little sister. He knew perfectly that a simple night of building models with her dad was something Annabeth had always wanted but never got. It made him a little angry thinking about it. All he could do was to pull her closer and offer her his affections. "Be careful," Dad mumbled Annabeth softly as she leaned in closer to see if her dad was doing it right. Naruto furrowed his brows in concentration and nodded back. "I know him, almost there." Percy mentally made a note to buy some models so he and Annabeth could build them together in her cabin, as long as Athena allowed him to enter, that is. Unknown to Percy, Athena was thinking of doing the same thing, some mother and daughter bonding time. Lacey sat on the sofa behind her daddy and big sister, watching How to Train Your Dragon on TV, happily munching on the candy her daddy brought home for the week. Lacey smiled and closed her eyes, trying to imagine herself in such a loving and cozy home. Bru rolled her eyes. "I see the other you is also obsessed with that kitty movie." Aphrodite smiled and pecked Dru's head. "I swear, Shess watched that movie over 100 times. Normally he wouldn't allow her to eat so much in one night, but he was so focused with building the model he didn't notice." Lacey just silently grinned and enjoyed her wide selection of candy. It was a very good day for Lacey. Not only could she enjoy all her candy, her teacher was absent from school the whole morning, and their whole class got a free day for fun. Best day ever. Travis and Connor high-fived. I love it when that happens. Lacey hummed as she continued to imagine herself in the other dimension. It's almost as if she's a normal girl, not a demigod. Looking down at the box of candies and chocolates, Lacey wondered which she should try next. Try the Calisson, Lacey, it's really good. Lacey looked around when she heard a strange voice speak to her. It sounded to be a woman and was very melodic and sweet. Lacey's eyes snapped open as she looked up at her mother. Is that you, mommy? Aphrodite looked just as surprised as her daughters and slowly nodded. I think so, it does sound like it's me. Zeus frowned and shook his head. You know that's against the laws, Aphrodite. Hey, it's the other me who did it. Aphrodite scoffed and returned to cuddling with her daughters, giving the god of the sky the cold shoulder. And it's a really stupid law. If a mother wants to talk to her children, some stupid law isn't going to stop her. She pulled Lacey and drew closer, making the girls smile and cuddle closer to their mother. Hera actually smiled at the love goddess. I couldn't agree more. Zeus merely grumbled, making his brother chuckle. Confused, Lacey looked down at the box of candies and found one that had a label that looked like it spelled Calisson. She cold really read well at her age, unlike her sister, and popped it in her mouth. That's my cute girl. It's really good, isn't it? Aphrodite's mouth watered as she smiled. Oh, they are really good. Lacey smiled and continued to imagine. Naruto really has good taste. He brings home the real good stuff for the girls. The love goddess looked over at Annabeth with a kind smile. You're missing out on some really great candy, Annabeth. Annabeth merely smiled at the goddess before she continued. Lacey couldn't help but nod with a big grin. It's really good. The carambar is good too, though is very chewy. Her smiled at the mention of her favorite candy, those are HEAVENLY. True, but they get stuck in your teeth. Lacey happily listened to the strange voice and unwrapped the traditional French candy, cream bar. Oh, that's so cute. It's carambar. She whispered to herself before she threw it in her mouth. It really was chewy, but it tasted great and she grinned at the taste, swaying from side to side in joy. It's carambar, baby. Oh, you are so cute. I know, right? Aphrodite squealed and kissed Lacey's head. Lacey, said Naruto with a stern tone as he turned to see all the candy wrappers on the couch. Busted? Cried Connor. What did I say about eating so much candy in one night? Lacey looked like a deer caught by headlights and just stared at her daddy with a cute and sheepish smile, hoping to not get in trouble. And what did I tell you to do with all the wrappers? You told me to not eat so much in one night and to throw the wrappers in the trash, mumbled Lacey softly. That's right, so give me the box and throw out the wrappers. Lacey pouted and handed the box over and started to gather all the wrappers. Good, he doesn't spoil his children. Hera nodded approvingly at the words, knowing full well how spoiling a child could turn out very bad. Aries was a perfect example. Naruto smiled and kissed the top of her head. That's my good girl. Lacey smiled back and ran over to the trash can to dump all the wrappers inside, but she heard the voice again. Ah, my sweet and handsome Naruto has such a cute and loving father. Oh, I miss him so much. Whoa, started Appolo as he scratched the back of his head. You're actually missing one of your human lovers, died. I guess I am, mumbled Aphrodite softly, trying to figure what her other self was doing. She had to agree that Naruto was a very handsome, cute and loving man, and she would definitely have a child with him if he existed in their world, but to actually miss him after so long, that was something she wasn't sure of. It had been at least a few millennia since she had visited a mortal again after leaving that being Adonis. Artemis scoffed and rolled her eyes, already starting to lose interest, as if that airhead could remember all her men. But suddenly, the phone rang and Lacey raced to answer it. Hello? She cried with a happy grin. Many demigods smiled as the plasma screen showed a little Lacey answering the phone with a big cheerful smile. She was adorable and the scene was just too cute to ignore. Even Artemis and her hunters smiled at the sight. Naruto rolled his eyes playfully at his princess and took the phone away. Sorry about that, this is the Namikaze residence. Hello Mr. Namikaze, this is Principal Hawkwood. Naruto smiled and nodded to himself. Ah yes, how are you doing Mr. Hawkwood? Not too well I'm afraid. For some reason Ms. Turner did not turn up to class today and we still cannot find her anywhere, so Lacey's class will be taught by a substitute until we find Ms. Turner. Naruto winced a little at the subject and just nodded to himself. I just wanted to call all parents and assure you that this is an isolated incident and the substitute teacher will be just as good as Ms. Turner. Alia smirked and crossed her arms. That won't be very hard, any teacher is better than that monster. Annabeth nodded before she continued. Well, I have no problem with it, but I do thank you for taking the time to call us. Of course, Mr. Namikaze, have a good night. Good night to you as well, Mr. Hawkwood. Naruto sighed as he placed the phone down, his mood souring with worry. Anyone would be better than having a monster as a teacher, but I seriously hope that this was an isolated incident. Annabeth frowned, it will never be an isolated incident as long as Lacey and I are with him. Who was that, Daddy? Naruto sat down on the sofa and lifted Lacey onto his lap. That was the principal of your school, he said, attracting Annabeth's attention. He said Ms. Turner is missing and they can't find her, so you will have a substitute teacher for the next few days. Lacey shrugged and nodded, okay, but is Ms. Turner going to be back soon? I don't know, Princess. Annabeth hopped onto the sofa and hugged her knees to her chest, looking cozy. It's a little weird that your teacher would just disappear like that. She had a thoughtful expression on her face that looked exactly like Athena would when the goddess tried to deduce a situation, and it made Naruto feel a little nervous. Aphrodite giggled, well you sure left a good impression, Professor Athena. The wisdom goddess glared at her silently, all he remembers is you trying to solve problems. Maybe she is sick and went to the hospital or something. Lacey pouted and looked sad. I hope not, I really like Ms. Turner. Well, Ms. Turner only likes demigods as food. The older sister shrugged, maybe the substitute will be even better. Naruto forced a smile and kissed Lacey's hair. Annie is right, Princess, maybe I'll really like your new teacher. Alia smiled, I guarantee she'd be better. I hope so. Annabeth tugged her dad's arm and pointed her model, come on dad, we have to finish painting. Annabeth smiled again at the description, the other her was vastly more lucky. Naruto just chuckled and nodded. Okay. Olympus main hearth. Finally, it mentions us. Exclaimed Apollo. Demeter smiled and nodded, I wonder who it will mention. Near the center of the floating paradise of Olympus was the main hearth, the origin of fire of the gods. The tongues of the vibrant red flames licked the bottom of the sky as the gods dined and chatted around it almost every day. It was the one place where harmony will always be kept. It was the place for familial bonding, family dinners, reunions and even weddings. The goddess of the hearth, Lady Hestia, would almost always be seen tending its flames, and many of the Olympians would sit along the warm glow and chat with the sweet and friendly goddess. I love that hearth, said Demeter with a smile, recalling the many hours she and Hera had spent there just chatting the time away with their amazing older sister. Let's go there after this. Hera smiled and nodded, that sounds great. It had been a while since she had a nice conversation with her favorite sister, and she was starting to miss it. Hestia nodded happily, sure, I'll prepare some hot tea for us. She smiled over at the younger goddesses, would any of you like to join us? Artemis smiled at her favorite aunt and nodded, I would love to, Aunt Hestia. I as well, replied Athena with a smile, she would like to ask her aunt about having a family later, privately. Aphrodite grinned and nodded, you know I'm always down for a girls' night. Oh, so we can't come? Whined Apollo with Hermes. Hestia giggled, you boys can come tomorrow. Hestia whined at pouting Aphrodite as she sat on one of the many silver kneeling mats around the hearth. What should I do? Artemis eyed, you're once again bothering Aunt Hestia with your annoying problems. There is nothing wrong with consulting with a friend. Hestia smiled and nodded at the love goddess. The goddess of the hearth, with her curly black hair tucked into a simple brown scarf wrapped around her head, looked over at the most beautiful woman in the heavens, with her warm and comforting red eyes. She had a slightly sheepish smile on her pretty face and lightly shrugged, I'm sorry, but I honestly don't know. Another goddess sitting on the other side of Hestia sighed in exasperation. Don't come bother Aunt Hestia with all your weird problems, Aphrodite. The goddess lightly glared over at the goddess of love with her silvery eyes as she warmed her hands near the hearth. Unlike you, we don't have the time for dealing with mortal men. Yeah, exactly. Artemis shook her head with a sigh, her aunt was a virgin goddess, so what would she know about problem with men? Have some sympathy, Artemis. Aphrodite pouted as she rested head on her hands. This is really bothering me. The beautiful blonde goddess sat across from the other three and rubbed her temples. What are you droning on about again? Demeter grinned at the image on the screen, it's me. Artemis eyed and decided to answer, well, Aunt Demeter, Aphrodite apparently really misses this mortal she had a relationship with a few years ago and wants to go visit him, but she can't come up with a good enough explanation that will make him understand why she left him all alone with their daughter. Hold it. Ares exclaimed as he looked over at his lover, you mean you want to go visit this little human? Aphrodite remained silent as she thought over the situation herself. Don't tell me this is going to be like Adonis all over again. Hades frowned at the mention of the one man his wife had cheated on him with if he had his way, that puny human would be having the most painful afterlife in the field of punishment. I hope the other me kills that little sucker. Shut up, Ares. Suddenly cried Aphrodite, her power flaring heavily, making the god of war recoil in shock. You're so damn annoying, just zip your lip before I do it for you. Ares reluctantly sat back down, his eyes dangerously melting through his sunglasses. The entire chamber was silent, Lacey and Drew stared at their mother in shock and rubbed her hands to calm her down. No one had really seen her so angry before, especially towards Ares, so they were all a little shocked. The power Aphrodite unleashed was very powerful, perhaps just as powerful as Demeter, Hestia or Hera. Go on, sweetie, read. Annabeth didn't need to be told twice. Demeter sighed again. Which mortal are you talking about? I can't even keep track of all your men. His name is Naruto Namikaze, muttered Aphrodite as she poked the flames with a small stick. He owns a cute little candy store in New York and is just the sweetest and cutest father ever, she said, finishing on a high note. Lacey nodded, her other's dad was really sweet. The name of the man seemed to attract the attention of the final goddess of the group, who sat next to Demeter looking a little bored. Her beautiful face suddenly took on a calculative expression as she narrowed her intimidating gray eyes at Aphrodite. Demeter smirked at her niece. Oh, feeling a little jealous, Athena. Hardly. Oh, exclaimed Demeter with a look of enlightenment. Isn't that the mortal who Athena had a child with first and then you came along and seduced him? Aphrodite smiled and nodded. Yep, that's him. I still can't believe Naruto actually had a child with you. Athena stared into the hearth and ignored the looks the other goddesses gave her. He was a talented and intelligent man with a great mind for warfare, not just some pretty man who you can play around with. That sounds like jealousy to me, teased Aphrodite, feeling better now that her stupid lover had stopped talking. Clearly I am just angry that you distracted Naruto from using his intellect. If you didn't interfere, he would have become far more than just an owner of a candy store. Athena frowned and crossed her arms, looking away from the love goddess as if she was beneath her. He could have been a great strategist if he had his focus. Whatever, honey, you're just frustrated since you can sleep with Naruto. Oh, shut up, you pile of foam. I did not play around with him, we had a loving and happy relationship. Annabeth read on so her mother and Aphrodite wouldn't start fighting, but she froze when she read the last sentence. Wow, that dimension is really weird. Hermes scratched his head, a little confused. The Aphrodite over there seems a little different compared to ours. The one we know never describes her flings as loving and happy, or as a relationship. Yeah, I don't like it, grumbled Ares under his breath, shivering at the glare his lover sent him. The love goddess gave Athena a peeved look and just huffed. Just because you decided to have a brainchild with Naruto doesn't mean he doesn't like sex. Artemis looked increasingly annoyed as Hestia felt a little out of place. You should have seen how he was in bed, Athena, you really missed out on something good. Aphrodite crossed her arms and smirked, damn. Hess gorgeous, sweet, loving, cute, and amazing father to two demigoddesses, owns a candy store, and Hess great in the bedroom. She grinned and nodded, he sure is the perfect package. Ares frowned again, this time along with Hephaestus. I can totally see why my other would like him so much. Athena scoffed, disgusting. Regardless of how sweet Lacey thought this story was, she agreed. She really didn't want to listen to her mother saying how good her father was in bed, it felt very weird and awkward. Enough. Athena glared at Aphrodite, making the latter flinch. Artemis shook her head and sighed, can the two of you not argue over some boy? I know, right? Exclaimed Artemis, agreeing with her counterpart. He is not just some boy. Cried Aphrodite as Athena carelessly nodded along. Wow, the two of you agreed on something, muttered Hera. You may think that all men are evil creatures that only hurt and demean women, but Naruto is not like that at all. She turned back to the flames and started poking it again, you should see how sweet and loving he is to my cute little Lacey. So adorable. Cooed Aphrodite sternly. Hess already better than all the fathers of my children in this dimension. Athena sighed and nodded along, unfortunately, it's the same for me. Annabeth frowned and nodded before she continued. Okay then, let us see. Athena looked over at Demeter, I beg your pardon, Aunt Demeter. Demeter pointed to the hearth as she looked at Aphrodite, just show us how sweet and caring you think he is. Aelia grinned and rubbed her hands in anticipation, this is going to be good. Annabeth smiled at her best friend and nodded, I agree. Okay. Aphrodite turned to Hestia and grinned. Sorry Hestia, but I'll just borrow your hearth for a few minutes. With a wave of her hands, the flames of the hearth flickered before forming into the live image of the scene inside Naruto Namikaze's home. Apollo sat up on his throne and grinned, here we go. A little bit to the right. Annabeth sat on her bed as her dad placed a finished Empire State Building model on the shelf, she kept all her model right next to the Statue of Liberty. There. That's perfect. She grinned happily and clapped her hands together, marveling at how perfect her shelf now was, thanks, Dad. The plasma screen showed the finished result of the other Annabeth shelf with Naruto standing next to it and it made this Annabeth smile. It really did look perfect almost. It looked exactly as she would have made it herself from the Statue of Liberty to the Empire State Building, then to the Capitol Building. The other Annabeth was really exactly like her, except a lot happier at that age. Naruto smiled with a sigh, standing back up and rubbing the small of his back. You're welcome, sweetie. He sat down on the bed next to his little princess and stared at the shelf, is it complete now, or do you need some more models? It still needs more, said Annabeth, making Thalia and Percy smile at her fondly. Oh, I still need the Parthenon in Nashville. The dad smiled at his daughter and ruffled her hair, the Parthenon, huh? Yes, that will complete the shelf. Demeter smiled, the olive really doesn't fall far from the tree. Athena smiled proudly at her daughter, making her smile. Annabeth grinned and nodded. Yep, it's an exact replica of the original Parthenon in Greece. Naruto smiled and nodded along. They had it in the museum today too, but I only had enough money today to buy one, so I got this one. Well, if you get 3 As on this semester's report card, I'll go and buy you the model. Annabeth's eyes widened and gleamed, making Naruto chuckle. And you know what, if you get straight As, that means 6 As, I'll bring you to the Nashville Parthenon in person. That is certainly the best way to motivate Annabeth. Rachel grinned as she smiled over at her friend, "Shed study till she drops if it means going to the Parthenon." Percy chuckled and nodded, yes, she definitely will. Annabeth just playfully shoved her boyfriend and continued to read, now with a happy smile. Annabeth as stunned, really? Naruto simply nodded, really? Wow, thank you, Dad. Annabeth lunged at her dad and wrapped her arms around his neck, making him laugh and hug her back. I'm going to study really hard and make sure we're going to go Nashville. See, right in character. Exclaimed the Oracle. Annabeth's smile brightened, I've always wanted to go to Nashville. Alia smirked, take notes, Kelphead, I think Shess hinting a possible honeymoon destination. No, I'm not, Falls. Cried Annabeth as red as a tomato, oh my gods, shut up. Alia laughed as she pointed at Annabeth's and Percy's glowing faces, accompanied by the laughter of almost everyone in the room. It was hilarious to tease the best couple in camp, but seriously, everyone knew that they would eventually get married and will bet up going to Nashville for their honeymoon. Thus, Percy mentally took a note. The dad held his daughter closer as he placed her back down on the bed, slightly brushing her hair to the side before kissing her forehead. You are so much like your mother, it amazes me. Now that attracted Athena's undivided attention. Annabeth's eyes widened a little, she had never really heard her dad mention her mother before. You both have the same love for architecture and the same expression on your face when you're happy. Really? Whispered Annabeth. Estia smiled and nodded, you really do. Annabeth smiled and nodded, a little happy because of it. Naruto nodded. Yeah, you have your mother's eyes. And every time you're really happy or excited, you get that little twinkle in your eyes, and your lips would just slowly twitch up. The dad chuckled and wrapped one arm around Annabeth's shoulders. And of course, when you're mad, both of you scare me to death, he finished with another chuckle. Wow, he really misses you, Athena. Demeter sighed as she looked at the new image on the plasma screen, one that showed Naruto's slightly depressed face as he spoke to his daughter. Just look at his face, he looks so sad and lonely. I bet he thinks of you all the time. Athena couldn't help but feel her cheek heat up at her aunt's words, I'm sure the other me made the right choice. She turned away from the others, but couldn't help but look at the screen. Naruto really did look lonely and sad, and it was all her other's fault. It is better to leave him earlier on, lingering around is just being more cruel. Annabeth bit her lip and nodded, as usual, her mother's logic was correct. As young as she was, Annabeth could hear the pride and the hint of sadness in her dad's voice. She turned to give her dad a kiss on his cheek and hugged him tightly around his neck. Naruto was a little surprised at the sudden hug, but gladly hugged his little girl back, feeling the love and warmth she gave him. Annabeth felt a lump in her throat and almost sobbed. I love you, Dad. I love you too, Princess. Percy wrapped an arm around Annabeth's shoulder as her voice slightly broke, he wanted to show her that everything was perfectly fine. Many people sympathetically looked at their camp's female leader, but no one understood her more than Lacey. The younger girl knew exactly what Annabeth was feeling, she too would want to hear her father say those 3 words to her, but also like Annabeth, she knew it was not likely. After almost a full minute, Naruto pulled away and kissed Annabeth on her forehead. Okay, it's time to go to bed, sweetie. His daughter smiled and nodded as he lifted the covers and tucked her in, kissing her again on the forehead. And I mean sleep, not reading any books under the covers. Annabeth chuckled as she sniffed, her tears welling in her eyes. I guess I do that there too. You wouldn't be Annabeth if you didn't, said Thalia, reaching over to hold her best friend's hand. Annabeth rolled her eyes and smiled. I know, Dad. Naruto nodded and smiled again, good night Annie. Good night. Dear whispered Percy as he gently took the book from the love of his life. Ill read it. Annabeth smiled softly and nodded, handing the book to her love and settled to resting her head on his shoulder. She just wanted to enjoy the story, a story where she had a real father who loved her beyond words. There was no better place to listen to the story than being next to Percy, no there was no better voice to hearing from than her most precious persons. Poseidon smiled at his son, happy that he had found someone he could be so passionate to, it was truly rare for a demigod. Olympus' main hearth. Hestia smiled at the screen as it showed her hearth with all the goddesses sitting around it. Hestia smiled at the scene she just witnessed in the fire and couldn't help but feel a surge of warmth inside her heart. Aphrodite was right, this Naruto was quite the sweet and loving father, astronomically more than what she could say about her own father. Hades scoffed, understatement of the millennium. The other original 6 Olympians nodded, Naruto was infinitely better than Kronos as a father. It wasn't even a fair comparison, it'd be like saying the Master Bolt was more deadly than a potato gun, completely in different leagues. If Kronos was even half as good a father as Naruto, it would still be the third age. Annabeth looked very happy and loved in the scene, which were usually rare expressions to see on a demigod's face. Nico scoffed softly, "He'll say." Hades frowned when he caught what his son said. "See? Tell me that wasn't adorable, even though it wasn't with my Lacey." Athena genuinely smiled and nodded, "That was really sweet, he really is an outstanding father." Athena nodded with a happy smile on her face. "He is really sweet and loving. I can't believe he still remembers all those small details about me." Demeter giggled again, finally starting to see how he misses you, Athena. Athena merely ignored her aunt and looked away, though she still had a small blush on her face. "He is a good father," said Artemis with an approving nod. "I have seen many terrible fathers while gathering my hunters, and it's refreshing and a relief to see that such fathers really do exist." "So true," muttered Artemis darkly as she remembered the men she had killed because they were terrible fathers. The hunters all nodded, all remembering the days when they discovered girls being abused by their own fathers and how their mistress had mercilessly shot them down like animals. The man in the book was a true example of what a father should be like, and as much as some hunters didn't want to admit, if their fathers were as good as Naruto, they probably wouldn't have joined the hunt. "I agree," said Demeter, but she then turned to Athena, "Though he still thinks of you a lot, Athena." The wisdom goddess closed her eyes and sighed, but the slightest hint of red made its way to her cheeks. "He still remembers how you smile and how you look when you're angry." Demeter smiled and nudged her niece, "Maybe you should visit him sometime, he sounds like he still loves you." "My other me agrees with me." Demeter nodded gladly to herself, "She must eat just as much cereal as me. He is a good man and a good father." That was all Athena said, looking regal and compassed. Aphrodite scoffed, "Really? That's all you had to say after seeing such a beautiful scene? Be quiet, you idiot." Aphrodite huffed and crossed her arms, "Just keep watching, I bet he remembers me a lot more." She gave Athena a slight glare, "After all, I made sure to give him a very nice parting gift our last night together." Aphrodite grinned saucily, "I bet it did." Lacey groaned, "Mommy." Athena glared back, but Artemis just sighed, "Just keep watching." After closing the door to Annabeth's room, Naruto heard some ruffling around in the room just across from it. With a smile on his face, he knocked a few times on the door before opening it. Very much unlike her older sister's room, Lacey's room was more messy and unorganized. There were dolls and stuffed animals all over the place, and almost everything was pink. Lacey smiled, her room looked really pretty. Every time Naruto would step into the room he couldn't but wonder if Aphrodite had been tinkering with the room. The goddess giggled and shrugged, "I might have actually done that. Lacey, it's time to go to bed." The little girl was sitting on her bed with her Barbie doll with a comb in her hand. "I'm not sleepy yet, daddy," she whined with a small pout, which would usually convince her daddy to let her stay up longer. "Can I just play with Lucy a little bit longer?" Rue actually smiled at her baby sister, Lacey playing with Lucy. "Yep," replied the girl with a grin. Naruto sighed at the name Lacey gave to her doll and sat down on the bed. "No, you have school tomorrow and need to wake up early." He poked Lacey lightly on her forehead before kissing her hair, "You need to get your rest and be on your best behavior when you meet your new teacher." Lacey pouted again, "It's just a substitute teacher." Travis and Connor smirked, they loved stealing from substitutes. With a knowing smile, Naruto shrugged, "I don't know, whoever it is, they may turn out to be your new permanent teacher." "But what about Ms. Turner?" she asked. Naruto shrugged again, "I don't know, but there is a chance." "I sure hope not," mumbled Lacey softly. The blonde man stared at his youngest daughter with a loving smile, marveling at how adorable she looked. Unlike Annabeth and Athena, Lacey didn't look like Aphrodite. In Naruto's memory, Lacey's mother had long red hair and warm violet eyes, and their daughter had clearly inherited his traits, his blonde hair and blue eyes. But her attitude was certainly similar to her mother, she had the same love for sweets and had a bubbly personality that would light up the room. "He is so sweet." Aphrodite placed a hand on her cheek and smiled at the screen. Naruto was already appealing to her, and she really wished that he had a counterpart in this world. "I already feel some love for him." Barry's growled, "This guy better die soon." The ADDY whined Lacey as she climbed under her blanket with a pout. "I'm not sleepy at all." "That's because you had so much sugar after dinner, you're too hyper to sleep." Naruto brushed his daughter's hair out of her face and smiled down at her. "If you keep eating so much candy I won't bring home so many boxes anymore." Rachel laughed, "That threat must work like a charm." Lacey nodded very seriously, "Of course, that's terrible." "No," cried Lacey, horrified at the prospect of no candy. "I promise I won't eat so much, but you still have to bring home the same big box." "Yeah?" exclaimed the girl's counterpart. The dad chuckled and sighed, "Fine, but you promised." He extended his pinky and wiggled it, "Pinky swear it." Lacey giggled and wrapped her pinky around her father's. "Okay." "Oh, that's just adorable," chirped the love goddess. This story was seriously becoming her favorite of all time. With a fond smile, Naruto leaned down and kissed Lacey's forehead. "Good. Now be a good girl and go to sleep." "But I can't sleep." Naruto sighed, but Lacey looked up at him with a smile. "Can you sing me the hush lullaby?" Aphrodite squealed and bounced up and down on her seat. "Is he going to sing?" "Women sure loves a man who can sing," muttered Apollo smugly. "I would know." Artemis scoffed. "No, you don't." All the while, Lacey stared over at Percy, hoping he'd read faster. She really wanted to know if her dad would sing to her. Her real dad had never once sang for her, and for once she wanted to hear a lullaby intended for her. "Lacey, you're almost 6 years old." Lacey pouted and clapped her hands together. "Please, you used to sing it to me all the time." Fine. Naruto patted Lacey's head and placed her arms back under her blanket and tucked her in, and she quickly turned to her side, looking at her daddy in joy. He turned around and turned off her lamp before he started to rhythmically pat her on the shoulder. "That's going to sing," cried Aphrodite. Lacey smiled and closed her eyes, deciding to treasure this moment. As if answering her call, the plasma screen shifted scenes again, but this time, it was a video. Lacey opened her eyes and looked over at the screen, biting her lips as she felt tears well in her eyes. She had never seen so much love before. Naruto truly loved his daughters beyond words. "Hush little baby, don't say a word. Daddy's gonna buy you mockkingbird. And if that mockingbird won't sing, Daddy's gonna buy you a diamond ring. He has such a beautiful voice," whispered Aphrodite as she stared at the screen, her heart beating faster with every passing second. She was seriously starting to feel something for Naruto, a man for whom she'd never met but already felt familiar. "I love it." Lacey nodded as she sniffed, wrapped her arms around her mother's as she watched the screen, imagining that Naruto was her real father and she was really loved by such a warm and sweet dad. The feeling was incredible. "Daddy," she spoke inwardly as she stared at Naruto, silently conveying her message. "And if that diamond ring turns brass, Daddy's gonna buy you a looking glass. And if that looking glass gets broke, Daddy's gonna buy you a billy goat. And if that billy goat won't pull, Daddy's gonna buy you a card and bull. And if that card and bull turn over, Daddy's gonna buy you a dog named rover. And if that dog named Rover won't bark, Daddy's gonna buy you a horse and cart. And if that horse and cart fold down, I'll still be the sweetest little baby in town. So hush baby, don't say a word. Mommy loves you and so do I. Aphrodite hugged Lacey close to her chest and kissed her tenderly on the head. "Mommy really does love you, my cute little Lacey." Lacey buried her face into her mom's chest. I love you too, mommy." Finishing on a soft note, Naruto smiled and stopped his rhythmical patting. Lacey was actually asleep and had a tiny sweet smile on her face as she snuggled into her pillow. Naruto couldn't help but give a small chuckle at his little princess. It had been so long since he had sung her that lullaby, and it still worked. Thinking back to a few years ago, "Hush Little Baby" was Lacey's favorite song, and it would put her to sleep every time. Unlike Annabeth, who never liked any lullabies, he could still remember how Annabeth cried when he sang "Itsy Bitsy Spider" for her. Athena smiled fondly at the words. Despite the mention of spiders, it was really cute. Her baby daughter crying from hearing "Itsy Bitsy Spider." Percy and many others chuckled, making Annabeth blush a little as she continued to rest on Percy's shoulder, holding his arm lovingly as he read. Slowly standing up from the bed, Naruto leaned down and kissed Lacey on the cheek. "I love you, my little princess." "I love you too, daddy." Lacey almost sobbed as she thought those words inwardly. That's really mushy," Hermes muttered as he finished watching the scene, not really knowing what to think. Most of the other males gods were the same, except perhaps Zeus, who loved Athena and Artemis just as much. Hestia and Hera had bright smiles as they watched Naruto sing for his daughter. After so many years of overlooking their shared domain of family, it was very pleasant to see such a great father, especially for a couple of young demigods. Both goddesses couldn't remember the last time they saw two young demigods living so happily at home with their mortal parent. It was almost impossible. They really hoped that Naruto existed in their world as well. Even Artemis had a small smile on her face as she watched. It reminded her of the very few times Zeus had sung lullabies for her. She was still a baby goddess at the time, but she could still remember and feel the fatherly love the almighty Zeus had for his baby girl. It really felt nice. "If you exist in this dimension, Naruto, I will come find you," thought both Athena and Aphrodite at once, oblivious to each other's thoughts. Olympus' main hearth. Hestia smiled again at the image in the flames. It had been a long time since she had seen such a heartwarming scene. As the goddess of family, she couldn't help but feel happy at seeing such strong bonds between father and daughters. It was impressive that even without a woman in his life, he still did such a great job in raising his girls. "Tell me about it," started Aphrodite with a small smile. "Hess amazing." Hestia cold name one male god who could have done what Naruto did. The truth has been spoken. Mockingly exclaimed Demeter as she shook her head at the male gods, mainly at the second-generation Olympian gods, making Apollo, Hermes, Hephaestus, and Ares shift uncomfortably in their seats, all knowing that Naruto was a far better father than they ever had been. Aphrodite had tears in her eyes as she hugged Hestia close. "Oh Hestia, I have to go see him. I don't think I've ever seen you so shook up over a mortal man, Aphrodite." Hera looked over at the love goddess with interest. "This man certainly is more important to you than many of your other lovers." Aphrodite nodded softly, feeling confused and a little intimidated. "Yeah, I do seem to be reacting rather intensely in the book." She couldn't help but wonder if the Naruto and Aphrodite in the other dimension were going to meet up again or if they would become more than just lovers. She had a feeling that the other her must feel something very special in Naruto, if not she won't be so worked up. Maybe Hess more than just a fling. Ares growled again as he glared at the screen, where in Hades is the other me come out and kill this douchebag already. Artemis sighed and rubbed her temples. "Aphrodite, Aunt Hestia is not a pillow you can hug because you're sad. As I keep saying," muttered the huntress to herself. "It's okay," replied Hestia before she lightly patted Aphrodite's shoulder. "And you shouldn't be sad, Aphrodite, you should be glad that your daughter has such a good father. But I miss Naruto." Aphrodite bit her lip and frowned. She was really wondering what Naruto meant to her counterpart. It would seem that she was really in love with him, deeply and painfully in love. Demeter smiled as he turned to face her fellow goddesses. "I must admit that it was a very cute scene. If we watch again when the girls wake up in the morning and we see him feeding them cereal, I will admit that he is the sweetest mortal man I have ever seen. Oh, I'd bag him myself if he feeds the girls cereal, he'd be a real perfect package." Hades rolled his eyes at Demeter, growing very tired of her constantly mention on cereal. Aphrodite just ignored Demeter and dried her tears. "And the girls need a mother in their lives, every girl does." The goddess of love conjured up a mirror in her hand and started to fix her makeup. "I mean, I can sense and measure the love Naruto has for the girls and it's very, very strong, but nonetheless the girls still need a mother. If only that stupid ancient law would disappear I could go down and at least spend a few days with them." Zeus frowned, "The other you is treading on thin ice, Aphrodite." The love goddess huffed, "She's right, thought. It's a stupid law and it's stopping my other from going to take care of little Lacey and Annabeth." Hera shrugged, "I would like to see the other Aphrodite try to go down and help Naruto with the girls. It would be very interesting to see how she would do as a real mother. I am a very awesome mom." Lacey and Drew smiled and hugged their mother close. "You are. Thank you, my babies." Artemis sighed again. She had a feeling that Aphrodite might actually want to show her daughter some love, but would actually want to spend another romantic night with this Naruto Namikaze even more. "It'd be lying if I say I don't want to bang that man's brains out." "Shut up, Aphrodite," cried Artemis outraged. "This is hardly the place or time. There is nothing wrong with wanting to make love to such a great man." Hestia bit her lips and nodded. "I guess you're right, a family is really not complete without a mother." Hera nodded, "I wholeheartedly agree with that. It's okay, I'll send them some of the best cereal in the world." Demeter smiled and nodded to herself. "I promise that your girls will grow very well with the help of my cereal." Annabeth shivered, she had no desire to eat dried wheat. All the while, Athena was silent. "Oh, that's never good," muttered Poseidon, getting a glare from Athena. She sat beside her aunt with her grey eyes staring into the hearth, her mind running a million miles an hour in thought. Despite how much she hated Aphrodite's usually irrational behavior, but she couldn't help but agree. Athena clearly saw the love Naruto had for both his daughters and was very glad. He was one of the few fathers of her children that didn't feel overwhelmed for burden when she dropped their child to him. She would always remember how happy Naruto looked when he first held their daughter in his arms. But Aphrodite and Hestia were correct. Both Annabeth and Lacey needed a mother, and as much as it annoyed her to say it, Naruto needed a woman in his life. She had always felt a little guilty about leaving Naruto by himself to raise their daughter, and having a woman in his life would make him and his daughters happy, then she would give them her blessing. Annabeth shook her head with a frown. Stepmoms were never good for children. Aphrodite sighed and made her mirror vanish. Naruto should have a woman in his life. Hestia patted Aphrodite's back and smiled. "It's okay, I'll be sure to watch over yours and Athena's daughter." Athena looked up at her aunt with surprise. "I'm not an Olympian so I have much more free time on my hands, I'll go check on the girls and make sure they're well." Hestia smiled, "That would be fun." Athena smiled and nodded. "Thank you Aunt Hestia, that would be great." Aphrodite also nodded, "You are the cool aunt to most of our immortal children already, so I'm sure the girls will love you." Aphrodite smiled and nodded, "Definitely, you'd be the best babysitter ever, Hestia, no doubt about it." "Thanks," replied the sweet goddess with her usual kind smile. She smiled at Annabeth and Lacey and gave them both small winks, making them smile and giggle back at her respectively. "I've always liked taking care of children. Dia, come back to my place after this, said Demeter to her older sister. I'll give you some top-of-the-line cereal and oatmeal to bring to the mortal world. Hestia just smiled at her sister. Sure, sister. Can we go for ramen again tonight, daddy? Rue scrunched up her face. How could you eat so much starch? Naruto sighed as he walked towards Good Elementary, holding onto his daughter's hands as they headed towards the kindergarten building. Not 2 nights in a row, maybe we'll go again this weekend. Annabeth held open one of her many books with her free hand as she looked around. Hey dad, I have to go meet Percy soon. He said he doesn't get some of the homework we got yesterday and needs my help before class. Travis sniggered, some things really don't change at all. Yep, Kelphead is stupid here and there, teased Dahlia as she sent her cousin a smirk. Ha. Ha. Percy gave them all a flat look and continued to read. With a chuckle and slight worry, Naruto reluctantly nodded. Sure, go look for Percy. He leaned down and kissed Annabeth's princess curls and hugged her slightly. Be sure to be here at 3 o'clock sharp. Annabeth rolled her eyes with a smile. I know, Dad. She playfully slapped Lacey's shoulder with a smile. Bye Lace. Bye Annie. Lacey and Annabeth both smiled at each other. It would be really cool if they were actually blood-related sisters. Continuing his way to the kindergarten building, Naruto lifted Lacey into his arms. He was still a little worried about another monster posing as someone in the school and wanted to hold his little girl close. Lacey sighed again at how lucky her counterpart was. But when they arrived at the usual building, there was a large group of students along with their parents standing outside the building. Naruto heard some of the mothers talking about the new teacher and saying she looked sweet and beautiful. Is that who I think it is? Asked Apollo. Zeus sighed, I think so. Naruto looked over at the door of the building and there was a new lady shaking the hands of the parents. He had to admit that she was really beautiful, not like Ms. Turner, who was alluring and sexy. The new lady was pretty in a sweet and loving way, and even from so far away he could see the incredible warmth in her eyes. She had long black curly hair and was wearing a simple white blouse with beige dress pants. Hestia blushed a little but remained calm, though Aphrodite certainly saw it and smirked. It seemed that Hestia liked the family man type despite being a virgin goddess. As the parents dropped of their children and left, the lady eventually came to shake Naruto's hand. Hello there. Naruto smiled and gladly shook her hand. Hello, I'm Naruto Namikaze and this is my daughter, Lacey Namikaze. The lady smiled and gently touched Lacey's cheek. You're really cute, Lacey. Lacey giggled happily, making the lady smile wider before turning back to Naruto. It's very nice to meet you, Mr. Namikaze. I'm Ms. Hess, Tia Hess. Great alias, Sister, teased Demeter with a smile. Be quiet, sister, it's not that bad. Hestia blushed harder and looked away. She smiled, making Naruto feel warm and comfortable. I'm the new kindergarten teacher, we're going to have a very fun year together, Lacey. Okay, that's the end of the second chapter. Percy set the book down and looked around. Who wants to read next? Dahlia smirked and snatched the book from her cousin. I'll read it. Naruto had always loved picking his daughters up from school. They always look so happy when they see their family car drive into the parking lot. Annabeth had stopped being overly enthusiastic since she started to mature past her age, but Lacey was still the same. Every day, when he would step out of the car and greet them, Lacey would run over to him as fast as she could and jumped into his arms. She could cry out daddy and immediately fire question after question, like, can we go get ramen for dinner? Can we stop by the toy store? Did you bring home any candy, daddy? The infamous motor mouth ability of any child of Aphrodite, muttered Artemis under her breath as she watched her lieutenant read. Aphrodite smiled at her baby girl and kissed her cheek. I'll say it again, you're adorable. Lacey merely smiled and silently nodded her head in thanks. She was still trying to immerse herself further into the book, trying to position herself in the shoes of the other Lacey. She wanted to understand how having a loving father would really feel like and how much it would change her personality. She had a feeling that if her dad was like Naruto, she would be a much happier child when she was at that age. But it seemed that Lacey had stopped that habit overnight. Lacey frowned. I don't think so, I won't give that up for anything in the world. Naruto stepped out of his car and only saw Annabeth sitting by their usual bench reading a book. She looked up and saw her dad and a smile immediately appeared on her face. She closed her book and walked up to him, grabbing onto his hand. Oh, little Annie likes to hold her daddy's hand. Aphrodite giggled as she winked over at her rival's daughter, making the girl blush in embarrassment. It's so sweet. I love seeing how close and the girls are to Naruto. Athena smiled to herself and nodded, silently agreeing. Much like Lacey, Annabeth was also immersing herself into the Annabeth inside the book and she was really enjoying herself. It was too good to be true, to have a childhood with such a great father and with no encounters with monsters. When she was that age she had already ran away from her cold and foreign home and was trekking across the country with Thalia and Luke. The other Annabeth was going to school and cooking at home with dad. If only. Hey Annie, said Naruto with a smile before he ruffled her princess curls. Where's your sister? She's over there, chatting with her new teacher. Demeter smiled and rested back on her throne, so that's where she is, she's spending some quality time with her grand aunt. Hestia smiled also, I do love taking care of children. Annabeth pointed over to the kindergarten building, and Naruto was a little surprised to see a crowd of kids surrounding the front entrance. Curious and a little worried, he led Annabeth over by the hand. From where they stood, Naruto saw a few parents off to the side of the crowd, smiling as they observed what was happening. Then the blonde realized that one of the parents was Sally Jackson, who had a morning shift with him just this morning. She was holding onto her son, Percy's, hand as she smiled at the scene. Now he was really curious. Little Percy likes to hold his mommy's hand too. Aphrodite giggled as she looked over at the hero of Olympus, who was blushing at the laughter around the council chamber. Both of you are so cute, no wonder you become my favorite couple to root for. Barry scoffed, mama's boy. Percy glared at the obnoxious god of war, but Hera was the one who spoke up. Don't say it like it's a bad thing, a good son should be close to his mother, unlike you. The queen crossed her arms and ignored the rolling eyes of her son, if only more sons would love their mothers so much. Annabeth was curious as well, so she followed her dad's pace, holding onto his hand all the while. She had wondered if she was a little too old to hold her dad's hand, but then she saw Percy holding onto his mother's hand, so it should be okay for her. Percy gave his girlfriend a look, really? What? Asked Annabeth innocently as she held onto his hand tenderly, if it's alright for a boy to hold his mom's hand, it would perfectly fine for a girl to hold her dad's hand. Hey Sally, greeted Naruto with a smile. Sally looked over at saw her boss and smiled back at him. Hey Naruto, you're here too, huh? Percy smiled, it's so awesome that our parents know each other so early on. Annabeth merely nodded with a smile and rested her head on Percy's shoulder, hugging his arm close. Yep, with a curt nod, Naruto turned to the Percy. Wow, you've been growing, Percy, you're going to be taller than me soon. The son of Poseidon sighed happily, he had always wanted a nice male role model when he was younger, and his other self had one in his future father-in-law. In all honesty, anyone would be better than Smelly Gabe and his poker buddies. Percy really hoped that Naruto would beat Gabe up in this book. The blonde smiled and ruffled Percy's hair, making the boy smile a little. It must be all the blue candy, they have all the nutrients. Ha! Exclaimed Travis, the blue food exists in that dimension too. Annabeth rolled her eyes, I never understood the blue candy. Sally chuckled and nodded, it's an inside joke. Percy smiled at the thought of his mother's rebellious streak against Gabe, the bane of her existence. He relished in the thought of that man working as a statue in some museum somewhere, paying for his mom's tuition sound justice if there ever was any. Yeah, wise girl, the blue candy is good for me. Percy was a little peeved that Annabeth kept telling him that his teeth were going to rot if he kept munching on blue M&Ms during class. Not rotting teeth for me. Keep thinking that and you'll end up with no teeth, seaweed brain. Oh my gods, even the nicknames are the same. Exclaimed Thalia with a smile, I guess the two of you are just soulmates or something, you might be together in every single dimension. Aphrodite giggled along with Lacey and Drew, I could see that happening. I think my counterparts would also see the two of you as their favorite couple. Annabeth and Percy both blushed, but the latter pulled his lover closer to him, kissing the top of her head. Naruto chuckled and wondered out loud, seaweed brain. Percy crossed his arms and huffed. I was eating a lot of dried seaweed on day, and she started calling me that. A different reason, but I could see the logic behind it, mused Annabeth with a smile as Percy traced small circles on her shoulder. Sally giggled at the aptly placed nickname, well I think it's really cute. Naruto just chuckled at the pair of childhood friends and turned to look at the group of kids surrounding the kindergarten entrance. At first he didn't notice anything, but then he saw that the new teacher Ms. Hess was handing out trays of cookies. Artemis licked her lips at the thought of her aunt's cookies, oh, those are so good. The hunters stared at the mistress with a hint of comprehension, it was a little weird to see their immortal and powerful leader act so immaturely in front of Lady Hestia. Hestia giggled at her little niece, I'll make some for you later at the hearth. Oh, whined Apollo as Artemis' eyes sparkled, now I really want to come. She looked as beautiful as ever. Her long wavy black hair swayed from side to side as she hugged each child that eagerly took some cookies from her eyes dancing with joy at the smiles and grins on her students' faces. It almost made Naruto blush, she was breathtakingly stunning in a sweet and genuine kind of way. He had never seen such a thing before. Hestia blushed again and avoided many people's stares. Hestia, are you trying to charm my man away? Aphrodite grinned as the goddess of the hearth looked over at her, devastated, and had a monster blush on her face. Working all those sweet and warm smiles and using cookies to lure the handsome single dads to your arms? Oh, of course not. The goddess muttered. Demeter giggled, is there something you want to tell us, sister? Yeah, it would be fine if you were to forsaken your vow. Having such a good father as a husband won't be a bad thing, said Hera as she winked at Demeter, both once again teaming up to tease their older sister, one of their favorite pastimes since birth. Sally smiled at the sight as well. Ms. Hess baked a bunch of cookies for the students this morning, and it was so good they wanted her to bake another tray. She was really nice and actually made a lot more for them to take home. Lucky students, muttered Artemis and Apollo, the two of them acting like twins for once. Naruto smiled when it was Lacey's turn to receive her cookies and grinned when his princess hugged her teacher around her waist. Thank you, Ms. Hess, he heard his princess chirp. You're the best. You're welcome, sweetie. Lacey smiled and wished Lady Hestia was her teacher. Her junior high teachers were really obnoxious most of the time, and none of them would ever care about their students, their hundreds of students. Having the kindest goddess with the best cooking skills on Olympus as a homeroom teacher just sounded amazing and delicious. Aphrodite felt a little hungry, starting to crave these cookies too. Hestia loved her little niece. She was adorable and was very talkative in class, just like how her mother would during the Olympian meetings. The goddess of the hearth could clearly see Aphrodite in little Lacey, not so much the promiscuity and general sultriness, but a lot in her bubbly personality, sweet demeanor and of course, her stunning beauty. You're sweet, Hestia. Many people in the room wondered how Aphrodite just waved off being called generally slutty, but many thought that over the millennia, she should have gotten used to it. Even now, Hestia could tell that Lacey would grow into a stunning beauty, much like all her other demigod siblings on her mother's side. That's right, boys, exclaimed the goddess of love loudly, you better work quick or my Lacey won't be single soon. Mommy, cried Lacey with a blush, don't say that. Alia ran on to save Lacey the embarrassment. Daddy, she heard little Lacey yell. Aphrodite smiled fondly, you look so happy when you see your daddy, she whispered as she hugged still blushing Lacey close. Hestia smiled happily when she saw Lacey run to hug her father, who was actually looking at them from the side of the school. It was wonderful to see such familial love from the mortals who had bonded with the gods. Most other companions of the gods had suffered tragic fates, even in such modern times the women of Zeus, Hades and Poseidon were clear indications. Zeus cleared his throat as he shuffled uncomfortably on his throne, something his brothers mirrored. All of the big three avoided the glances of their children just a little ways away from them. For Thalia and Nico, their mortal parents' lives had been ruined because of the gods, and they weren't exactly okay with it. It was a relief that someone who had children with both Athena and Aphrodite could still be so happy. You make it sound like we'd kill him or something. Hestia looked over at the goddess of love with a small smile. No, but it is nice to see them without severely broken hearts. Aphrodite frowned and rested back on her seat. I guess so. In the eons that she had known Aphrodite, never had she seen her pine after a mortal man so much. Even with Adonis, all those years ago, she would forget about him and move on to either a new man or back to Ares, but this Naruto person was different. The affection Aphrodite showed to him when they all looked at them through the hearth was much more serious and loving than with her other lovers, perhaps even more so than Ares. The room was silent after Thalia read those lines, and most people glanced over at Aphrodite, who was looking down at her hands. All the Olympians were a little shocked to hear the other Aphrodite act so passionate and true about one mortal man. It was a little disconcerting. They couldn't help but stare at the usual bubbly love goddess, who looked oddly serious in stony silence. Her eyes were piercing as her mind raced about the possibilities. Is it even possible for me to feel so strongly for one mortal man? For eons she had wondered if there was a higher form of love, a kind of affection that was stronger than anything else, a kind that would withstand time, and she had never found it. The most passionate love Aphrodite had experienced was the continuous flings she had with Ares, or maybe the few years she had spent with Adonis, but honestly, if that was the limit of love, she would be disappointed. Maybe my counterpart found something in Naruto, someone stronger. Ares and Hephaestus both frowned at the wording of the book. The god of war had never thought that his lover would feel more for a mere mortal than with him. It shouldn't be possible. What could a mortal offer that he, the god of war, could? It felt unnatural. Hephaestus was also feeling a little angry and jealous. Regardless of his looks and stature, he should still be more appealing than a simple mortal. For his wife to so fond of one human was sickening and made him feel worse than normal. All the while, Hestia looked over at Aphrodite and smiled, hoping that she would one day find that special someone. Hestia wondered what was so special about this man that he made the goddess of love fall for him so real and hard. That's what we all want to know, thought nearly everyone in the council chamber in unison. Hello again, Ms. Hess. Naruto stepped up to the new teacher as the other parents slowly dispersed after their children were done with their cookies. Thank you for giving the children the cookies. No problem at all, Hestia replied with a smile, her eyes warming everyone's soul. I had a lot of time today and all the kids were very well behaved and deserved a treat. Hestia giggled and patted Lacey's cheek as she sat comfortably in her dad's arms. And Lacey here is already one of my favorite students. You're my favorite too, Ms. Hess. Lacey smiled happily, feeling good from just imagining being in her counterpart's shoes. Hestia then noticed Sally and smiled at her. Hello there. Hi, replied Sally as she extended her hand. It's nice to meet you, Ms. Hess. My son isn't in your class, but I've already heard good things about it. Well, I am going to be teaching some of the older classes as well, so I might have him in my class later. Hestia wanted to have both her great nieces in her class, so she used the mist and manipulated the principal to assign her Annabeth's class as well. Demeter smiled, you do have a mischievous eye, don't you? Hestia smiled back and merely shrugged, doesn't everybody? As the caring older sister, Hestia had seen the playful sides of all her siblings, even Hades, though the Lord of the Underworld's definition of playful may be designing new torturing techniques for the fields of punishment. Annabeth sighed and snuggled deeper against Percy, I hope my class will get cookies too. Sally smiled and gestured to the boy holding onto her hand, Percy, say hello. The boy smiled up at the nice lady and waved, hello Ms. Hess. Hestia froze a little at the sight of the distinct green eyes that were staring up at her, but quickly composed herself. Hello there Percy, how are you? Athena smirked, so she knows. Poseidon sighed as Percy paid full attention to the book. So not only do we meet early, I might actually find out about Dad much sooner than I did here. Annabeth nodded as she too thought over the situation, damn, this is going to be completely different in the end. I'm good, thanks. Naruto smiled and stepped forward also, in that case, Ms. Hess, this is my eldest daughter, Annabeth. The blonde girl needed to push from her dad and gladly walked up to the new teacher with her hand extended. Hello Ms. Hess, it's nice to meet you. Hestia giggled and shook the girl's hand, clearly seeing Athena in her. I really do hope you teach our class. Athena gave a small smile at the image on the screen, even at her young age, her daughter already had the confidence of an intelligent young woman. Well, we don't want to keep you here all day, Naruto smiled and shook the teacher's hand again. It's very nice to meet you Ms. Hess, well see you again tomorrow. Yes, have a good day Mr. Namikaze, Sally. Hestia smiled and winked at the children, and I hope to see you all in class. Bye, cried out Lacey with a large grin. Bye, Ms. Hess. Aphrodite, having decided to put her thoughts to the side for now and focus on the book, kissed her little girl on the cheek and pulled her close. I should have watched Lacey more when she was younger, she is just so cute. But bye. As the group walked on into the distance, Hestia sighed and closed her eyes. The entire situation had changed entirely, not only were Athena and Aphrodite's daughters attending her school, but her younger brother, Poseidon's son was also present. Why I am even surprised. At least him not as bad as Mr. Mile High Club over there. Poseidon pointed at Zeus and gave his older sister a look, as if he was whining. Zeus glared at the Lord of the Seas and crossed his arms, he wanted to get back at his brother, but not when his wife was glaring at him. He wanted to get laid tonight, and the last thing he needed was for his beautiful wife to kick him out of the bedroom again. Hestia merely gave Poseidon a stare, making him turn away sheepishly. Older sister. Aelia was about to read on, but just like before, a bright light appeared in the middle of the room. Everyone looked away and wondered what was happening, but instead of more books, a humanoid figure was revealed as the light died down. All the demigods and hunters stared at the figure, but didn't recognize who they were, though they realized that it was a woman. Aelia, Percy and Nico couldn't help but feel warm and cozy when the woman looked over at them. Her eyes were loving and affectionate. She was also incredibly beautiful, perhaps just as beautiful as Hera or Aphrodite. She was unlike any goddess they had seen before, her aura felt different and she seemed extremely powerful, even more so than Hera, Hestia and Demeter. Mother. Her identity was soon clear when all 6 original Olympians stood from their thrones and sped over to the woman, all with smiles on their faces. Demeter was the first to the woman and gave her a tight hug, with Hera and Hestia mirroring her actions soon after. Even the big 3 looked affectionate and excited. Zeus' smile was larger than the demigods had ever seen him smile. I've missed you, my little babies. Mother Ray lovingly hugged her children and gently kissed each of them on the forehead or cheek. It was a little odd for the demigods to see the almighty Olympians act more like children than gods in front of their mother. It was even odder to see all the second-generation Olympians stand and bow to the mother of the gods. Grandmother. Aphrodite was the only one who simply stood and casually winked at Ray. About time you came to join us, Ray. The Titaness smiled back at the goddess of love. Yes, the fates have contacted me as well and told me to come here. Apparently I play a part in whatever story you are reading and should be here to listen to it. Zeus snapped his fingers and an additional throne appeared between his and Poseidon's. Have a seat mother, we will continue the book. Ray nodded and patted her youngest son's arm. I will, but the throne must wait. The mother of the gods smiled at all her grandchildren and great-grandchildren sitting in the couches and walked over to them. I want to spend some time with my little grandbabies and great-grandbabies first. All the demigods felt a little nervous when the almighty Titaness walked up to them, but her warm and loving aura quickly eased their nerves. I've wanted to meet you all for so long. Aelia smiled at her grandmother as she sat down between her and some hunters. It's nice to meet you, grandmother. Ray smiled and patted Thalia's head. Well, I know about all of you, I often watch over Artie's hunt and Camp Half-Blood. The demigods felt very cozy around Ray and all smiled at her, even Nico. But enough about me, please read on, my dear. Alia nodded and continued the chapter. Located on 5th Avenue, Manhattan, New York, overlooking the vast Central Park, were series of high-end apartment buildings. The tallest one was right at the center. It was decorated with various Greek white statues along its outer walls and had beams of light casting colorful shades on its various pillars. And at the very top the penthouse lived one of the most important beings in all of existence. Without her, none of the current Olympians would even exist, and mankind would likely be as it were in the Stone Age. Vera smiled over at her mother, perfect timing mother. Ray smiled back and gave a nod, recognizing her own address. She was quite surprised when the fates sent her a message, telling her to visit Olympus to read a book. It was intriguing to know that there was another dimension and they could learn about them. Needless to say, when the fates had mentioned the words parental bonding, Ray decided to join in. Like Hestia, Ray yearned for her family to be closer. Mom, I'm home. Mother Ray, the mother of the older Olympians and retired queen of the universe. Known as the Titan of beauty and motherhood, Ray was stunningly beautiful with warm and loving eyes. She was all three of her daughters put together, with only their positive factors. She was as sweet and loving as Hestia, as passionate as Demeter, and was as beautiful as Hera. Everyone in the room had to agree on that statement. Mother Ray was perfect. It was unfortunate that she had to marry such a psychotic asshole. And above all, she was her children's most precious and important person. From Hades to Zeus, all of them loved their mother unconditionally. Love you all, too. The Olympians all smiled back at their mother, the most important person in their lives. Ray, with her luscious blonde hair styled into an intricate braid, dressed in an elegant white dress that displayed her stunning beauty and womanly figure, stepped out to greet her favorite daughter with a smile. How was your first day at work, dear? Hestia rolled her eyes playfully at her mother's teasing and quickly wrapped her arms around hers. It was quite fun. All the kids are adorable and well behaved, especially little Lacey. The godly mother and daughter stepped into their living room. I met Annabeth as well, and as you would expect, she's like a little Athena. Ray looked over at the daughter of Athena, for whom she had heard about a lot, one of the saviors of Olympus, and a brilliant young woman whose intellect and bravery were only matched by her beauty. So far Ray had to agree with the rumors she had heard, but besides the girl's appearance and intelligence, she didn't seem like a daughter of Athena. She looked far too happy snuggling with the son of Poseidon. Ray smiled. It was nice to see that old feuds didn't ruin new bonds. Ray smiled. I still find it funny that those two found love in the same mortal. Ares scoffed. I know, right? Apollo nodded at his brother's words. Yeah, who would have thought that one of Dite's pretty boys would also be one of Athena's crazy smart mortals? As I said before. The perfect package. Exclaimed the love goddess with a grin. Mr. Namicus is quite handsome, so Hess bound to attract Aphrodite. Athena had told us that Hess also very smart when it comes to warfare, though I have no idea how he would have such knowledge. If he is such a good man, perhaps you would feel something for him. Barry gave a small laugh, still trying to find Hestia husband, mother. Hestia sighed as Ray perked up. You bet I am. I want all my babies to have a good family, especially your sister since she's the goddess of family. The mother of the gods looked over at her eldest who was tending the hearth, no to mention that she'd be an amazing mother. Even I have to agree with that, Aunt Hestia. Artemis smiled at the kind goddess. Growing up with your home-cooked meals would be amazing. Hestia merely smiled at her family before focusing on her mother. I'm quite happy now, mother. Hestia rolled her eyes again and smiled at her mom. Very funny, mom. The mother and daughter sat down on their couches with Clash of the Titans playing on the TV. To Ray, that movie was almost a comedy. Saying her eldest son used a part of his flesh to create a creature known as the Kraken certainly was an interesting concept and utterly hilarious. Yeah, not one of your best work, Apollo, said the Lord of the Underworld. The sun god shrugged. The audience wants new twists. And if there was one thing Ray thought should stop, it would be to stop giving past heroes bigger egos. Perseus only slayed Medusa and certainly did not kill an apocalyptic monster that was reserved for someone else. Who is it reserved for? Asked Percy, not knowing which hero his grandmother was talking about. Ray actually looked surprised. I have no idea what my counterpart meant. Athena narrowed her eyes and crossed her arms. That is the first misalignment between our worlds. Well, there is some bad news. Ray raised an eyebrow. What is it? Hestia sighed and leaned back fully on the couch. I met a student today, a friend of Annabeth. I think he has very peculiar green eyes. Ray sighed. She already knew what was coming next. The same shade as Poseidon's. His name is Percy. You told on me, sister. Cried Poseidon, a little hurt his nicest sister and former crush would say such a thing. Hestia smiled sheepishly. Sorry brother, but it is important. Percy felt a little awkward and could only wonder what his grandmother would do to his father. Their brothers are always like this. The big three fidgeted in their thrones, avoiding the stern look their mother was giving them. All three of the wives Hera, Amphitrite and Persephone teamed up wouldn't be as frightening as their mother alone. He broke his oath and now There's a half-blood who can fulfill the prophecy. Hestia rubbed her temples and pursed her lips. If Hades finds out then young Percy may end up like young Thalia. He better not, brother. Poseidon muttered as he stared at his older brother. The lord of the underworld scoffed, you did nothing to me so he'll do nothing to your son, you should be more worried of Mr. Zap happy over there. Zeus glared at his brothers, enough, this argument ended with the end of the great prophecy. Thalia, Nico and Percy looked at one another, all relieved that their lives were no longer targeted by the gods for the most part. Being the children of the big three really came with its own problems. Ray sighed once more before she stood up and grabbed her daughter's hand. Well, no sense mulling over it by ourselves, I made us dinner. Not only did Hestia inherit her warm and sweet personality from her mother, she also inherited her skills in cooking. Both their food would have the same homemade taste that all children and most adults would love. All Hestia's nieces and nephews loved her food, especially Artemis and Persephone. The last time Hestia made her famous shepherd's pie, the two young goddesses polished off at least 10 servings. Artemis licked her lips, you should make some of that later as well, Aunt Hestia. Hestia giggled and nodded at her little niece, making the huntress grin. Great. It was even better than their usual family dinners since this time Persephone would be there to eat her portion. Her sister really needed to watch how much she ate, she might need more exercise. I made your favorite today, Tia. Hestia smiled at the sight of sweet potato mash, fresh Greek salad and crispy calamari. Thanks mom, you're the best. That sounds good, too. Demeter smiled at her mother, hey mom, you're coming later to our girls' night, right? Ray laughed, yes, and it'll help Hestia cook dinner tonight. Yes. Aphrodite grinned and licked her lips, this is going to be great. I really can't wait, mumbled Artemis with a smile. Please continue reading, my lieutenant. At the point, all the male gods and the demigods felt a little jealous. To have both Mother Ray and Lady Hestia cooking at the same time sounded too good to be true. I know how to take care of my little girl, Ray chuckled as she poured 2 glasses of wine, even though you're all tens of thousands of years old, you'll always be my little babies. She sat down next to Hestia at their 16-seat dinner table of white marble and snapped her fingers. And I also know how to punish my babies. A pale blue glow emanated from her fingers and soon formed into a trident. Poseidon paled as his brother smirked, hoping to see some seriously punishment. Hestia filled her plate before she looked over at her mother. You're calling him now? Yep. She replied with a smirk. In less than 10 seconds, a rush of water suddenly appeared in the middle of the dining room and it collected into a humanoid figure. Soon, Poseidon, Earthshaker, king of Atlantis and god of the seas, wearing his usual Birkenstocks, khaki shorts and a brightly colored Hawaiian shirt. He smiled at his mother and quickly stepped forward. Hey mom, how are YHHH? The god of the seas jumped back at the sight of the calamari, you cooked my people. Poseidon groaned and palmed his face as almost everyone laughed at him, none louder than Zeus. It was a legitimate fear, it was gross for him to see seafood. Those mortals should be glad that he doesn't just wipe them all out with a giant tidal wave. Percy also looked a little green, I agree with dad, seafood is so wrong. Annabeth giggled and kissed his cheek, seaweed brain. Hestia giggled in her seat and decided to not eat her calamari while her brother was here. Sit down, little brother. I think he'll stand, replied Poseidon with a sheepish grin, he didn't want to be near his deep-fried people. Sit down. Yes mother. Mama's boy, just like your son. Poseidon glared at Zeus and almost blasted him with a gush of water, should you be talking, little Sparky. The Lord of the Sky glowered at his brother, mom doesn't call me that anymore. Everyone tried to hide their laughter, but when Ray started laughing, it just let loose. Just the thought of the mighty Zeus being called little Sparky by his mother was too much. Even Hera was laughing, but she did reach over to hold her husband's hand, trying to make him feel better. It took Thalia a full minute to stop laughing at her father. Ray dipped her calamari in some tzatziki sauce and popped it in her mouth, making her son wince. She stared into his green eyes, watching in silent amusement as he started to sweat. He may be not as scared of her as Zeus, but Ray still prided herself in her influence over him. Hades smirked and wanted to say. Both of you are mama's boys, but he refrained himself. The last thing he needed was for his own pet name to come out, Moonpie was a name he would forever bury in Tartarus. But nothing was stopping Poseidon. See? You shouldn't talk, Sparky. Zeus was glowing and was about to blast his brother, but figured it to be a bad idea when his mother was present. Why did you call me here, mother? Ray smiled, your sister met an interesting young boy today, she said as she continued to enjoy her calamari. His name is Percy, Poseidon winced again, would you happen to know him? Poseidon tried to think of a quick lie, but one look from his mother made him flinch. So before long, he just sighed. I'm sorry, mother, I didn't mean to. Poseidon sighed, I could never lie to mom, she is far too scary. Hestia stood and grabbed her plate, enjoy your dinner mom and good luck little brother. Demeter laughed, wow, you just ditched him, sister. Sorry little brother, but you're on your own this time. Poseidon sighed and looked over at his mother, who had an incredibly amused look on her face. He was praying to himself that she won't start teasing him later. And no, Hestia, don't leave. At least with Hestia around, Ray won't be as scary. Hestia giggled and waved before she vanished in a burst of flames, teleporting back to her room. Poseidon bit his lips as he turned back to his mother, sweating profusely at the stare she gave him. It made his wife's glare look tame and cute. Honestly, he would rather fight Hera and Demeter together than face his mother. Ray just smiled. I need to teach you girls more ways to deal with your brothers. Hera gleamed. Please do, mother. Zeus paled considerably at the thought. Ray smiled as she pushed the plate of calamari towards her second eldest son. Go on, dear, I made you dinner. The horror! Cried Poseidon. Mother, that is terrible. Hey, started Ray calmly, my calamari is delicious and all your siblings love them. Percy shivered and snuggled closer to Annabeth. If I ever do someone in the future to piss you off, please don't make me eat seafood. Annabeth laughed. Don't worry, it just make you cook seafood for me. Eat. Poseidon closed his eyes and slowly reached for the calamari, all the while wondering what kind of punishment did Zeus get for siring Thalia. In the sea god's mind, he hoped Ray made Zeus eat an eagle. You know, started Ray, which made Zeus pale slightly, I still haven't punished the two of you for breaking your oath. Mother, the great prophecy is over, stuttered out the king of the gods. Yes, but you both broke your vows. Ray shook her head disapprovingly. A few hundred years without me here, and both of you become such bad sons. Only my dear Moon Pie kept himself in check and didn't break his vow. It took a while for people to deduce who Moon Pie was, but it didn't take long. Mother! Cried Hades loudly, for the last time. Please don't call me that. Everyone was laughing at the Lord of the Underworld, even Nico. If Zeus' nickname was funny, Hades was hilarious. Just like usual, Hades felt that for some reason, he got punished when it was his brothers who did something wrong. Don't be like that, sweetie. Ray brushed her youngest son's cry off and turned to her other sons. Zeus, Poseidon, you are both coming to my home tomorrow night and we're all going to have a nice dinner. Don't worry, it'll make your favorite foods. Scary, muttered many of the demigods at once. I love steak. Exclaimed Lacey as she cut into her New York strip and chomped on a large piece and mashed potato. Nice, we're back to Naruto and the girls. Cried Aphrodite. Bruce shook her head at her sister. Really, Lacey? Eating steak and potatoes? Hey, I have the quota for it. Annabeth giggled at her little sister and nodded along. They're really good, but I'm waiting for the ice cream and sticky pudding. Lacey's eyes twinkled, like any daughter of Aphrodite would when she heard the words ice cream, and lit up like a Christmas tree. Dad also bought some sweetened popcorn for later. Annabeth's eyes sparkled, apparently her other self liked the same food she liked. Apollo rubbed his belly. This chapter keeps talking about food, it's making me hungry. Hermes nodded along, same. I love you, Daddy. Naruto, who had already finished his steak, chuckled as he knelt next to the stack of DVDs they had beside the TV. I love you too, princess. It was the first time Ray saw Naruto, and she nodded approvingly, so Hess the man both Athena and Aphrodite fell in love with. Yep. Answered the goddess of love, isn't he gorgeous? The other Athena, grandmother. Ray looked at her wise granddaughter with a smile. I know, sweetie. The father was looking through their selection of movies. He bought a new stack of Disney and Pixar movies a few weeks ago, and they never got around to watching most of them. But when the girls weren't looking, Naruto quickly threw away some of them, every one that were about mother-daughter bonds. He didn't want his girls to feel awkward or sad. Annabeth and Lacey were a little surprised, both wondering if they would be upset about it. Oh, that's so sweet of him. Aphrodite pulled Lacey closer and kissed her head again. He also hid some of the more romantic ones. He didn't want his princesses to start dating too soon. Any date before turning 18 was out of the question. Boo. It's not a bad policy, Aphrodite. Athena looked over at her daughter, who was still snuggling with Percy. Perhaps I should demand such a policy for my children as well. Percy and Annabeth looked a little nervous under Athena's gaze, but Aphrodite spoke up. Don't you dare mess with Perkabeth, it took them forever to get together and they are my favorite couple at the moment. Perkabeth? Though many with a roll of their eyes. Athena crossed her arms with a small huff. Damn sea spawn. Any boy who would challenge his rule would end up like Ms. Turner. Travis grinned. The other you is going to have trouble asking Annabeth out. Percy, for the first time, was a little glad that Naruto wasn't Annabeth's dad in their world. A scary father-in-law wasn't something he'd do well against. Can we watch How to Train Your Dragon again? Annabeth rolled her eyes. Come on, we've seen that so many times. So what, it's a good movie. Lacey pointed at her sister and glared. You've made us watch Night in the Museum 100 times anyway. Girls, said Naruto sternly, giving both his girls a look. No fighting. Annabeth crossed her arms. How about we watch 101 Dalmatians? Fine, Lacey muttered. Hestia, Hera and Ray smiled at the scene. It was beautiful family bonding. Naruto smiled. That's my good girls. The blonde stretched his back and walked back into the kitchen. Now both of you bring your finished plates to the counter and go find the DVD, he'll get the dessert ready and get the popcorn. Annabeth and Lacey smiled and quickly placed their plates beside the sink. Okay, thanks Dad. Lacey hugged her dad's legs and smiled up at him, you're the best, Daddy. Naruto chuckled and playfully rubbed Lacey's hair. Yep, I'm the best. Aphrodite grinned, he really is. Olympus Aphrodite Temple. Oh, it's me again. No. Cried the goddess of love angrily with her glare on full blast. I will never do that. What the hell is wrong with you, Athena? And you're really pissed, muttered Apollo, pissed at Athena. Athena was intrigued, she had never really gone out of her way to visit the pink monstrosity that Aphrodite called home. It must have something to do with Naruto. Athena would rarely visit the temples of other gods and goddesses, except for meeting with Hestia at the main hearth, and she would never really want to visit Aphrodite's temple, in other words, an oversized pink dollhouse with far too much perfume in the air. She had tried to convince herself to let it go, but just like the past 10,000 years, her rational side won. I like it, it looks like a gigantic version of our cabin, chirped Lacey with a smile with Drew nodding in agreement. My girls understand me the best. Calm down, Aphrodite. Athena sighed and rubbed her temples. Just hear me out. Aphrodite flared her power, which Athena thought was surprisingly powerful. How can you of all people ask me to do something so stupid? She walked up to the wisdom goddess and glared at her. You were the one who fell for Naruto first and were angry at me for taking him, and you think Hess a great father for Annabeth, with all that I actually thought you still had feelings for him. Demeter smiled, Athena has feelings for Man. Athena merely rolled her eyes. I do, Aphrodite, but this is for his own good. Athena leveled her gray eyes at the other goddess, flaring her own power. It is also for the benefit of the girls, you know they need a mother figure in her life. No, I will not pair him with some mortal woman. What? Cried the goddess of love. I can't believe you would even think of asking me to do something like that. It is the most logical thing to do, we can't be a proper full-time mother for the girls, and a normal woman could. Athena crossed her arms and barred her power-filled gray eyes at Aphrodite. A stepmother may not be as good as a real mother, but at least the girls would have a mother figure in their lives. Annabeth bit her lips, stepmothers are terrible. Nothing can replace a real mother, and those mortal women will never understand a demigoddess. Aphrodite shook her head, get real, Athena, what would you do when the stepmother has a child of her own with Naruto? Do you think she'd still care for the girls, especially since they attract monsters to attack them? Athena almost frowned. Aphrodite had just described Annabeth's situation with Frederick. We can watch over the girls and guide them from afar. I maintain that the benefits of having a mother in their lives outweigh the detriments. Aphrodite scoffed and pulled Lacey in her arms, you're in denial, and I will never let some other human woman boss my little girl around. Ray smiled at Aphrodite's words. Thalia agreed more with Aphrodite since she knew of Annabeth's stepmother, but decided to just read on. Why not? Asked Athena. Surely you don't think you can actually go back down and be with him, do you? Aphrodite recoiled, clearly not used to arguing with the smartest being on Olympus. Even if you manage to explain everything to Naruto and he falls in love with you again, do you know what Ares and Hephaestus do to him? Oh, it'd rip that little man apart. Hermes scoffed at his brother and risk having Aphrodite and Athena kill you together. Shut up. Athena gave her brother a stern and intimidating look, rest assured, Ares, the other me will destroy the other you if you harm Naruto. Ares shivered at the expression and power of Athena, there is no way you can outsmart or overpower me, and if Aphrodite does join me, you will have no chance. Aphrodite smirked, for once I agree with Owlhead. Ares crossed his arms and looked away. As much as he wanted to rip that human apart, he didn't want it enough to go to Tartarus. Well, I'm sure they won. Be realistic, Aphrodite, we've already affected his life enough, we should just find a suitable woman for him and have him live a happy and normal life. Athena sighed at Aphrodite's crestfallen expression and the sadness in her eyes. I know you love him, perhaps even more so than your other lovers, but this is the best we can offer him. But we don't have a choice. Athena placed a comforting hand on the love goddess' shoulder and closed her eyes. There are many good women around him we could pair him with. Athena, Aphrodite. The two goddesses' eyes widened at the familiar voice of the man they were currently discussing. And Naruto. Muttered Aphrodite. What's this? Athena smiled softly and crossed her arms. Hess praying to us. Athena and Aphrodite both sat up taller and looked over at Thalia, who paused for a second when she read those lines. This would be first time they would see interactions between Naruto and the two goddesses. In the decade that Naruto had spent with his daughters, he had never really prayed to their mothers. They had each told him that if he wanted to speak with them, he could pray to them. He had wanted to pray many times, perhaps it was nervousness or fear, but he had never actually prayed. A long time had passed, but deep inside his heart, he knew that he still had feelings for them. Athena, the brilliant and confident woman who challenged and attracted him at an intellectual level, and Aphrodite, the most passionate, loving and beautiful woman he had ever laid eyes on. Athena and Aphrodite both stared at the plasma screen, at Naruto who was deep in thought. The goddess of love felt her heart flutter at how Naruto described her, feeling loved and cherished much more than she felt with Ares. Even Athena, who looked calm and collected, couldn't help but have a hint of redness on her cheeks, feeling quite attracted to Naruto, a man she had never even met. It was quite surreal. "Just look at that face," muttered Demeter, "he looks like he really misses the both of you." Lacey smiled, "I'm pretty sure he does." Annabeth nodded in agreement, "Yeah, I know he does." It was not hard to believe their statuses as goddesses, they were just that glorious and beautiful. Ray smiled and winked at the two goddesses, "He is really sweet." But after many hours of thinking, he wanted to speak with them. He wanted to know if they knew how beautiful and wonderful their daughters had become. Annabeth and Lacey couldn't help but smile. Naruto was really proud of them. "Athena, Aphrodite," he said as he knelt by the side of his bed, his finger laced together. He knew that it was the wrong religion, but it was the only posture he could think of for praying. He had thought of many things to say, but none were coming at the moment. He opened his mouth, but no sounds came out. He helplessly looked around before his eyes focused on a picture on his nightstand. It was a simple photo. It was him holding on to Annabeth's hand. It was a few years ago, and her height only reached his waist and Lacey sitting in his arms, still basically a toddler. The picture was shown on the screen, making tears well in Annabeth's and Lacey's eyes again. They all looked so happy in the picture, much happier than they ever had been at that age. But the soft smile, he found his words. "Thank you." Unknown to him, the two goddesses heard him perfectly and were surprised at his words. "Annabeth and Lacey are the greatest things that ever happened to me." He rose to his feet and grabbed the picture. "Thank you for giving me my little princesses." He lay on his bed and held the picture above his face, smiling at how happy his daughter looked. "They are perfect." Percy pulled Annabeth into a hug when he saw a lone tear escape his girlfriend's eye, kissing her softly and rubbed her shoulders. The son of Poseidon was seriously thinking about giving Frederick Chase a talking to. His girlfriend deserved a much better father. One thing Percy was sure of was that if he ever had any children with Annabeth, he would be the best father he could possibly be, just like Naruto in the book. "It's okay, wise girl." Annabeth sniffed and nodded against Percy's chest. "I'm okay, I'm just a little jealous, that's all." Athena frowned at the sight of her emotional daughter. She had to admit that Naruto was a far better than Frederick, and she was a little angry at the father of her daughter. For Annabeth to run away at the age of 7, it must indicate something about her home. Athena had half a mind to smite the woman who neglected her daughter and send her to her uncle for the fields of punishment. "Uncle Hades," started Athena, "I might be sending you someone later." Hades looked at his niece and almost shivered at the cold look in her eyes, noted, niece. Many beings, gods and demigods, all shivered at the expression on Athena's face. Out of all the Olympians, Athena was perhaps the worst goddess to anger. Lacey was in a similar state as she snuggled into her mother's chest, relishing in her warmth. It felt good to have a father who appreciated her and loved her, one who would pray to the goddesses and thank them for his perfect daughters. If only her dad would be half as good as Naruto. Aphrodite kissed Lacey before looking up at Hades. "I probably will as well." She gritted her perfect teeth and furrowed her brows. "Make sure to treat this one with creativity, Hades." Hades raised an eyebrow at the goddess of love. "I'll be sure to." Olympus Aphrodite Temple. "Oh," Naruto. Aphrodite smiled fondly at the voice of her lover as she sat down on her sofa in a daze. "You're so sweet." Athena sat next to the love goddess and smiled along. "He really loves the girls." Ray smiled and nodded in agreement. As the titiness of motherhood, she could appreciate good fathers when she would see one. She could hear the pride and love in the words in the book, and the image on the screen clearly showed the proud smile on the man's face. He was proud of his daughters, that was for sure. "I'm sorry I haven't prayed for so many years, I guess I was a little nervous about it." Naruto's voice rang true in the minds of Athena and Aphrodite. "But I still remember both of you very well." "Still as loud and playful as ever," chirped Aphrodite. "Just to get things out of the way." Athena, "I still read a lot, like you told me to do. I've read almost 100 books on Greek mythology. I guess it's not mythology, but yeah. Now I understand why you liked the owl cage so much when we went to the zoo, and why you didn't like the Poseidon's Adventure movie. They chose the wrong name. But in my opinion, you clearly won that competition. Olive trees are way cooler than horses." "He is really a smart man," said the goddess of warfare with a smile. "You got that right." Athena smiled at how cheerful Naruto sounded. It reminded her so much of her days with the blonde. She missed those days sometimes, and even more so at the moment. "I wonder what the two of you even do?" asked Demeter as she rested on her arm. "Have a nice date at the library, transcribing ancient text." Athena rolled her eyes. "I'm sure it is fun." Aphrodite, "I made sure to import all kinds of candy from France, and they are very demanded at the store, but Lacey usually cleans them out." I am still using the same haircut you made me get all those years ago. It attracts a little too much attention from the single moms at my daughter's schools, but I guess that just proves that you were right. Of course I'm right, you're absolutely gorgeous. Aphrodite laughed as she rubbed her face against Lacey's hair, utterly gorgeous, one of the best looking men I have ever seen. Anyway, I just wanted to check in and tell you both how great our little girls turned out. Oh, I'm sure you both will love your daughters so much. Annabeth already loves architecture and beats me at chess. I bet she'll give you a run for your money soon, Athena. The wisdom goddess smiled and nodded fondly. Percy played with Annabeth's blonde princess curls and smiled when he saw her smile. Lacey, on the other hand, acts a little too much like you, Aphrodite. She eats way too much candy and jumps and skips around when she has too much sugar. But no matter what, I will allow no boys to date her before she's 18. I have a shotgun ready to enforce that rule. Aw, that's no fun, Naruto. I guess the boys in that dimension will be disappointed, said Aphrodite as Lacey smiled into her mother's dress. One of my most beautiful daughters isn't going to be available for a while. Lacey snuggled deeper against her mother, smiling softly. Anyway, I make sure they eat right, take a bath every day, brush their teeth morning and night, and go to sleep on time. Both of them have good friends at school, and they have good grades, especially Annabeth, who gets straight A's almost every term. Era smiled fondly and nodded, he really is a perfect example of a good father. I agree, said Ray with a smile much like her daughter's, he has the right priorities and isn't overly strict or stern. Athena smiled, I really hope to meet you if possible, Naruto. Athena and Aphrodite smiled fondly, missing Naruto more and more with each passing word. Funny thing. We just watched 101 Dalmatians, and now they want pets of their own. They don't want dogs, though, after that movie all they want are cats. I have no idea how watching a dog movie would make them want cats, but I can't understand everything. What do you two think, should I get them some pets? Of course. Get Lacey a little kitten. Annabeth would love one as well. I would love to have a kitten, whispered Annabeth with a tearful smile, holding onto Percy's hand tenderly. We can get one if you want. Annabeth kissed Percy's hand and nodded, sure, seaweed brain. Oh, right. Lacey's teacher turned out to be a monster. What? Aphrodite cried as she flared her power. Athena was very worried as well. It wasn't so bad, I managed to kill it with some luck, but I hope these attacks won't get worse. Athena was shocked, Naruto actually managed to kill a monster. That is truly a troubling fact, a mortal man managing to defeat an Impausai. Zeus crossed his arms and frowned, it shouldn't be possible, he shouldn't even be able to see past the mist. I think it has something to do with that nightmare he had in the first chapter, said Apollo. I can't find the weaknesses of monsters in the books I have, so if you can, please tell me an easy way of dealing with them. Anyway, I just wanted to catch up, wondering if you two ever think about me. Athena frowned and Aphrodite bit her lips as her heart stung. I think the other me would be thinking about this man day and night, thought Aphrodite with a soft smile. I promise I will speak with you two more from now on. He sighed and climbed under his covers. Good night, Lady Artemis must be busy now because the moon is very bright tonight. With a brief moment of silence, Naruto contemplated his words. Yeah, good night, Athena, Aphrodite. The two goddesses stared at Thalia, wondering how their counterparts would react. The two goddesses were silent as they looked at each other, both thinking pretty much the same thing. With so few words, Naruto had reminded them of the times they shared together, and it made them miss him more and more. Even Athena felt a little worse at the thought of matching him with another woman and almost decided to retract her request to Aphrodite. In the end, all she wanted was for Naruto to be happy, and he should have a woman in his life for that. I really doubt my counterpart would pair him with anyone else, if she is anything like me, it would never happen. Aphrodite sounded oddly serious and looked quite intimidating. If the other me really feels the way I think she does, she would rather break the rules than to pair Naruto with someone else, especially a mortal woman. Athena glanced over at the love goddess, that would not end well. Love is irrational and most people, especially me, would not have a care for consequences if it means being with the one I love. Aphrodite smiled, and I would understand more than anybody. I'm not going to pair him with a mortal woman, said Aphrodite softly and sternly. I will never do that, I will find a way to make him happy, but I'm not going to force him to love a random woman. She stood and started to walk away. There is nothing you can do that will change my mind. See? So you're saying that the other you would actually break the rules and go find him? Asked Artemis with some surprise. That's crazy. Not only me, said Aphrodite as she looked over at Athena. If I am right about the love between Naruto and the two of our counterparts, then I think Athena might go see him too. Everyone looked over at Athena, who was staring back at her. Not to stay, I don't think, but we'll be there to see him. We'll find out. Athena sighed and started to walk away herself, I know. She teleported back to her own temple and thought, but I want Naruto to be happy. Demeter hummed, I think Aphrodite might be right. Thalia sighed as she cleared her throat. Okay, that's chapter 3. Athena stood and walked over to Thalia, everyone watching her. Il read the next chapter. The wisdom goddess wanted to know what her other self would do, and she wanted to read it firsthand. Chapter 4. Athena sat down on the other side of Annabeth and held her hand, smiling, as her daughter rested her head on her shoulder. Love of family. Athena looked calm as she held the book casually in her hands, but she felt quite nervous inwardly. She knew better than anyone that her counterpart in the book felt something powerful for the blonde man, otherwise she wouldn't have acted so strangely. Searching through her memories, Athena had never once felt any sort of romantic affection for any man. The word romantic made her disgusted alone, but she wasn't sure about her counterpart. The goddess wanted to find out for herself, so she quickly started to read. Olympus, Temple of Hera. The queen down from her throne, paying closer attention now that she's mentioned in the story, she had begun to wonder if she would even be mentioned. As the queen of Olympus, Hera had the second largest temple on Olympus. Although she would usually stay in the temple of Zeus to be close to her husband, she would still return to her own place on occasion. Decorated with statues of peacocks and staffs of lotus flowers, the gargantuan structure marked her greatness and divinity. Its widespread hallways would be constantly used by the hundreds of handmaidens of the queen, all of them carrying trays of offerings and sacrifices of mortals to show the goddess. Zeus eyed, just wait until June, your temple will be flooded with things again. He shook his head, even our bedroom were filled with damn teddy bears and dolls. Hera rolled her eyes at her husband, it's of no consequence, I usually stay over at your temple anyway. Yes, but I prefer our other mattress sometimes. Then, located at the epicenter of the temple, was Hera's sacred bath, a pool of the most sacred water in the universe, and the very definition of purity. Hera smiled and nodded, in full agreement to that statement, there was nothing more pure than her bath. Hera would take one sacred bath every year to celebrate her marriage to Zeus. It was perhaps the most sacred cradle of feminine grace in existence. Zeus grinned to himself and crossed his arms. The one thing he liked about June was that he would get to take Hera's maidenhood again. He could tolerate the teddy bears and dolls if it meant he could take his wife's first time again. Even after eons his wife still felt amazing, especially if she was a virgin. The one thing I love about June, he muttered softly so only Hera could hear him, which made her smile softly and gave him a wink. Many of the other gods inwardly cursed Zeus. No matter how terrible a husband he would be to Hera, she would always love him and remain loyal to him. There was no chance that she would ever be with another person, ever. That lord of the sky was truly a lucky bastard. Sorry, but no, said the queen of Olympus without hesitation. With her pretty hands clasped together, Aphrodite pouted at the queen. Please, Hera, her charm speak was on full blast, which would probably work very well on all the male gods, but not nearly as effective on the most powerful goddess. It's not June and you won't need it until next year, just let me use it this one time. Holy, US. Cried Apollo. That is one lucky bastard. Artemis crossed her arms and gave Aphrodite a look, you're really acting weird in the book. Athena tore her eyes from the page and stared at Aphrodite, along with almost everyone in the council chamber. The goddess of wisdom was seriously getting annoyed at the goddess of love. If the other Aphrodite kept messing around with Naruto's life, something terrible would happen to him. Any mortal who would capture her heart would be killed by Ares. If Naruto was killed then the other Athena wouldn't get to figure out her feelings, and that didn't sit well with Athena. Are you seriously going to ask what I think you're going to ask? Muttered Hera as she looked over at the one goddess more beautiful than her. Aphrodite remained rather stoic and crossed her arms, not me, my counterpart. Good, cause I will never allow it. The queen sighed as she continued to water her lotuses. The sacred bath is only for me and my marriage to Zeus. Exactly, said Hera with a nod. Lucky bastard, muttered Poseidon as he gave his younger brother a glare, which only made Zeus smirk victoriously. She looked back at the most beautiful goddess and gave her a stern look. I'm sure whatever escapade you plan to do with either of my sons is none of my business, but neither of them would care about you taking this bath. Aphrodite looked over at Ares and Hephaestus and scoffed at their looks, don't even bother thinking about it, it is never going to happen to either of you. Lacey felt very uncomfortable hearing her mother talk about her sex life with her being so close to her, but was happy that her other's dad was so special to her mom's counterpart. It's not Ares or Hephaestus. Aphrodite glared at the queen and flared some of her power. Neither of your stupid sons deserve something like this. I didn't use those exact words, but they do sum it up. Ares grumbled as Hephaestus just ignored his wife, but Artemis actually gave Aphrodite an approving nod. It was about time the love goddess ended thing with Ares. As much as she didn't like Aphrodite, Artemis knew that she could do far better than with her stupid warmonger of a brother. Hera would have been angry, but after so many years of dealing with her disappointing sons, she was more curious than angry. Mom, what the hell? Exclaimed Ares. Hera just ignored him along with everyone else in the room, though she did give Hephaestus a small look, hoping to say that she liked him more than Ares. She looked back at Aphrodite with one eyebrow raised. In the millennia she had known the bubbly goddess of love, she had never seen her act so angrily so quickly. She would usually just nag at someone until she got what she wanted, but never would she flare her power and glare. Needless to say the queen was interested. I guess that's true, I've never really seen you angry before. Apollo and Hermes shivered, I haven't either, but I don't think I want to. Aphrodite only smirked. Then who is it? Athena sighed and glared at Aphrodite before she continued. Aphrodite calmed and slowly approached Hera, I really need your help with this. Her hands gently held onto the queen's arm as she led them over to a long couch. I've never felt like this before. Aphrodite was glad Athena continued to read and didn't stop to look at her. For once the love goddess didn't want any attention and wanted to keep to herself. Seeing her own counterpart act so out of norm was a little disconcerting and maybe even a little scary. It didn't ever seem possible that she could love one mortal man more than she did Ares or Adonis, but her other proved that it was possible. She could only wonder what kind of love her mother felt for Naruto. She knew she had never felt something so powerful, and she would want to find out how it would feel to be so deeply captured and ensnared. Hera sat down with the younger goddess and pursed her lips. I assume you are talking about some man you love. Aphrodite nodded and bit her lips. I am the embodiment of love and lust, and I have been in love thousands of times before, but I've never felt like this before. She placed her hands on her lap and looked down at them with a sigh. Even with Ares and Adonis, I've never felt so warm. Hera was genuinely surprised at what she was hearing and just remained silent. Out of all the fathers of my children, he is the best, ever. I could feel the love he has for my little Lacey and it's incredible. I can say that it rivals the love Lady Ray has for all of you. Demeter looked over at Aphrodite, wow, I don't think I've ever heard you speak with such a genuine tone. Aphrodite merely closed her eyes and ignored everyone, hoping that Athena would continue quickly. Though, Ray did smile as she heard the last line, she was happy that the man could love his children so strongly. Hera smiled, I'm happy that such fathers exist. Indeed, especially fathers of demigods, said Artemis with an approving nod. Aphrodite smiled back. Most of the fathers of my children and the fathers of the other goddess children would feel burdened to some degree, but he didn't. When I dropped the baby off to him he just smiled at me and held onto the bundle like it was the most precious thing in the world. Lacey smiled softly and sighed, if only that were true in this dimension. Hera smiled at the warm smile on her fellow goddess face, one she was not used to seeing. And when I watch him playing with his daughters, I just get this warm feeling in my heart and it makes me want to go and be with him. Hera smiled, I understand the situation now. What do you mean? Asked Aphrodite. You'll see, I'm sure my other will explain everything. Wow, Hera whispered with a soft smile. I think for the first time in your immortal life, you have felt the love of a family, the kind of love a wife would feel for her husband. What? Hera smiled at her and nodded silently. Aphrodite could have had a million guesses, and she would have never guessed right. Maybe it was because of her marriage to Hephaestus, but she never had any faith in marriage, despite how Hera would drone on about its sanctity and purity. She saw it as a restriction to her universal love, it was shackles that oppressed the spreading of love and would isolate her powers. But if the love a wife had for a husband would really be so different from her usual norm, then maybe she would give it a small chance. Athena also looked highly intrigued and continued to read. The queen knew perfectly that her crippled son could never give Aphrodite such strong emotions, and neither could her disappointing warmonger of a son. Ares growled as Hephaestus coughed. This is a part of my domain, so it's no surprise that you've never felt it before. The love of a married couple with children is completely different from your usual love between two people. To be able to see the man you love adore and take care of the product of your relationship with him is the most precious form of love. Hera smiled at her counterpart's explanation, I couldn't have said that any better. As much as Annabeth disliked the queen of the gods, she couldn't help but agree with her words. The thought of loving Percy had always been warm and appealing to her, but when she would add the sweet father and loving husband factors into the equation, it would become amplified. At that moment, she couldn't help but imagine a small blonde-haired girl with Percy's beautiful green eyes. Hera gave a soft chuckle and placed a soft hand on the younger goddess' face. This form of love is the one I have yearned for ever since I was a young goddess, and you are very lucky to have found it so easily. I can assure you that none of the gods on Olympus could give you something like this. So true, muttered Hera, making Zeus feel a pang of guilt and pain in his heart as all the other male gods felt their ego shrink. Ray smiled, I think Aeneas and Tethys is the only couple who has something like that. Hera smiled as she thought about her surrogate parents, yes, definitely. Aphrodite was staring at Hera with widened eyes with her lips parted, a family. She had thought about it before the day she married Hephaestus, but that had been a bitter disappointment. There was a moment she thought she had felt something akin to it the day Eros was born, but when Ares didn't even show himself during the birthing, she knew it wasn't it. It was surprising and slightly horrifying to realize that none of her previous lovers had been good fathers. Her others thought were really hitting Aphrodite hard. Everything word of her others thought coming from Athena's voice had been correct. She never felt anything for Hephaestus, and Ares was more of a sexual and lust kind of deal. The god of war had always been a terrible father, much less a husband. It was indeed horrifying that none of the fathers of her children had been good. She couldn't help but pull Drew and Lacey closer, feeling a little guilty that they had such pathetic fathers. This is something very precious, especially for us goddesses. Hera had seen many mortal couples with perfect little families and an amount of love that made her jealous. No mortals could act so lovingly when they know they could never die. That was the one thing the mortals had that the gods didn't. I don't see it very much in the mortal world and almost never for goddesses. Zeus made a mental note to do something romantic for his wife right after they finished the book. His guilt was seriously getting to him and he didn't want to see the disappointed and longing expression on his wife's face any longer. I understand what you're saying, Aphrodite whispered as she slowly looked up at the queen. I see many husbands and wives trying to preserve this kind of love and fail at the end. This kind of love can be very short-lived but is very strong. I can say that my marriage did not give me anything close to this and I've never really felt this kind of love. Until now, said Hera with a smile. Aphrodite was short of breath when she exhaled, the cold truth washed over her and she felt a little jealous of her other self. Even after thinking through the list of all her lovers, she couldn't name one that could give her such a love. Maybe Tristan could along with my little pipe, we could be a nice little family, but Hess not like this Naruto. That made Aphrodite's eyes widen again, but also made her smile. This is not lust or any physical attraction, continued Hera, this is the bond between a mother and a father, and the love between them is nurtured by their love for their child. This is the most basic and natural kind of love, but also one of the most rare, especially for us immortals. The queen chuckled and shook her head, honestly, you're the last person I would expect to have a love like this. They'll say, muttered the queen. For some reason, Athena paused as she gazed down at the book, as if she was wondering if she should read the next line, but she eventually decided to read on. Well, I don't think I'm the only one, Aphrodite whispered as she looked away. Athena feels the same way, I could feel it. Wow, I did not see that coming, said Apollo as Athena silenced him with one look. Aphrodite looked over at Athena, but not with playfulness or intent to tease. She had a concerned or confused expression on her pretty face, and the wisdom goddess was surprised. Perhaps the book was affecting Aphrodite just as much as it affected her. Hera smiled, I like this dimension. Demeter rolled her eyes at the goddess of family and home, of course you would. Wait a minute, said Hera with her hand rose, is this mortal the one you and Athena both had a child with? The one Demeter told me about. The love goddess sighed and nodded, yes, it is. Hera laughed a little and sighed with a smile. I guess you both desire the same kind of love, the love of family and the warm and secure feelings that come with it. You may have lots of experience with love and lust before, and Athena may firmly believe that the meeting of the mind is the purest form of love, but subconsciously, the notion of a functional and loving family is irresistible to both of you. Aphrodite pursed her lips, still deep in thought with her mind ablaze in confusion and confliction. This is not true. Hera only smiled at her stepdaughter, one of her more tolerable ones, and shook her head. You are smarter than that, Athena. The queen smirked, you should know that no one knows about these things more than me. Athena merely turned back to the book and continued. The queen smiled happily, I would know, this is my domain. Hera smirked. Aphrodite bit her lips and nodded. I believe you. Hera stood from her seat and returned to watering her lotuses, feel free to use my bath. Aphrodite looked up at her in shock, clearly surprised. Wow, you actually allowed her to use it, sister? Asked Demeter shocked. Hera shrugged, I guess the other me feels glad that Aphrodite finally felt such a kind of love. I can make this one exception, hopefully after this, the goddess of love will be more lenient towards the love lives between of husbands and wives. And I would like that too. The most beautiful woman stood and smiled. Don't worry, I definitely will. When are we going to buy our costumes, Daddy? Cried Lacey with a large pout on her face, making Naruto smile. I want to buy the pink princess dress with the tiara. Hestia smiled, we're back with the girls. Lacey smiled as well and nodded along, happy to see more of her other's life. She was already interested at the princess dress and tiara. Annabeth rolled her eyes and shook her head. You go as a princess every single year, Lace. She held onto her dad's hand and tried to drag him so he'd walk faster. Why don't you just use the same one as last year, you haven't grown that much. Annabeth smiled at the tone she imagined her other used, it was nice to see such casual attitude between real siblings. Even with Malcolm and her other siblings in the Athena cabin, Annabeth wouldn't act so casual. It was clear that her other and the other Lacey shared a traditional sibling relationship, crude insults and jibes all included. Lacey stuck her tongue out at her sister as she continued to tug at her daddy's hand. Shut up, Annie. She glared at Annabeth, but she looked more cute than threatening. You pick all the ugly costumes, so what do you know? I can totally see the Aphrodite and Athena clashing similarities here. Demeter conjured a bowl of popcorn and ate as she grinned. It was really fun to see her relatives and friends in such a different setting. "Shush girls," said Naruto sternly. "No fighting." It was mid-October, and the ever-popular Halloween was approaching. "Oh, that sounds so fun." Lacey grinned at her mother, dressing up for free candy. Aphrodite smiled at Lacey and kissed her forehead. Just like the last 2 years from when Lacey was old enough to want to dress up, the youngest Namika's daughter would constantly beg her daddy to go buy her costume. She went as a princess every year, and her dress would be pink every year, but she also wanted a new dress every year. Naruto didn't mind, Lacey was just acting like her mother. "That's right," chirped the goddess of love proudly. "We'll all go buy our costumes this weekend." "Yay," cried Lacey as she hugged her daddy's waist. "Thanks, daddy." Naruto kissed Lacey's head before he unlocked their house door and walked in. They had just returned from buying some groceries, and because they walked past a costume store, Lacey had begun firing her questions. Halloween was Lacey's favorite time of the year, even more so than Christmas and the New Year's Eve. Candy and chocolates were almost better than Christmas trees and fireworks. Zoo scoffed, "Yeah, anything is better than something that uses our winter solstice traditions and calling it the birth of some fake god." "What are you going as, Annabeth?" Annabeth grinned at her dad. "I want to go as Lady Liberty." "The Athena is very strong in this one," mused Hermes. Athena merely smirked, proud of it. Annabeth smiled her mother and rested her head on her shoulder again. Naruto chuckled and kissed her head. "That's perfect for you." "Hey!" exclaimed Lacey as she pointed at their living room. "What's that?" Naruto looked over and immediately grew suspicious. There was a cardboard box in the middle of their living room and it was closed. No one had a key to their house and he didn't order anything that would come in a box. He pushed his daughters behind his legs and walked to the box himself, wondering if he should just kick the box or something. But he was sure glad he didn't when he opened it. "Oh my gosh!" cried Lacey as loudly as she could when she saw the contents of the box. "It's so cute." The little girl gushed and nearly pushed her dad to the ground when she ran to the box and reached into it. She had shaky arms as she held a small kitten in her arms. Its fur was as white as snow and had solid black eyes that screamed innocent. It yawned in Lacey's arm and snuggled itself against her fluffy jacket, making her gush more and squeal. Lacey had stars in her eyes as she looked over at Drew. "We should get Kitty for our cabin." Drew smirked, "He'll think about it." Annabeth also had stars in her eyes when she saw another gray kitty in the box. She wasn't as excited as her little sister, but she also gave a light squeal as she held the gray cutie in her arms. It had the same eyes as her sister's kitty, but it looked smarter and didn't laze around in her arms and was looking around with great curiosity. Annabeth turned to her boyfriend and leaned against him. "We really should get a kitty." Percy kissed the top of her head with a smile. "Definitely. Thank you, Daddy." Lacey practically jumped into her daddy's arms and snuggled into him, all the while crying out thank you and thank you. "I love you, Daddy, you're the best daddy in the whole world." Aphrodite sighed with a small smile. "He really is." Lacey smiled at the scene, but looked up at her mother when she heard her tone of voice. Instead of being giddy and bubbly, her mother sounded a little sad and maybe even jealous. Annabeth also hugged her dad and smiled up at him. "Thanks, Dad, I had wondered if you would buy us some pets, but I didn't know you'd buy them for us so soon. I thought you'd wait until Christmas." Naruto chuckled nervously and nodded. "It's okay, girls. You've both been really good and deserve it." He had wondered if someone had sneaked into his house, but when he saw the small owl symbol drawn onto the bottom of the box, he knew. Apparently, his prayer to the mothers of his children had been answered. "Athena." The goddess looked at her father with a raised eyebrow. "Sending my children presents aren't against the rules." "Thank you, Athena, Aphrodite." Then his cell phone rang in his pocket. "Hello?" he said after he pulled away from his daughter's hugs, smiling at them as they ran off into their playing area with their kittens in their arms. "This is Naruto Namikaze." "Hello, Naruto." But calling him is. Annabeth was shocked at the notion of her mother calling her other's father. Athena had always been the most logical and rational goddess, and for her to break the rules and to drag on a relationship she had with a mortal was nothing like her at all. Maybe, just maybe, her other would have the complete family she had always wanted. Athena, knowing that her other was directing speaking with Naruto, read on quickly. Naruto flinched at the voice. It reminded him of his lectures back at university and him getting in trouble with his favorite professor. But at the same time, he felt extremely happy at hearing her voice again. It had been a very long time and he had wondered if he would ever hear from her again. To be honest to himself, he had expected to not ever hear from her again. Athena frowned at the shocked but crestfallen expression of Naruto on the screen. "Hey Athena." A soft chuckle came from the other side. "It's Ms. Olympia, Naruto. You and Hestia just make the best aliases," teased Demeter. Naruto couldn't help but laugh at the nostalgia and nodded. "Yes, Mom. And don't call me Mom." Athena gave a melodic laugh before she continued. "So I assume the girls like their little pets." "Like isn't the word," he replied with a smile as he turned around to look at his daughters. More like love or utterly adore. That's good, just from hearing the voice, Naruto could see the smile on the goddess' face. Aphrodite and I both chose the kittens personally. I know Annabeth would like the color gray, and Aphrodite insisted on the white for Lacey. Naruto felt emotional and rubbed his eyes. So you watch over Annabeth. Annabeth bit her lip, her eyes stinging with welling tears again, so she hugged Percy's arm and allowed him to pull her close. Of course I do, Naruto. Athena frowned and bit her lips. She is my daughter, Naruto. I love her and no matter where she is, I will watch over her. Athena smiled and nodded at Annabeth. Thank you. I need you to do something now. Naruto focused again at her words and made her to pay attention. Go to your bedroom, there is something for you as well. He wanted to ask more, but she spoke up again. Talk to you again soon, Naruto. The call was ended and Naruto felt his words die in his mouth. The other you is such a bitch. Cried Aphrodite. Athena glared at Aphrodite, just shut up, you dumb pile of foam. Regardless of what she said to get back at her rival, she did feel a little surprised that her other would act so heartlessly. But then he asked himself. What did he want to say? He didn't really know, but he wanted to say something that will keep Athena on the line. Perhaps she'd known and ended the call before he could say anything. I won't do that. After all, she had not spoken with him for such a long time. Perhaps she only cared for Annabeth and he was the channel she could use to reach her daughter. Naruto shook his head and closed his eyes, he didn't want to think about it. Athena bit her lip but then continued. He headed up to his room. Every step of the stairway to the second floor was tough. Naruto didn't know what to expect. He had read about the gifts from the gods in the mountains of books he had in his room, but he still had no idea what Athena left for him. Based on their past together, the one thing she would most likely give him was an essay assignment. His mind raced as he listed out the gifts he had read about in his books and pondered the possibility that it may be something affectionate. He knew it was less than probable, but perhaps Athena still thought about him in her immortal life and wanted to give him something to remind him of her. All these possibilities filled his mind, but they were all obliterated when he entered his room. Hello Naruto. Athena. The goddess didn't have a response for her father this time, but gave him a pleading look before reading on. Zeus was a big marshmallow when it came to Athena. It was her, still as stunning and brilliant as ever. She was wearing something fitting of her stature as a goddess, a pure white chiton with golden linings. Her feet were bare and there were golden strands decorated in her beautiful black tresses. She smiled at him with more affection than he had ever seen from her, her grey eyes danced with joy and slight amusement. She looked perfect. Athena couldn't help but blush, making Demeter and Ray smiled and Hera smirk. Naruto's eyes were dazed for a brief moment before blinked and rubbed his eyes, making Athena frown a little. It's really me. Hey Athena, Naruto stared at her in shock as he slowly stepped closer to her. You're actually here. She nodded with a soft smile, feeling a little sad and guilty. I never thought I'd see you again. You may not see me often, but I constantly watch over you. She stepped closer to him and placed a hand on his cheek, both you and Annabeth. Without thinking, Naruto wrapped his arms around Athena and pulled her close. Woo! Exclaimed Demeter with a grin, it's about time you got some lovin'. Athena blushed and only blushed harder when her father added his opinion. Take your damn filthy hands off my daughter. Father! Exclaimed Athena as she glared at her dad, making him frown and turn away. The other Olympians and most demigods just laughed at them. He had dreamed about seeing her again after so long but had never thought it would actually happen. Seeing Athena again really made him realize just how much he had missed her brilliance, her beautiful smile, her warm aura, and even her intimidating grey eyes. He wanted to make sure she was real and was tangible, he wanted to have her in his arms. She felt the same as he would imagine, she was shorter than him with her face leveled with his chest, and she had an amazing scent, one that reminded him of soft roses. I missed you. Hess totally in love with you. Ray pointed at the image on the screen, just look at how happy and relieved he looks from just seeing you again. Athena blushed again and Aphrodite frowned, but she kept reading. Athena was shocked. Other than her father, no one had never been hugged her so tightly and affectionately before. And it should remain that way, muttered the king. None of the other fathers of her children would dare touch her hand, much less hug her. She thought she would push him away, but she couldn't. All she thought at the moment was how warm and peaceful it felt in his arms and how loved she felt. Then she heard his words. I missed you, so simple, yet so heavy. She had missed him over the years. She had wondered if he would be angry or resentful of her, but all those worries vanished the moment she felt his arms around her. Hera smiled, I knew I was right. Annabeth felt quite happy, it was so nice to see her mother and her other's father actually share a moment together like a real couple, like real parents. Naruto gently pulled back from the hug, but still had his hands on her arms. He didn't know what to say, he had thought of many things to say to either Athena or Aphrodite if they were to visit him, but none were coming to mind. You don't have to say anything, she whispered with a smile. I missed you too. Really? Athena nodded. Both Aphrodite and I would often watch you taking care of Annabeth and Lacey, and we would smile every time. You're a great father, Naruto." She lightly traced his cheek as she spoke, making his heart flutter. "It's a shame that you didn't pray to us for so long, but we heard you loud and clear a few nights ago. Someone's getting touchy's Demeter." Athena ignored her aunt, but was frankly surprised that Aphrodite was being so silent. Naruto smiled and nodded. "Yeah, I understand that part. I have a gift for you, Naruto." Athena snapped her fingers, and two items appeared before her, just hovering in the air, one a golden watch and one a golden ring. "This is a gift that I had given Perseus thousands of years ago." She snapped her fingers again, and the watch magically appeared on Naruto's left wrist. "Try tapping the face of the watch twice." Naruto looked at the goddess and nodded before he tapped the face of the watch. Whoa. The watch suddenly morphed into a golden shield the size of a large catering platter and had the face of Medusa emblazed on its face. "Aegis," he whispered. "So you're arming him," muttered Artemis. "Not the worst idea for demigod parents." Athena smiled. "You've been reading." He smiled back and nodded. "This is a version of my original Aegis. It is made out of a metal called imperial gold. It is very strong and durable. It will protect you from most, if not all, the monsters that will come for our daughter." She snapped her fingers again, and the golden ring appeared on his right pinky. "Now try to rub the side of the ring with your right thumb." Oh my gods. As soon as he rubbed the ring, a golden spear appeared in his hand. It was taller than his person at about 8 feet long. Its tip was a brilliant gold and was perhaps even more magnificent than its body. The point looked extremely deadly and had a gleam to it that made Naruto feel excited. Imperial gold is a prideful metal, Naruto, and its point will only pierce supernatural beings. It will not harm mortals. The spear will simply ignore simple humans. You are the only normal human who could use it, since I have blessed you. "What's imperial gold?" asked Annabeth, confused. "Don't you mean celestial bronze? It's another sort of monster-killing metal." Athena quickly read on. Naruto looked at the mother of his child in gratitude. "Thank you, Athena." She shook her head with a small frown. "I should be sorry that this is all I can do. The ancient laws prevent us from helping our children directly, so aiding you is the most I could do." Athena looked into Naruto's azure eyes as she spoke. "Annabeth is my daughter and I love her, but I can only guide her from above. I cannot physically help her." "It's alright," said Naruto with strong conviction. "Annabeth and Lacey are my life, and I will protect them no matter what." Lacey and Annabeth smiled warmly at that. Athena smiled proudly. "I know you will. I have downloaded some files onto your personal computer and it includes many styles to use your spear. You can learn from there, and given your brilliant mind for warfare and strategies, I'm sure you'll be able to protect our little girl." "I promise that I will." Athena gave him a sad smile and slowly leaned up to kiss him lightly on the cheek, the first kiss she ever gave him. "Oh us!" exclaimed Artemis as everyone's jaws dropped. "What in order is wrong with you, sister?" Zeus was red, as was Athena, but each for their own reasons. "I'm sorry for putting so much on your shoulders, but my father, Zeus, is really strict about these matters." Zeus was getting redder as thunder boomed. Naruto gently wrapped his arms around Athena again and nodded. "I really do understand." She looked up at him in the hug, their faces only an inch apart. "Thank you," she whispered before she kissed him on the cheek again. "Oh us." Artemis looked over at the tomato. "Athena, are you going to quit on Aunt Hestia and me?" "No." Naruto knew that she would be leaving soon, he could tell by the look in her eyes. This might be the last time he would ever see Athena, the mother of his eldest daughter and one of the two women he had loved. He decided to just say what he wanted to say. Hermes grinned. "I think I know what he wants to say." Apollo chuckled as he looked over at his incredibly red sister. "We all know what he wants to say." "Athena," he started, making her stare into his eyes. His hand slowly reached up and gently cupped her cheek. He felt her flinch a little, but decided to press on. "Just this one time," he whispered as Athena nervously breathed out. "Will you allow me to kiss the mother of my child?" Zeus slammed his throne. "That's it. I'm fucking killing this little human." Athena ignored her father and closed the book. "Hey!" cried Apollo. "What are you doing? Keep reading." "No, let's just skip to the next chapter." "Oh no you don't." The book vanished from Athena's hands and suddenly reappeared in Hermes' hands, making Travis and Connor smile at their father. "We're reading this all the way through." "Ha!" Ares announced. "Looks like you're finally going to have your first kiss." "Hurry up, Herm." Never in her immortal life had Athena imagined that she would give such an answer. "Yes." Athena closed her eyes and slightly groaned as Hermes read on, making all her brothers laugh and her sister gap. She could feel her father almost blowing up Olympus. The thought of his favorite daughter kissing a man was almost too much for him to handle. But none were as shocked as Annabeth, who stared up at her mother with her jaws detached. Then, without another thought, he pressed his lips against hers. Aphrodite frowned and remained silent, but the entire room was filled with shocked gasps and cries of anger. "I am going to find this insect's counterpart here and kill him." "Don't be like that, Dad, at least let Athena kiss him first." "Shut up, Apollo," cried Zeus and Athena. Her lips were softer than he had ever imagined. They tasted sweet, a subtle sweet. He held her cheek and softly caressed her flawless face as his other arm held her in place. He slowly moved his lips against hers and pressed further to add more pressure to it. He dared not initiate anything beyond their lips touching, but to his ever shock, he left Athena lick his lips. Annabeth almost passed out and Athena wasn't far behind. All that inhibited him vanished in an instant and he responded instantly. His tongue snaked out and immediately made contact with Athena's, the mere thought of that made him weak in the knees. If she tasted subtly sweet before, she tasted like honey now. He wrestled her tongue with his as he pulled her closer, holding her tightly against his chest. The screen shifted to an image, one that depicted Naruto making out with Athena, their entwined tongues perfectly displayed. Most of the demigods blushed hard at the image, it looked very intense and even a little erotic. Even Nico and Thalia had blushes on their face, though they looked fine compared to the tomato on Annabeth's face. Wow, that's pretty hot. Artemis shot an arrow at her twin. "Shut up, you pig." Athena almost blasted the plasma screen, but instead focused on controlling her blush and heart rate. Though Zeus looked even more devastated than his daughter, and Hera had to hold his hand to calm him down. He didn't know how much time had passed, but he didn't care. All he wanted to do was to enjoy the kiss as much as he could and make it last as long as he could. So it would until he ran out of breath that he slowly parted their lips. He quickly breathed in again and repeatedly planted a series of small kisses on Athena's lips, his heart skipping a beat every single time they made contact. But he knew that he should stop there. Artemis eyed, at least he knows when to stop. He rested his forehead against hers and opened his eyes. Wow, then he saw her eyes and the tears welling in them. He grew concerned immediately and was about to ask, but she cut him off. She kissed him again and wrapped her arms around behind his neck. She repeatedly pecked his lips as tenderly as she could before she pulled away. "Unlike you, sister." She was panting and her arms were still tangled behind his neck, her forehead was once again rested against his. Some tears escaped her eyes as she stared into Naruto's shocked and confused, but affectionate and loving eyes. "I love you, Naruto, never forget that." She started to glow as she pulled away from the hug and it was getting brighter and brighter by the second. "I told you, Athena." Hera smiled at her stepdaughter and crossed her arms. "I love this man and want a family with him." "No." exclaimed Zeus for his daughter. "No, no, no, no." Poseidon and Hades just laughed at their bother, the latter even more since he was also laughing at his rival for Athens. Naruto was still holding on to her hand and smiled at her. "He'll never forget," he replied. "I love you, too." There was a bright flash as Athena turned into her divine form and vanished from the room in a brilliant beacon of light, leaving Naruto alone in his room. There was still a smile on his face as he looked down at his new watch and ring, relishing in the fact that Athena watched over them and loved them. "He'll never forget about you, Athena. It'd be kind of hard after that makeout session," teased Hermes with a grin. Athena was basically glowing. "Daddy, daddy." He rubbed his eyes as a bright smile appeared on his face. It appeared that his daughters had finally noticed that he was gone from the living room. He heard the rumbling of footsteps running up the stairs and he watched as his two girls burst into his room with their new pets in their arms. Lacey jumped into his arms as Annabeth hugged him from the side. Naruto smiled and kissed both of them on the cheek. "What is it, girls?" Lacey hugged her white kitty and rubbed her face with hers. "I named my kitty Toothless." Her father only laughed that she would name her cat after a dragon from her favorite movie. "I named mine Einstein." Annabeth looked proud of the name she chose and grinned up at her dad. The girls couldn't help but smile at the names, they would have named them the same thing. "Perfect," he said as he smiled and hugged both his daughters close, "just perfect." Hermes grinned. "Okay, that's the end of the chapter. I'll read next." Aphrodite almost looked intimidating with her stoic face, handed over. Aphrodite held the book tentatively in her hands as she returned to her throne. The goddess smiled at her daughters and gave them a knowing look, making them understand that she'd come back to the couch later. In the meantime, Aphrodite needed to sit alone. It had been a very long time since she had contemplated her lifestyle, and she wanted to know how her counterpart, one who had fallen in love with a mortal man, would turn out. She needed to know if it was possible. "Hello, Artemis." "Hey, little sis is in the story." Artemis glared at her twin. "Just be quiet and listen, little brother." The goddess of the hunt and moon was surprised to see her half-sister standing inside her tent. After a tiring but successful day of hunting creatures of all kinds, the last thing she expected was to see the goddess of wisdom. In fact, she couldn't even remember the last time Athena had visited her hunting camp. They would usually meet on Olympus around their aunt's hearth. Ares chuckled. "If you're looking for someone to talk to after having your first kiss, another virgin goddess might not be a good choice." Athena was close to summoning her spear and neuter her half-brother, but decided to just listen on. She raised an eyebrow as she placed her equipment on her impromptu bed. "Hey Athena, what brings you here?" Artemis then saw the confusion and slight sadness in her sister's gray eyes and stepped closer to her. Is something the matter? Athena bit her lips as she smiled sadly at the huntress. Do you have time to talk? Artemis grew concerned and nodded, of course. Artemis eyed, this is going to be an awkward conversation. The huntress could see why her sister would opt to speak with her after such changes, but she wasn't sure if she'd be much help. To say that Artemis was surprised would be an understatement. Yep, I can see that. Athena, perhaps the most dangerous goddess on Olympus and one of the most intimidating beings in existence, was the last person she would expect to be troubled as such. Out of the 3 virgin goddesses, never had Artemis thought that Athena would be the first to kiss a male. She had seen the men her sister had her brain children with, and all of them were purely intellectual mortals that would always maintain a fair distance from her, indicating their purely platonic and intellectual relationship. For Athena to actually kiss one of them was equivalent of saying Lady Hera cheated on Zeus. Zeus shivered at the thought. His favorite daughter kissing some mortal was bad enough, but the thought of his wife cheating on him made him yearn for Tartarus. For some reason he hated how the book related those two things together. While he didn't think Athena kissing a man was possible, had liked to think that Hera cheating on him was even more impossible. He could see the hypocrisy seeing how he had hundreds of affairs, but it didn't make him feel any better. Now I really need to think of a nice evening for Hera. The king reached for his wife's hand and held it tightly, sending her a small smile. Hera raised an eyebrow in confusion, but squeezed her husband's hand. What's with him? Artemis saw the clear distress and confusion in the most intelligent goddess in existence, and it troubled her. In the thousands of years she had known her sister, never had she seen nor would have expected to her to wear such an expression. It was as if she was hurt and conflicted simultaneously, and it affected her ability to make quick and intelligent decisions. For one, it seems, the goddess Athena had no plan. Aphrodite nodded as she read, "You can't reason through love, Athena." She had thought that Aphrodite was the only one who missed that Naruto person. Artemis agreed that he was a great father and held no ill will for him, but no matter what, Artemis would never let any man take advantage of her sister. If this man had perverted thoughts for Athena, she would shoot him down. "I don't know what to do," Athena whispered as she stared down at her hands. "I never intended to kiss him, but I did and accepted it." She looked up at Artemis, who still looked stoic, "and I really enjoyed it." Athena blushed and closed her eyes, turning away slightly. "Enjoyed it, didn't you?" Artemis smacked her twin, "Shut up. Did he take advantage of you?" asked a huntress with a dangerous edge in her voice. "No." Athena quickly shook her head and looked up at her sister. "Naruto would never do something like that. He actually asked if he could kiss him and I gave him permission." She looked away when she saw Artemis' shock. "It was like nothing I have never experienced before, Artemis." Artemis sighed as she reached for Athena's hand. "It's okay, Athena." She held onto her sister's hand and scooted closer to her. "But tell me honestly. What do you feel for that mortal?" "I don't know." Athena bit her lips again as she looked at her sister. "I thought he was just the same as the other, just a smart man with a great mind with whom I had a child, but when I see him playing with Annabeth and heard how he prayed to me, my feelings changed. He was so sincere and genuine." She played with the hem of her dress and refused to meet the eyes of her fellow virgin goddess. "And when he hugged me, I felt like my heart was going to beat through my chest. I knew I should have pulled away, but I didn't want to, I wanted him to hold me. It felt warm and nice." "Wow, it's finally happened." Hermes nodded at Apollo's words in awe. "I didn't even think it was possible. If this book wasn't given to us by the fates, I would have thought it was completely fiction." Aphrodite stared at Athena for a brief second before she continued. Reluctantly, Athena looked up at her sister and asked, "Don't be offended, but is this how you felt with Orion?" The goddess of the moon scoffed, "Not at all." Artemis stared at her sister with great shock and slowly shook her head, "No, not at all." She cleared her throat and quickly spoke when she saw Athena's embarrassed expression. "I admired Orion's prowess as a hunter and favored his behavior towards women, but it ended there. I never hugged him or kissed him, and I wouldn't have even if he didn't die." Thinking over her words, the huntress continued, "Right now, you sound like you love the man." Athena sighed and looked to the side. I might actually love him." Zeus growled, "I hate this story so much." Percy could only feel sorry for the other Annabeth's father. If Athena was a scary mother-in-law, Zeus would be even worse as a father-in-law. It wouldn't be intimidation with the king of the gods, it would be straight smiting. Boom. Thunderbolt flashes and only a pile of ash would be left. "He makes your mom seem nice," whispered the hero of Olympus softly to his girlfriend. Annabeth giggled, "Yeah, totally. Just who in Hades is this man?" Artemis rubbed her temples and shook her head. "It's weird enough that he has Aphrodite missing him, now he has you falling for him. That's special, Artemis." Athena had a large blush as she spoke. "He just has this warm and loving aura and I feel very safe and relaxed around him." She had a small smile as she looked back at her sister. "Even back then, before her daughter was born, he could always make me laugh and I was always happy around him." Demeter smiled, "Oh, look at that. The plasma screen showed an image of a lovesick Athena. She was void of her usual intimidating aura and was filled with happiness and had a healthy blush. "You look much prettier like that." Ray giggled, "You really do, Athena." Estia smiled along, "That's true, you look a lot like Annabeth when she's with Percy like that." Athena sighed and just remained silent with a blush on her face. Shoving the disturbing image of a laughing Athena aside, Artemis smiled. "I've never seen you like this. So what do you think I should do?" Artemis sighed and held onto her sister's hands. "As much as I know you would hate this, you should go speak with Aphrodite." Before Athena could object, she continued, "She is the goddess of love and she is in love with the same person, so no one will understand more than she." The hunter smiled when Athena gave up her retort. "Just go sit down with her and talk it out, I'll even go with you if it would help." Eris sighed, "I don't think Aphrodite will be on Olympus." Aphrodite winked at the queen. Athena squeezed her sister's hands pleadingly, "Yes, please go with me." "Alright then, let us go home." It was a perfect morning. It was a cold night and it made the warm sanctuary of the bed all the better. The sheets were warm and crisp against his skin and his blanket was just the perfect canopy to lie over his bare torso. Apollo's sun chariot was starting to drive over the horizon and the faintest rays of sunlight shone into the room, painting the white walls orange. He had a smile on his face as he slowly regained awoke and he blissfully turned to his side and pulled his spare pillow towards him. Apollo smirked, "I think I know what's happening." Most were confused at the god's words, but they decided to just listen on. He must have slept on his right arm because the pillow felt a little heavy, but nonetheless, he hugged it close to his chest. It was so soft and warm, but for some reason also smelled very nice, like jasmine or honeysuckle. He started to rub his cheek against the top of the pillow, but furrowed his brows when he felt something odd. It seemed that his pillow had hair, long luscious silky hair. All the demigods were shocked once they realized what was going on in the book and most of them blushed at the thought. Drew had a smirk on her face once she realized how effective such a move would be of many of her boyfriends. Lacey, on the other hand, felt incredibly awkward. She had a feeling that her mother wasn't just simple sleeping next to her father. Artemis palmed her face and sighed, "You have no tact, do you?" Aphrodite smirked, "Hey, as long as it works." His rationality came to him and he opened his eyes. A pair of violet eyes stared back at him as a melodic voice spoke, "Good morning, my handsome fish cake." Many were in disbelief at how casual the goddess in the book was acting. Not only were she likely to scare the poor man, but she should have used a more reserved way to present herself to man she hadn't seen for years. But Aphrodite clearly didn't see a problem with it. "That's cute nickname." His eyes widened and was about to cry out in shock, but was silenced when the woman slammed her lips against his. Ulale. Almost every male in the room blushed when the screen showed Aphrodite, in the form of Naruto's interpretation of perfect beauty, ravished her lover's mouth. Their bodies were hidden under the blanket, but they were clearly tangled closely, and their kiss looked much more erotic than the one with Athena. Lacey and Annabeth groaned and quickly turned away from the image. A pair of arms snaked behind his neck and pulled him deeper into the kiss, a soft and warm tongue licked his power lip and he instinctively opened his mouth. A nice morning wrestling match between two tongues was initiated and he found himself losing the match. She ravished his mouth with extreme vigor and pushed him until he was flat on his back. It was until she was lying on top of him with her bare breasts pressed against his chest that she broke the kiss. She gave him a bright smile and a wink, "Don't yell, you don't want to wake the girls." "Damn, that was hot." Hermes grinned at his sunny brother, "Yeah, very sexy." His lips were still tingly from the kiss as he stared up at the familiar and loving eyes, "Hey Aphrodite." The goddess kissed him softly again and smiled against his lips. "Did you miss me?" At this point, Ares was close to turning into his true godly form. It took everything he had to stop himself from blasting the plasma screen into a pile of ashes. His sunglasses had melted off his face and his eyes were burning a dangerously red flame. If it wasn't for the warning glare he received from his father, he would have gone nuclear a while ago. "Come on, other me. Come out and kill this bastard." It took him a few seconds, but he managed to wrap his shaky hands around her slim waist. His mind was still racing and wondering if he was dreaming a beautiful scene, but he figured that it was real. He could really feel his lover lying on top of him, feel her wonderful breasts pressed against him, and feel her soft lips nibble at his. She was really here, Aphrodite was really here. Aphrodite gently caressed his cheek and combed her fingers through his soft blonde hair. "I really missed you, Naruto." She rested her cheek on his shoulder and snuggled against him, reveling in his warmth. "You have no idea how many times I've wanted to come see you like this." At his silence, she looked up and stared into his widened eyes, "To come see my sweet Naruto." Aphrodite bit her lip as she continued to read, anxious to see how this relationship would turn out. He shakily reached up to cup her face and tenderly ran his thumb over her cheek, making her smile and lean into the warmth of his hand. She was still as stunning as the last time they met and his heart was beating out of his chest. He couldn't help but smile up at her. His other hand brushed several strands of her long red hair behind her ear and lightly rubbed her earlobe, just like he would often do back when they were together. It felt so familiar, yet it had been many years since then. "I've missed you so much," he finally whispered, making her bite her lips. "I can't believe you actually came to see me." He gently pulled her down and wrapped his arms around her frame, holding her as close as he could as tenderly as he could. "I never thought I'd see you again." Many goddesses except Hera, of course, thought back to their mortal lovers. They couldn't help but wonder if they were all heartbroken because of them and had half a mind to visit them later. She felt small against his frame, but also fitted perfectly. It was a little hard to believe that he was cuddling with an almighty goddess. He had no idea why she suddenly visited. Maybe she wanted to gift him with something like Athena did, but he didn't care. All he knew was that he wanted to keep her with him for as long as possible. He didn't dare let her go. He didn't want to see her vanish like she did all those years ago. "Yes, keep me there, show me what it's like to be a wife." Aphrodite kissed his jawline and pressed her cheek against his. "Hey, don't worry." She smiled sadly as she pulled away a little from their hug. "I'm not going anywhere anytime soon." He stared into her eyes with a little hope. "Really? I've been holding back since there is an ancient law preventing me from coming to see you, but seeing how Athena broke the law anyway, I no longer care." Aphrodite tightened her arms around his neck and kissed him again on the lips. "I'm coming to see my Naruto and I'm going to stay as long as I can." Athena sighed. "You're really doing this, breaking the rules to be with him." The wisdom goddess shook her head and crossed her arms. "It won't be long now until Ares come to kill Naruto." Aphrodite scoffed and sent her godly lover a glance. "I don't think my other self would let him." Ares growled and glared at the screen. Naruto pulled her close and kissed her again, relishing in her soft and tender lips. "This better not be a dream." She couldn't help but feel sad at his tone and kissed him back. "This is real, Naruto, I'm really here." The goddess continued to kiss her lover tenderly, gently sucking on his lower lip as she pulled away. "I am sorry for leaving you alone, I didn't want to, but even the gods have to abide to ancient laws most of the time. It's stupid, really, but it's been that way for millennia." She held him close and kissed him with as much love as she could muster. "I really love you, Naruto, I really do." He smiled against her lips and nodded. "I know." He stared into her eyes and spoke. "I love you, too." Aphrodite smiled. It had been quite a long time since she had felt so strongly about anyone, and she had almost forgotten how it felt. To see her counterpart too deeply in love with someone made her want to find someone for herself as well, someone who she could love as a husband and would be a great father to her children. Some tears welled in her eyes and a few managed to escape. "I watch over you and Lacey constantly, Naruto. You are the best father I have seen in the past 1,000 years. I can feel the love you have for our little girl and the love she has for you, and it is rare, especially among children of the gods." She snuggled closer to him and rested her head in the crook of his neck. "But from now on I promise that you won't be doing it alone. I will be here with you and be the mother both the girls need." "Both the girls?" asked Ray. Aphrodite shrugged. "I could see myself doing that if I really do love that man so much." Annabeth pursed her lips. She didn't know how she would feel having Aphrodite as a mother. Naruto was surprised. "Be both the girls?" Aphrodite smiled. "Athena loves Annabeth like I do Lacey, so I guess when she's not here I could act as her mom as well." She pulled back to look into Naruto's widened eyes. "The girls need a mother figure in their lives, and while I haven't got much experience with being a nice and loving mother, I intend to do my best. I'll even ask for Hera's help if I have to." Hera giggled. "I'd love to give you some advice, Aphrodite." "Yeah, whatever." The blonde was stunned and couldn't think of what to say, so he did the only thing he could at the moment. He kissed her with as much compassion as he could muster. "Thank you," he managed to mutter against her lips as his emotions overwhelmed him. "I love you." He pushed her onto her back and climbed on top of her, ravishing her mouth, just as she liked all those years ago. She kissed back vigorously. "I love you, too." Lacey smiled. The story was much sweeter than she had expected. Suddenly there was a series of knocks on his door. "Dad, are you okay?" Annabeth sighed and rubbed her temples. "Please don't let me walk in on them." Naruto's eyes widened at Annabeth's voice and quickly broke the kiss. "Why yeah, I'm fine, honey." He got off of the goddess and quickly threw on his bathrobe, just in case. "What is it?" "You usually come wake me up before my alarm clock goes off." Aphrodite giggled quietly at the sight of Naruto trying to outsmart his daughter with Athena. "I'm sorry sweetie, but I slept in a little and forgot to." He sent the goddess a pleading look as he continued to think of excuses. "I'll go make breakfast in a bit, just go wake up your sister and help her get ready." Annabeth sighed and started to walk away. "Fine." Percy chuckled. "At least you're not scarred for life." "Yeah, thank the gods." Annabeth laughed softly as Percy wrapped his arms around her. "You're such an adorable father." Aphrodite climbed out of bed, revealing her completely naked body to her lover. Most of the men in the room immediately looked over to the plasma screen, much to the annoyance of their girlfriend, wife or sister, but all frowned when they only saw a censored image. All of Aphrodite's private parts were pixelated and completely hidden from view. The goddess chuckled, "No free show for you people." Lacey couldn't be more relieved. Naruto's blood rushed to both his heads, and it made Aphrodite giggle. "You definitely deserve a reward." She kissed his neck and delicately licked her way to his jawline, "But I think your daughters are waiting for you to cook for them." Naruto felt hot under the collar and reached down to grab one of her perfect-ass cheeks. "You're really making it hard for me." Aphrodite sighed with a small smile, "He is just so sexy." "He really is," muttered Drew dreamily, making Lacey and Annabeth feel queasy. She giggled and rubbed against him, in more than one way. The goddess smiled as she leaned up to peck him on the lips, "But if you don't want that genius of a daughter of yours to find out about me too soon, you better get out there and start cooking like a good family man." She giggled again at his frown and winked at him, "Don't worry, it'll make sure to give you your reward tonight." Annabeth blushed, "This is getting very awkward." "It'll say," muttered Thalia with an annoyed look that reflected the one on her mistress' face. Percy, with his arms still wrapped around Annabeth's shoulders, couldn't help but imagine being intimate with her. The flashes of the night they spent in his cabin, some of his most treasured memories, certainly didn't help. The last thing the son of Poseidon needed was for his future mother-in-law to turn him into a pile of ashes. "Fine, but where are going to do now?" "Don't worry, I can become invisible to everyone but you." She patted him on the ass and pushed up towards the door, "Now to take care of the girls." Olympus, Aphrodite's temple. Artemis eyed, "And we're blindly searching for her." "I'm sure the other me will figure it out soon enough," added Athena as she crossed her arms, a little annoyed at Aphrodite's counterpart. "Find her anywhere?" Athena shook her head at her sister with a frown. They had searched all over Olympus for the goddess of love and still couldn't find her. They had asked heroes and some of her handmaidens, but none had seen her since the night before. Artemis sighed and shook her head, "Sometimes that airhead is harder to find than some of the sneakiest creatures I hunt." Thalia chuckled, making Artemis smirk along. "Maybe she's over at Ares' temple." Aphrodite snorted, "Yeah, right." The god of war growled and looked away from his girlfriend. The goddess of the hunt sighed and shrugged, "It's possible, though I hate that place. If I hear one more story about one of his manly wars, I will put an arrow in his kneecap." Apollo cringed, "Those really hurt." Athena smiled and pulled her sister along, "Come on, sister." "Daddy, I want 10 strips of bacon, please," exclaimed Lacey with a grin, "and 5 eggs and 10 sausages." Bruce sighed, "Lace, if you eat so much you'd turn into a puddle of goo." Lacey pouted, "No I won't." Naruto smiled at his little princess and shook his head, "You'll have the usual, sweetie." Annabeth was munching on a bowl of cereal as she waited for the hot breakfast. She was looking down at her lap where she was hiding a book. She was reading about the building procedure of the Parthenon in Greece and was almost up to the part where it would describe the statue of Athena, her favorite Greek goddess. Athena smiled and reached over to ruffle her daughter's princess curls, making Annabeth smile back warmly at her mother. If only Annabeth knew that the statue of Athena would become a major burden upon her back. "It's just like you to hide a book," chuckled Percy. Though she would often look up to check if her dad was looking back at her, he didn't like it when she would read at the dinner table. Annabeth smiled at that. "Yeah, it'll just have the usual, Dad." Unknown to the girls, Aphrodite was sitting right next to them with a happy smile on her face. She was wearing a simple bathrobe after Naruto had asked her to. He didn't want to see her naked while his daughters were in the same room and was happily humming a tune as she watched the girls interact. Oh, he must feel so awkward. Demeter giggled and shook her head amusedly as she looked over at Aphrodite. "You're just messing with him, aren't you?" "Well, it looks really fun. Annie is so much like Athena, it's hilarious." Naruto smiled when he heard his lover's voice. He was also the only one who could hear her. "I always see her doting all of us around on Olympus just like how Annie would dot Lacey around. She's a nice big sister." "Yeah, so annoying, this one," muttered Hermes as Athena glared at him. "I can't even have day off without her telling me to stop being lazy." Naruto placed 2 plates down on the table and smiled at his lover. "Eat up, girls. We don't have a lot of time this morning." Aphrodite rested her chin in one hand and winked at Naruto, who was trying to act normal. Her robe was not tied very well and the amount of cleavage shown was distracting him. He was even glad that Annabeth was trying to sneak in some reading time while breakfast. She is far too focused in her book that she didn't notice his slight blush and fidgety reflexes. "You know," started Aphrodite with an amused smile. "You've never really cooked for me before." The blonde sent her a pleading look while trying to convey a message with his eyes, and it made her laugh. Back when they were together, they mostly went on dates to fancy restaurants, went dancing at clubs, or were trying the kinds of candy Naruto would order from France. They actually never really spent a normal day at home and cooked their own meals. "You better cook for me tonight." Era smiled, "Good, you're starting to learn about the fun things of family time." Zeus would very rarely cook for her, but the odd times that he did were very enjoyable. He wasn't nearly as good of a cook as she was, but his effort made it taste all the better. Hera giggled, I still can't believe the other you would even act like this. Aphrodite shrugged, anything is possible, I guess. Inwardly, the goddess couldn't help but want to try something like that. None of her previous lovers had really prepared a meal for her, mainly because she never really even wanted them to. The closest thing she had to it was when Tristan helped a chef cook their meal. Daddy. Naruto jumped a little at his baby girl's voice. We're going to the costume store tomorrow, right? Naruto smiled and nodded, yep. Then Percy come with us as well. Asked Annabeth as she looked up from her book. Hess going to be trick-or-treating with us anyway. Percy grinned, hey, I might finally get some screen time. Lacey giggled and winked at her sister, yeah, Annie wants her boyfriend to come with us. Alia laughed, well, your counterparts certainly work faster than the two of you. Maybe that Percy isn't as dense as this one, muttered Rachel with a smirk. Percy blushed as Annabeth smirked. Aphrodite squealed and clapped her hands, oh, Lacey might be onto something here. You and Percy are dating each other, right? Naruto paled a little at the thought of his princess having a boyfriend. He actually liked Percy, so he couldn't use his shotgun on him, and that made it even worse. Remember, no dates until you're 18. Daddy cockblocker, joked Hermes. Athena glared at her brother, silence, Hermes. Dad. Cried the daughter of Athena with a deep blush. Percy is not my boyfriend. Aphrodite squealed again and clapped, oh, she's so adorable. Annabeth avoided everyone's glances and quickly put her book away in her backpack. It's time for school, let's go. She jumped out of her seat and swung her backpack onto her back, but did not walk away before she sent Lacey a glare. Come on, Dad. Bru laughed, oh, little Annabeth is blushing. Alia laughed along with the daughter of Aphrodite, I've almost forgotten how cute the little you look when you're embarrassed. Annabeth glared at her best friend, but Thalia still smirked, you look like a tomato. Aphrodite giggled as she continued to read. Lacey giggled again and followed after her sister, why, are you meeting up with Percy at school? Demeter laughed loudly at that, teasing your older sister, so fun. Hera smiled as Hestia rolled her eyes. Shut up. Hey, you can't be this rude to Percy, UKNOW. Lacey poked her sister's ribs and laughed at a red face. I mean, you call him seaweed brain all the time, sooner or later he won't like you anymore. Annabeth glared at the shorter girl, her grey eyes gleaming. Don't be mad at me, it's not my fault you're bad at this stuff. You're 5 years old, you shouldn't even know about these things. Lacey crossed her arms and shook her head, and you're 9 years old, you should know about these things. And how come you're so smart at everything, but so dumb when you talk about Percy? Listen to me, Annie, said Lacey with a large smile, daughter of Aphrodite here. Annabeth smiled back, whatever, Lace. Athena and Aphrodite smiled at their daughters, they were both having fun acting like their counterparts like sisters. Annabeth, with a deft and skilled swipe, ran her fingers through Lacey's and messed up her curls. And it's not my fault that you're so dumb at doing your own hair. Lacey gasped, oh no, you didn't. Annabeth smirked, perfect way to get back at a daughter of Aphrodite. Athena nodded proudly. Hey. Lacey was outraged, fix my hair. The older blonde girl smirked and leaned closer to her sister, no, do it yourself. Ray clapped her hands, oh this is so cute. Aphrodite nearly fell off her chair from laughing so hard. Annabeth and Lacey acted almost exactly like her and Athena, the only difference would be instead of Athena messing up her hair, she would threaten her with a giant spear. It was adorable to see such symmetry between their children in them. As much as Athena may annoy or anger her, Aphrodite did enjoy their occasional squabble, except the ones where Athena would suggest her pair Naruto with some random mortal woman. Athena raised an eyebrow, perhaps next time I will try to shave your head bald. Not possible, replied the love goddess haughtily. Okay girls, stop fighting. Naruto stood and gave them both a stern stare. Come on, we don't want to be late for school. Olympus Ares temple. Nah, I have no idea where she is. The god of war gave the goddess of warfare an annoyed look as he continued to sharpen his golden blade. I've been looking for her for days already, but for some reason she is avoiding me or something. He sighed and shook his head, she's hiding her aura and I can locate her no matter how hard I try. I can't believe you're choosing that human over me. Cried Ares loudly. Aphrodite scoffed, easiest choice ever. Artemis and Athena smirked at the angry look on their brother's face and couldn't help but nod over at Aphrodite, both proud that she finally ditched the loser. Artemis smirked, maybe she finally woke up and decided to not be with you. The goddess of the moon never understood why Aphrodite would want to be with her half-brother, he was such a bloodthirsty moron and was idiotic constantly, even more so than her twin. Ares growled and the fire in his eyes flared, literally. Watch it, Huntress. Undo it, bro, muttered Apollo, Artie will turn you into a moonlit pincushion. Ares grumbled as Artemis and her hunters all looked proud. When was the last time you saw her? Asked Athena, giving her brother a stern stare with her stormy eyes. Percy shivered at the image on the screen, he still agreed Athena was the most dangerous goddess on Olympus. Ares shivered a little at the look. About a week ago, but she was acting weird back then as well. He resisted the urge to rub his recently healed cheek, the goddess of love could be very strong when she wanted to. After that she started to avoid me, and I haven't seen her since. A week ago, thought Athena as she crossed her arms, that about when we watched Naruto and the girls through Aunt Hestia's hearth. Artemis eyed, maybe we should just wait a while, I'm sure she'll show up sooner or later. Athena turned away and pulled her sister along, I think it's time to find our other brother. She gave the huntress a knowing look, which made her groan. He is the all-seeing. Ah, here comes my debut. Exclaimed the sun god. More like a cameo, I hope, muttered Artemis, making her twin pout. Come on, Hess, so annoying. I'm not. It had been a long time since Aphrodite had ridden a car, but it was quite nice. The mortals seemed to have made significant improvement to their transportation, the last time she rode a car it moved much slower. Though the overall experience of the ride was probably so good because it was Naruto who was driving the car and the two little girls were in the backseat glaring at each other. Annabeth and Lacey smiled at the image on the screen. They both had wished for sisters when they were younger and it was awesome to have each other for that. I said I'm sorry Annie. Lacey glared at her sister as she held a small mirror to check her hair. Can you please fix my hair? I can't believe you're actually letting me go to school with my hair like that. Annabeth smirked, proper punishment. The older sister's grey eyes looked down at Lacey and made the little girl shiver. No, this will teach you to never tease me again. But I wasn't lying. Lacey pouted and brushed her hair. I know you have a crush on Percy and you're just too scared to admit it. Oh, you can tell me your feelings, wise girl, tease Percy with a kiss on her cheek, I'm sure the other me likes you too. Alias scoffed, maybe, if the other you have 6 years to think about it. All the campers just laughed at the hero as he grumbled, which made Annabeth kiss his cheek. Annabeth glared at her and gritted her teeth, I don't have a crush on him. Naruto groaned and shook his head at the noise. Normally he would have stopped their bickering as soon as it started, but the current subject was highly uncomfortable for him. The mere fact that one of his little girls may have a crush on a boy was a little devastating, and he was already having a hard time coping with it. Such a damn hypocrite. Thundered Zeus loudly, he doesn't want anyone to touch his daughters, but Hess perfectly fine with kissing my little girl. Father, please be quiet. Ordered Athena, making her father grumble lowly. Hades and Poseidon enjoyed seeing their brother so red and merely chuckled in response. Aphrodite, on the other hand, was quite happy. I think Lacey is right about Annabeth, she chirped with a bright smile. She's still a little young, but some puppy love can't hurt. The father of two looked over at his lover with pleading eyes, praying silently to her that Annabeth would remain a little girl forever and won't fall for some boy. But the goddess only smiled back at him and giggled at his troubled expression. She was having the time of her life, spending time like a family was really a lot of fun, not her usual type of fun, but a harmonious fun. She even conjured a nice normal outfit for herself, a simple pair of grey skinny jeans, a red silk shirt and a black blazer to match the simple mood of their day. Okay, we're here. Exclaimed Naruto as they drove into the school parking lot, obviously relieved that he won't have to listen to the conversation along longer. Enjoy your classes and I'll be here at the usual time. Aphrodite dropping her kids off at school, stated Hera with a smile, I never thought I'd live to see it. The love goddess ignored the queen and kept reading. Annabeth routinely kissed her dad on the cheek and jumped out of the car, but not before glaring at her sister once more. Lacey, on the other hand, had a pout on her face as she left the car, still trying to fix her hair to no avail. Though Aphrodite felt sympathetic for her little girl and snapped her fingers, instantly fixing her hair. Thank you, mommy. Aphrodite giggled, I won't let you show yourself without the perfect hair, sweetie. Ha! Look, Annie. Cried Lacey as she ran to catch up with her sister. I fixed it all by myself. Annabeth giggled, such a cheeky brat. Aphrodite laughed and reached for Naruto's hand, the girls are so cute. Naruto smiled and squeezed her hand affectionately, you should see them when they're cranky, they'll drive you crazy. I will, she said immediately with a smile. I'm going to stay with you, remember? Wow, what a sweet thing to say, Aphrodite. Hestia smiled at her friend, proud of her other's devotion. Aphrodite smiled with a sigh, yeah, it is very romantic. The blonde couldn't have been happier at that moment and silently nodded. And you will soon find out that they will be even crankier when they start having their periods. Don't even speak about that. Zeus shivered and blocked out the thought, he left those problems to the mothers. Olympus Apollo's temple, lil sis. Cried an ecstatic Apollo as he ran towards Artemis, but quickly stopped when a pale arrow nearly pierced his head. Artemis gritted her teeth and smacked her brother atop the head. For the last time, I am not your little sister. The goddess of the hunt pulled on Apollo's ear and dragged him closer, I helped mother birth you, so am the older twin. Sibling abuse, right there, muttered Apollo. The goddess of the moon smirked proudly, don't mess with your older sister if you don't want to get hurt, Apollo. Athena sighed and just waited silently for them to stop. She had forgotten the last time she visited the god of the sun's temple, and her eyes were a little sore just looking at it. It was a large Parthenon made completely out of solid imperial gold and was shining like the afternoon sun. It was quite majestic, but it was far too bright for her tastes. Fine, just let go of my ear. The goddess of the moon relented and pushed the hyperactive sun god away, crossing her arms and stared at him sternly. She looked over at Athena and nodded at her, silently saying that she could begin her questioning. Thalia and the rest of the hunters all smiled proudly at their surrogate mother. Apollo, please tell us where Aphrodite is. Apollo raised an eyebrow and nursed his bruised ear. Wow, so you really came looking for her, he muttered before he chuckled. Sometimes that woman is even more clear-sighted than I am. Athena crossed her arms, what do you mean? I came to see me a few days ago and told me to not tell anyone where she is, especially if it is you, Athena. The two goddesses were surprised and looked at each other confused. She made me swear on the river Styx that I will not tell on her, so sorry, I can't help you. Aphrodite smiled and nodded proudly, that's thinking ahead, good for me. Artemis scoffed and placed her hands on her hips, what the hell did she do to make you swear on the river Styx? Apollo grinned and winked at his sisters, she is going to make sure that all of my children will lead very nice sex lives. He laughed and mentally patted his back, they're all good-looking children, but now they will all be happy and will have plenty of lovin'. He made a peace sign and winked again, just like their daddy. Ulsala smiled as his dad winked at him, sweet. Disgusting, muttered Artemis as she shook her head. Hey, they're your nephews and nieces. The moon goddess glared at him, your children annoy the hell out of me. Don't think for a second that I've forgotten that one of your stupid sons jumped into my chariot in the middle of the night with that weird friend of his. Annabeth raised an eyebrow, what happened? Apollo looked scandalized, oh, come on. Neil Armstrong was one of my best sons and he still is an international hero. And Buzz Aldrin is a cool dude. Neil Armstrong was a demigod. Cried Annabeth. Athena nodded with a sigh, yes, but not a very good one. He could see through the mist and ended up landing on Artemis' chariot. Percy busted out laughing, oh, that's just the best. Artemis scoffed, he was a demigod that should have seen through the mist, but he still joked around with that stupid human space program and landed that damn space module in my chariot. If he wasn't my nephew I would have shot him out of the sky and sent him to Tartarus. It's not my children's fault that your chariot is so mellow, you don't see them trying to walk on my chariot. The sun god glared at his little sister and glowed, and it's not some stupid human space program, it's called the Apollo program. Annabeth palmed her face, I should have known. Mother is right, you need to find a wife to knock your ego down a peg. Artemis nodded, very true, you need someone to keep a leash on you. Whatever, muttered the sun god. Don't bring mom into this. This is going to take a while, thought Athena as she rubbed her temples. You should have known better, Athena, said Demeter with an amused smile. So where are we going now? Aphrodite smiled at Naruto and kissed him on the cheek. Nowhere special, I just want to spend a normal day with you. Just do whatever you usually do and bring me along. She wrapped her arms around his as they got out of the car. I just want to spend some quality time with you. I would love that. Era smiled fondly, a nice family day. Naruto walked into Grand Central Station and ignored everyone who was gawking at Aphrodite's beauty, but he did glare at some of the men who were leering at her. It had been quite a while since he had spent time with her and he had almost forgotten how much attention she would attract. He placed his hand on her waist and pulled her close, showing that she belonged to him. Aphrodite smiled and nodded, she loved a man who was possessive in public. Aphrodite giggled and leaned into Naruto, don't worry, you the only man I love. He smiled and kissed her softly on the lips, I love you, too. It was the best day ever. That's the end of the chapter. Aphrodite smiled and quickly flipped to the next page, but I'm going to read again, the next chapter should still be about my day with Naruto. Athena sighed, fine, hurry up. But before the love goddess could continue, a bright light suddenly appeared in the middle of the council chamber, just like what happened when Mother Ray joined in. Everyone held their breath as the light died down, all wondering who was still missing from their group, but when the sight was cleared, everyone's jaw dropped, but none more so than Annabeth and Lacey. Ugh, where are we? Spoke the childish voice of a girl, are you okay, Lace? The young girl grabbed onto her sister's hand and nodded as she rubbed her eyes, yeah, but where's daddy? Everyone stared at the two girls in shock. Suddenly, another Annabeth and another Lacey stood in the middle of the room and it was safe to assume that they were from the same dimension was the book. Even with Athena's ever-brilliant mind, she could not utter a word. Along with the others, the goddess of wisdom merely sat still and stared at the two girls standing in the middle of the room. As much as she wanted to point out that the girls were not who they thought they were, it was clearly her daughter standing in front of her. Involuntarily, a sense of nostalgia came over Athena. Instead of her tall, mature and grown-up Annabeth, it was a short, cute and little Annabeth. Aphrodite was in a similar state, only she had stars in her eyes as she stared at little Lacey. Her baby was so little and adorable it made her squeal inwardly. The young teenager in this world was just as cute, but seeing the small little princess made the goddess' heart melt. "What happened, Annie?" The older girl blinked and shrugged, "I have no idea." But as soon as Annabeth turned around, she was shocked at the scene. Instantly pulling Lacey close to protect her, Annabeth stared at the giants in front of her in shock. 12 giants sat upon 12 thrones, and all of them were staring down at the girls with intrigue. But soon, the girls started to see some familiar faces. "Mama. Mommy," Annabeth and Lacey cried out when they say their mothers in their giant form. Zeus sighed as he looked at the shocked and unmoving Athena and Aphrodite and rubbed his temples. "This is getting out of hand." As expected, a scroll appeared in his hands, once again a message from the fates, and the king wasted no time in reading it. "It seems the fates have decided to send these girls here, they will help us get a deeper understanding of this book." Zeus read the scroll over again, "Wait, it says these girls and their mothers." Much to the shock and exhaustion of the people in the room, another 2 bright lights appeared behind the girls. Silence filled the room as the powerful lights died down. All divinities and their children stared at the new occupants of the room in shock, none more so than Athena and Aphrodite. Aphrodite's jaw dropped, "No way." Athena bit her lip and leaned forward, her brain almost overheating at seeing the seemingly impossible happen in front of her. Annabeth, the newly appeared Athena, pulled her daughter close and stared up at the familiar sight. "Stay close to me. You too, Lacey." And Aphrodite, with long flowing red hair and bright violet eyes, stared at the Olympian council, eventually landing on a goddess who looked like a mix of Hera, Ray, and surprisingly, Gaia. "Don't look around. How is this even possible?" muttered Ray very seriously. "Interdimensional travel. I believe the fates have explained to you the situation," stated the Athena on the throne. The Athena holding young Annabeth nodded, "Yes, and as difficult as this is to understand, I'm afraid we don't have much choice in the matter. It seems that the fates in my world and the ones in yours have decided that our meeting is necessary." The 2 wisdom goddesses nodded at each other, "Though I do not understand why my daughter has to be here as well. This is so weird," whispered Apollo as Hermes and Hephaestus nodded along. Double Athena and Aphrodite. A grin appeared on the sun god's face, actually, the latter could be pretty hot. The loud smack almost knocked Apollo off his throne, "Shut up, you idiot, this is not the time." Ares winked at the new Aphrodite, only to be brushed off completely with a scoff. "Hey, it's Ms. Hess," whispered little Lacey as she pulled on her mother's sleeve. Hestia smiled at the girl and stood from her seat, her warm smile putting the newcomers at ease. "I believe the girls need to be here because we are reading a story about their relationship with their parents." Athena and Aphrodite's eyes widened, but Hestia immediately continued. "Yes, we do know about this Naruto person, but I won't worry." The Athena who sat upon her throne was stoic, but Aphrodite looked a little sad. "He doesn't seem to exist in this world." The Athena from AFL sighed and nodded, "Yes, this is another dimension." Aphrodite from AFL stared up at her counterpart of this world, "So you never met Naruto in this world?" The other Aphrodite shook her head. Lacey was lost to the change, but Annie immediately grasped the implication, but before she could give it more thought, her sister called for her. "Annie!" suddenly cried Lacey loudly, making everyone look at her. "Look, it's you." Little Annie, Annabeth from AFL, stared at the older girl who clearly looked like her and couldn't utter a word. What is going on, Mom? Remembering a documentary she'd watched before, is this like a parallel universe or something? The girl's mother smiled and nodded, "Yes, exactly." Older Annabeth was still in shock, "I can't believe it." Alia smiled at the sight, "Oh, I missed little Annabeth." The demigod daughter of Zeus smiled at her best friend, "You were so cute back then." "I knew it," cried little Lacey from AFL, again as she pointed at her sister's other self. Look, that's Percy." Young Annabeth blushed when she saw the older Percy, who was very handsome, with his arms wrapped around her older self. "I knew it. You do have a crush on him." "Shut up, Lace." Annie was steaming red. "Don't worry," Percy chuckled, "I'm sure my other self like you too." He hugged his girlfriend closer and kissed her cheek, smiling as the other Annabeth blushed like a tomato. In unison, both worlds Athena glared at the hero of Olympus. "Silence, Percy Jackson." Annabeth lightly punched Percy's arm, "Don't try to embarrass her." Annie huffed with her red cheeks and pointed at the older Lacey, "Well, you're here too." It was Lacey's turn to look shocked, but Dite squealed, "Oh, you grow up to look so beautiful and cute." Lacey smiled at her mother's counterpart and her younger self, wondering how the girl was so lucky. "I bet she has a boyfriend already, too." Lacey shook her head, "And no, I don't." Drew scoffed, "That's because you're still a little kid, Lacey." The Asian beauty glanced at her mother, then to Dite. "You need to start acting more mature." Dite smiled as Lacey stuck her tongue out at the other girl, making Dite wonder if it was the same Drew from her universe. She hadn't seen Drew in many years, but she was happy her daughter grew up to look so beautiful. Who is her father again? Dite smiled, wow, now I really can't remember any of them except for Naruto. Enough. Zeus thundered, we're wasting time. Poseidon sighed and nodded, yes, we have to continue. Sit with me. Ray smiled at her relatives from a different dimension and created a longer sofa around her. We've really been enjoying this story. Dite smiled as Aphrodite held the book and flipped to the new chapter. Sally Jackson was stunned as soon as she walked into Sweet on America. Hey, my mom is making a real appearance. Chirped Percy with a grin. Right in the middle of the store between the chocolates and the wine gums her boss was making out with perhaps the most beautiful woman she had ever seen in her life. She was so gorgeous that Sally had a hard time believing that she was real, so much so that she had a hard time concentrating on her. It was as if her features would constantly change, the tone of her skin was a little tanned at first, but soon Sally noticed that it was actually a creamy white shade of perfect skin. It was the same with her hair, it looked dark brown at first, but after Sally blinked it turned into the most stunning of red tresses that flowed to her lower back. It was hard to believe that someone so stunning would actually exist. I giggled, I know when this is. You have absolutely no tact, muttered Thea. Annie and Lace, on the other hand, were completely appalled at seeing the image of their dad engaged in a very intense makeout session with Dite. Even Lacey and Annabeth averted their eyes, not wanting to see the scene. I do not want to see that. Exclaimed Annie as she shook her head, making Dite ruffle her hair. Sally. Exclaimed Naruto as he pulled away from the kiss, blushing at the fact that his employee walked in on him and Aphrodite. Gee, good morning. Sally looked sheepish and turned away. Sorry I interrupted you too. Some melodic giggling pulled Sally's attention back to the couple. It's alright, dear. The goddess wrapped her arms around Naruto's and smiled. We're sorry you had to see us like that, well get out of your way. She pulled Naruto to the office in the back as she gave Sally a friendly wave. We'll be in the office if you need us. But I should help set up. Aphrodite pushed her lover into his office and lightly closed the door behind them. Oh, in the office. Aphrodite winked at Dite, nice. Ignoring the grimace of Lacey, Lace, Annabeth and Annie, Dite winked back. It really is nice, but it's not what you think. Naruto groaned as he sat down on his chair, shuddering at the thought of the awkwardness later in the shop. He was quite thankful that his other employees were coming in later and didn't see him such a compromising position. He had tried hard to establish a formal but friendly attitude for his employees, but that might be for naught. I should have remembered that you have employees coming, the goddess muttered as she looked at her image through a mirror she magically summoned. We're lucky we saw her so quickly, people usually see me as the perfect beauty of their interpretation, but now that I'm staying with you, I'm going to permanently take the form you see as me. The mirror vanished as she sent him a wink, since I'm going to meet the people around you, it is best that I keep a constant appearance. Aphrodite smiled, it really is a great look. I know, right? Dite toyed with her red hair, I've really been enjoying it. The two goddesses of love smiled at each other. For the first time in their lives, they got to see what their own definition of perfect feminine beauty looked like. They didn't say anything to each other, but both knew that when they had the chance, they have to speak to each other privately. Naruto nodded, but was still blushing, that's a good idea, but I wish that I could have remembered that I had people coming in earlier. Aphrodite giggled and sat down on Naruto's lap, don't be embarrassed, that wasn't as bad as the time the waiter caught us at our booth. Don't even remind me of that, replied a red-faced Naruto as he wrapped his hands around the goddess. It took me a long time to forget about it, to this day I haven't returned to that restaurant. Artemis sighed, a restaurant? Dite scoffed, I see you're a prude in my world as well as this one. Totally. Added Aphrodite with a wink to her other self. Dumb dear sniffer. He glanced at Dite, you shouldn't act so rude here, these are not the Olympians that we know. You as well, Artemis. Athena gave her sister a stern stare, please mind your tone. Your order, there are two of them, thought everyone present. She giggled again and kissed him softly, oh, come on, everyone in the restaurant was jealous of you. Naruto chuckled and kissed her back, I guess that's true. And it wasn't as if you didn't enjoy what I was doing to you. Aphrodite nibbled on his lower lips as she stared into his eyes, I remember that it was your loud moaning that alerted the waiter that night. She giggled as she felt something poke her between her legs, I don't blame you, though. Naruto stared hungrily at Aphrodite, and his hands started to roam her body, you're making it really hard for me to not take you right here on my desk. Oh, that's kinky. The goddess bit her lip as she leaned down closer to him, do you have some sort of fetish of fooling around in the office? Did you do it here with some other girl? Ears bleeding. Annie clamped her eyes shut and plugged her ears. Annabeth shuddered, please read faster. Lace didn't really understand what was going on, so she was confused why her sister and the older girl who looked like her seemed so disturbed. Aphrodite giggled at the girls, are you kidding? These are the good parts. Naruto closed his eyes and blissfully breathed in her scent as he kissed her neck. I haven't been with anybody since you left. What? Aphrodite was a little shocked. Dite smiled at Aphrodite and nodded. Yep, not one woman for nearly 7 years. Apollo scratched the back of his head, how is that even possible? Many other gods silently agreed with him. He chuckled at her surprise and just continued to kiss and nibble at her sweet skin. It's not that surprising. Having 2 little girls doesn't exactly give me a lot of time for dating. He pulled back a little and stared into her wide and violet eyes, and I really loved you and still love you, so it was hard for me to find someone else. She bit her lips as a surge of guilt and sadness filled her, though I would be lying if I say there weren't some pretty ladies, but they just weren't you. I smiled giddily, he is so sweet. Much more than what I can say about the gods here, muttered Hera in her head. Aphrodite sighed, he really is. The goddess of love couldn't help but feel a little jealous that she didn't have someone like Naruto in her life. In all her current and previous lovers, she couldn't tell if any one of them could be so devoted to her. The goddess gently cupped his face and lovingly kissed him, I'm so sorry. Naruto smiled and shook his head, you have nothing to be sorry for, the important thing is that you're here now. I will never hurt you again, she whispered against his lips. I love you more than I've ever loved anyone, and I'm staying with you. She snuggled and rested against him, we'll be together from now on and live as a family, the 4 of us. Sounds good. Ait smiled as she hugged Lace close to her chest, kissing the top of her head, feeling cozy and warm. Perhaps she was far too into the moment when Naruto actually said those words, but reliving the moment now made her appreciate the moment even more. Apollo scratched his head, this is really weird. The god of the sun looked over at the Aphrodite of his dimension, I don't think you'll ever say things like that. Hera nodded, it definitely is unlikely. Considering Aphrodite's line of lovers outside of her marriage, the queen doubted her family values. Aphrodite remained silent with a small frown marring her beautiful features. Ait sighed with a smile, I won't be so sorry. Aphrodite looked at her counterpart with a little hope, I didn't think I would, but these feelings really sneak up on you and changes everything instantly. Ait smiled and winked at her counterpart, give it some time. I promise you'll find out what it's like. Pursing her lips with a small smile, Aphrodite nodded. He pulled her down and kissed her tenderly on the lips, slipping his tongue into her warm and wet cavern. She tasted like honey and he was once again becoming addicted to her taste. He had nearly forgotten about how wonderful it felt to kiss Aphrodite, but with only one kiss all his desires and addictions rushed back. He wanted nothing more than to make sweet love with the woman he loved and give her as much pleasure as he could give. I love this man so much, thought Aphrodite as she wrapped her arms around his head and added more pressure into the kiss. It was incredible, in all of her immortal life, she had never felt so much affection for any person. It dwarfed whatever affection she had for Ares or Adonis, it was completely in a class of his own. For the goddess of love who had been in love countless times before, it was truly something special. This is the real thing, Hess my true love. Maybe there really is something as true love. Wondered Aphrodite inwardly, her eyes focusing on her counterpart, who had a dazzling smile of someone deeply and truly in love. Naruto slowly reached into her blazer and started to slip his hand under her silk shirt. Her skin felt just as smooth and creamy as it did all those years ago, and it made his desire amplify tenfolds. He wanted to have her under him again, moaning his name in ecstasy. He wanted to feel her warmth, her wetness, and her love. He wanted to take her again and again until he made her fall in love with him even more. Oh, gods! Cried Annabeth as she looked away from the scene. Do we have to see these scenes? Annie couldn't help but agree with her older self, her face as red as a tomato. Yeah, can we skip these parts? Ait laughed and kissed Lace, who was hiding her face behind her hands, to think you all are so embarrassed now. Just wait till later when the real steamy scenes come. He sighed, be quiet, you dumb pile of foam. Many of the gods and goddesses were unfazed by the scenes, but Ares was close to melting another pair of sunglasses. But all his plans were obliterated when someone knocked on his office door. Who is it? Cried Aphrodite as she turned to the door with an intense glare, resisting the urge to blast a person to Hades. It was Sally, I'm sorry for interrupting again, but everyone is here and we need Mr. Namikaze to come start the registers and give us the plan of the day. Naruto was disappointed but smiled at the adorable angered look on the goddess' face. I know Sally, it'll be out in a second. Waiting until the footsteps were gone, he turned to the woman on his lap. It's okay, beautiful, we have the whole night tonight. Aphrodite smiled saucily and kissed him tenderly, you better be ready for it. I've been ready for years. Ait sighed blissfully, best night of my life. Aphrodite perked up, really? That good, huh? You have no idea, girl. She winked at her counterpart, ignoring the glare she got from Thea. Better than every other night ever. Olympus Athena's temple. Oh, I want to see the steamy scene. Groaned Apollo, would they change the scene? Artemis grunted and smacked his head, shut up and listen, you perverted fool. After an hour-long argument between Artemis and Apollo, Athena finally managed to drag the goddess of the hunt back to her temple. She had to wonder if her arguments with Poseidon were as annoying and stressful as the twins. The goddess of wisdom couldn't believe the massive headache she got just from listening to the siblings argue about who their mother loved more. It was nearly as bad as when Zeus and Poseidon would argue over Mother Ray. That damn arrogant moron. Artemis was still angry as she stomped into Athena's temple. I can't believe he thinks his son's better than my hunters. Athena sighed and rubbed her temples as her sister rambled on, Zo alone can defeat all his sons. That's not really fair, I mean, none of my kids are immortal, so they don't have hundreds of years to train. Artemis scoffed, that's beside the point. Anby, please get back to our original objective. Artemis groaned, honestly, who knows where that lovesick goddess is? Well, it's not that hard to guess, she muttered as she sat down in one of her many chairs. For Aphrodite to extend such a favor to her brother means that she really doesn't want anyone to find her, and there is only one reason that could possibly make act so careful. You mean? Athena nodded with a sigh, yes, I think she went to find Naruto. She is going to get into so much trouble, Artemis mumbled. At least you only stayed there for a few minutes, but from what we've gathered, she's been there for at least 8 hours. The goddess of the moon sighed as she looked down at her sitting sister, and I don't think she's going to come back soon. That stupid woman, grumbled Athena angrily. If Ares or Hephaestus find out she's so close to Naruto they are going to kill him. The Smith god scoffed, I don't have time for something so mundane. You're right, they will definitely do something like that. I'm going to go find her, Athena stood and started to glow. Are you coming with me? Artemis eyed and nodded, yes, at this point I'm a little committed. She stepped closer to her sister and crossed her arms, though I need to go back to the camp for a little while and ask Zo to drive the chariot for me tonight. Do you mind coming with me first? Of course not, let's go. Here, try this one, chirped Aphrodite as she happily fed Naruto a small strawberry truffle. Ignoring the slightly awkward glances from Sally and his other employees, Naruto smiled and gladly accepted the treat. For the past few hours Aphrodite had been looking over the selections Naruto had in his store and provided him with a list of items he should omit. There were many products in the store that she said was an insult to sweets, and Naruto knew perfectly that no one knew more about candy than the goddess of love. Though there were many she adored and she was busy with feeding them to Naruto sometimes from mouth to mouth. Ulala, chirped Aphrodite, nice. I nodded happily, very effective stuff. Delicious. The goddess giggled and turned her attention back to the laptop, typing in all the candies she wanted to order from various places on Earth, mostly from France. Every one of Naruto's employees were surprised at the amount of knowledge their boss girlfriend had on sweets. Ever since she opened the laptop, she had been typing names after names of candies, along with their various ingredients and their manufacturing process. He smirked, it's weird seeing being so knowledgeable. It surprised Athena and Aphrodite that Dite only giggled at Thea's jab, and the latter smiled back at her. The two goddesses didn't really hate each other, but it seemed that their counterparts from the book's dimension were much friendlier to each other than they were. It was as if they were good friends. Naruto smiled at her enthusiasm and pecked her on the cheek, thanks for helping out. No problem at all. Looking at the clock, Naruto smiled and clapped his hands. Okay, it's time to close up. Sally and the others smiled and nodded, thanks for the great day guys. The boss stretched his arms and grinned, remember to come meet us tomorrow Sally. Sally smiled back and nodded, of course, Percy is very excited about it. Percy grinned, I get some screen time. He wrapped his arms tighter around Annabeth, making her smile, and little Annie blush up a storm. Oh! Exclaimed Aphrodite excitedly as she turned to Sally, making her a little nervous. You're Percy's mother? Yes. Tell me. Do you think your son has a crush on Annabeth? He so does. Chirped Dite. Aphrodite laughed, yep, just like the Percy and Annabeth in this dimension. The young couple smiled at each other, so perfect together. Annie snuggled closer to her mother, hiding her face from everyone, making her mother smile and hug her closer. Dite! Cried Naruto, horrified at the prospect of his baby girl liking a boy. Sally giggled and shrugged, I actually asked him that a few days ago, and he blushed and yelled at me, so I definitely think he does. That sounds like something I would do, muttered Percy as he chuckled at how shy little Annabeth was being. Boys, huh? Aphrodite giggled and clapped her hands together, getting angry whenever they try to deny something. Nobody has crushes on anybody. Naruto waved his hands around and shook his head, my baby girl does not like any boys. The goddess merely pointed at Naruto with a smirk, see? Ignoring Sally's laugh, Naruto grabbed his girlfriend's hand and led her out the store. With a quick goodbye and a reminder to lock the door to his employees, he left the store and headed towards his car, all the while trying to rid the disturbing thought of one of his princes dating some boy. They will always be his little babies and will never like any boys. No, just no. Aphrodite giggled at Naruto's reaction and hugged his arm close, he was just too cute. She loved teasing him about Annabeth liking that Percy boy, the way his eyes would widen and his body would shiver was just too funny. It was very sweet of him, but he would have to face the fact sooner or later, and she would be there to see it and laugh about it. In fact, she had already planned out if daughter's love lives, she would make sure that they would both be very happy. All she needed was to meet Percy, so she would plan his life together with Annabeth's. For my birthday present, maybe you could make it so that Annabeth and Lacey will never like any boys. Please don't, softly said Annabeth. Aphrodite and Dite laughed, don't worry, we won't. The goddess grinned and shook her head, never, those girls are beautiful and deserve the best love lives. Naruto paled at the thought of his girls spending nights with boy and shook his head viciously, making her giggle. Don't worry, daddy, both girls will have a very happy marriage and a great family. She smiled up at her lover, I promise. I guess that's better than nothing. Come on you big baby, let's continue our day. Aphrodite let go of his hand and got into the passenger seat of the car before she grabbed his hand again. Where are we heading next? Well, go pick up the girls and go to the supermarket to get something for dinner. Sounds fun. In the past week, Hestia had been enjoying her job as a teacher. Hestia smiled at her counterpart's appearance. I wonder if I know about Aphrodite. Demeter smirked, oh, this will be good. She had always adored the children of her siblings and would treat them as her own, but even including them, Lacey was quickly becoming her favorite. The little girl was adorable, even more so compared to the other children of Aphrodite she had met before. Hestia could see so much of the goddess of love in the little girl, most prominently in Lacey's bubbly personality and charming smile. The way her eyes would light up at the sight of a fresh batch of cookies just melted Hestia's heart. Lay smiled at Hestia, making the goddess wink at her. Thank you Ms. Hess, exclaimed Lacey as she quickly grabbed 3 cookies from the tray. I love you. Hestia giggled before she began to attend the other children, I love you too, sweetie. Hestia had made a tradition out of handing out fresh-baked cookies at the end of the school day, and the children had never been more excited about anything. The parents were all happy at how happy their children would be when they picked them up and was perfectly fine with the cookies. They were mostly oatmeal and were healthy. From the corner of her eyes, Hestia watched as little Lacey stand beside her sister, both seemingly waiting for their dad. The goddess of the hearth almost squealed in delight when she saw Lacey split half of her last cookie and gave it to Annabeth. Oh, that's nice. Hestia gave the 2 girls a sweet smile. He and Dite smiled at their daughters, who smiled at each other as the scene was read. They really were close sisters. It was endearing to see such love between 2 demigods with different godly parents. The Olympian siblings had never been very close, except for Hestia, who was loved by everyone, so seeing such a scene was heartwarming. Then a familiar car drove into the parking lot. Daddy? Cried Lacey as she jumped into her dad's arms. I'm hungry, can we get some ramen? No, I want sweet potato mash and ribs. Annabeth held onto her dad's hand and looked up at him, or baked potatoes and roast beef, that's good too. Naruto playfully rolled his eyes and kissed both his baby's forehead, we'll decide when we get to the supermarket. Hestia smiled when they looked over at her direction, and she waved over at them, smiling at their wonderful family. In the domain she shared with her little sister Hera, Hestia would often feel delighted at the sight of happy families, and Naruto certainly was one of her favorites. But then she caught sight of something inside their car. Is that? Boo-hoo, she saw you, Apollo grinned in anticipation. Whatever she saw disappeared as soon as she laid eyes on it, but she distinctively felt a very familiar aura of power. Don't tell me she actually came down here. That was far too close. Aphrodite sighed in relief as she appeared back inside Naruto's home, holding her hand to her chest as her breathing leveled out. She had forgotten that she and Athena had asked Hestia to look after their daughters. She had no idea the goddess of the hearth would actually pose as Lacey's teacher, but she had to admit that it was very smart. It was very dangerous, Hestia had almost seen her, and if she didn't teleport that instant, she might have been sent back to Olympus. It's not as if it'd drag you back, Aphrodite. Hestia frowned at Dite, who shrugged with a grin. Had to play it safe. I better not teleport back to the car yet, Hestia might be looking for me. Seeing how she had time before Naruto and the girls would come home, she decided to explore her new home, or the most important part of her new home. The master bedroom. Now that she only had one lover, she planned to have an amazing sex life with him. Even several years ago, Naruto was an incredible lover. His stamina, strength and overall huskiness made her loin burn and knee quiver. She had missed making love him with over the years and couldn't wait to spend the night with him. I don't need to hear this. Annie groaned. I don't either, whispered Lace to her mother. Dite smiled, don't worry. They're not showing anything on screen. But in the end, this is not suitable for the children. Hestia snapped her fingers and covered Annie and Lace's ears with her handmade earmuffs. Especially after she took Hera's sacred bath. Just thinking about it made her giddy, and she skipped all the way to the bedroom. It was exhilarating. Hera was absolutely right, a wife preparing a wonderful night for her husband felt very sexy. Just the thought of Naruto as her husband made her heart flutter. She had decided to not use the more powerful of her love magic on Naruto, but she still had her bag of tricks. Naruto's world will flip upside down in the morning. At the snap of Aphrodite's fingers, the room was filled with a subtle scent of her personal brand of aphrodisiac, one that will make Naruto lust for her even more than before. Then with a flick of her wrist, the simple white curtains morphed into a luscious sheet of deep purple silk, the white walls turned an elegant shade of purple, and the hardwood floor turned into rich and fluffy black carpet. Then the most important part. The bed. The simple queen-size bed changed into a magnificent king-size bed, with a 7-feet-tall black leather headboard with intricate silk designs, a wide black wooden frame with a lighted edge, a perfect mattress made out of the softest celestial cotton and wool, and the most beautiful purple and black bedspread with knitted patterns worthy of Athena. With one last wink to the lights, it dimmed to a soft fluorescent glow. Perfect. With a pretty smile, she turned to the final object in her way. Now, what to do with all these books? Oh right, this part, muttered Dite, making Aphrodite wonder. But her smile soon faded when she saw all the books on Greek mythology. She shouldn't be surprised that Naruto decided to read up on their tales after having children with 2 Greek goddesses, but she wasn't too excited about it. Her actions in the past hadn't exactly made her an angel in the eyes of mortals. She was exactly ashamed of her past lovers, but she wanted Naruto to know that she was only with him now, and those other men were out of the picture. She had to assure him that her relationship with him was nothing like her marriage to Hephaestus, she truly loved him and would truly marry him. Aphrodite bit her lips and avoided the gaze of many in the room. She had often wondered if it was possible for her to be like Hera, to be entirely loyal and loving to only one person. Her domain of love had always been wild and hard to contain, so she never thought being restrained to a marriage would work for her, but seeing her counterpart so happy, she had to wonder about it. "Daddy, let's hurry and eat." Shaking her head of her troubled thoughts, Aphrodite snapped her fingers and made the 3 bookshelves vanish before she teleported down to the main floor. The scene that greeted her made her feel better instantly. Naruto was walking into the kitchen holding a bag of groceries, then Annabeth followed after him with another bat in her arms, and Lacey just skipped after them with a lollipop in her mouth. Lace couldn't hear the words, but the plasma screen showed the scene, and she smiled at the sight. "Calm down, princess, dinner will be ready soon." Naruto's eyes met with the goddess of loves, and relief quickly rushed through him, making her smile. She walked up to him and gently kissed his cheek, making him smile silently and continue to put the groceries away. "I'm sorry I suddenly vanished like that," she began. "I thought someone was messing with my domain somewhere in Spain, so I had to quickly check." Hermes nodded, a good and quick lie. Naruto smiled and nodded. "So, are you girls okay with having just spaghetti and meatballs?" Aphrodite smiled at Naruto, who was looking at her as he spoke, and nodded. "That sounds delicious." The goddess used her illusionary powers to hide her plate and food from the girls, so she could eat at the same table as them, her first family dinner ever. "I love everything you cook, honey." Oh, she had waited a long time to call someone that. I'd smiled at I love calling him that. Me, too. Athena nearly gawked at her other's answer and blushed when many started to look over at her. She couldn't wait for the story to reveal more of her relationship with Naruto. She had to know for sure if it was possible for her to feel such feelings and emotions. Naruto winked at her. "Thank you, honey," he whispered softly. "Artemis Hunter Camp." "Yes, milady, I will prepare for the flight immediately." Artemis smiled and nodded at her lieutenant and closest friend. While Athena may have her brain children, her hunters were like her own flesh and blood. Her older hunters Zoe and Phoebe may be more like sisters, but all the others were like her daughters. In a way, Artemis would sometimes think she had also found a way to keep her chastity and feel like a mother. Artemis gave a sad smile at the sight of her best friend and eldest hunter and looked over at Thalia and her hunters. They all smiled back at her, their patron sister mother. Athena smiled and nodded at the huntress as well. "Thank you, Zoe. It is of no inconvenience, Lady Athena, I am glad to help." As Zoe went to prepare the moon chariot, Artemis turned to Athena with a smile. "Are you hungry, sister? Maybe we should join my hunters for dinner before we head for New York." The goddess of wisdom smiled and nodded. "I would like that, it's been a long while since we've had dinner in your camp." Demeter sighed. "The other you keeps wasting time, Athena." Athena remained silent, but he responded. "It was a long day and I needed some time to think about what I should say when I confront Naruto and Aphrodite." Demeter shrugged. Artemis smiled and led Athena to the camp by the hand. "My hunters may not be as skilled as Aunt Hestia at cooking, but I'm sure y'all like it." "Good night, princess," whispered the blonde as he kissed his baby girl's head. "I love you." Lacey smiled sadly at the sight, and Lace felt sleepier looking at the scene. After finally convincing Annabeth to stop reading her new book and go to bed, Naruto began to tuck Lacey in. The little girl was already tired from her day at school and was semi-asleep when he carried her to her room. As mature as she was with love and her sister's crush on Percy traits she inherited from her mother, she was still a little girl and definitely acted like one to her daddy. Now, onto his most anticipated part of the day. Spending the night with Aphrodite. All throughout dinner, Naruto's mind had been wandering about the night. He could still vividly remember the last time he made love to the goddess of love, and it would still exhilarate him every time he thought about it. He just wished his prowess in bed didn't diminish over the years and he could still satisfy her. She wasn't like his girlfriend like before, she was going to stay with him, more like a wife. That took the pressure to a whole new level. On BNERVOUS whispered a beautiful voice to his ear as a pair of slender and soft arms wrapped around his waist from behind as he walked into his room. Just let your feelings guide you and make love to me, just like you had so many times before. Naruto turned to face her and pulled her closer. I plan to. Ares melted his second pair of sunglasses and cracked his knuckles. I'm going to kill this guy. He glared at the war god. I will kill you if you do, that I swear on the sticks. Ike flared her power, I will as well. Hermes and Apollo chuckled as Ares turned away, trying to ignore the two goddesses. All the while, the other Olympians only wanted to continue reading. Aphrodite closed the door behind and locked it securely, she snapped her fingers to make her current clothes vanish. Her jeans were replaced with a tiny thong, and her silk shirt changed into a lacy red ribbon tied together quite precariously. She stepped up to a stunned Naruto and wrapped her arms around his neck, pressing her large breasts against his chest as she did so. "Ooh, oh, nice," chirped Aphrodite. Ike grinned, seemingly forgotten about the war god. Yep. Escha sighed and snapped her fingers again, conjuring blindfolds around Annie and Lace's eyes. This is not suitable for children. Annie and Lace didn't resist at all, both feeling a little grateful. You're just perfect. Aphrodite smiled and leaned up to kiss him lightly on his lips. Thank you, Naruto. You're really good to me. She massaged the back of his neck and bit her lips. I love you. I really mean it. I know that my reputation has suffered throughout the centuries, and I might not appear as someone who could be faithful to just one man. Ike looked at her counterpart and nodded, signaling her to listen carefully. Hey, what are you saying? Naruto whispered gently, I fully believe. The goddess cut him off with a kiss. Please, let me finish. Naruto reluctantly nodded. Most of the stories written about me in mortal myths and legends are true. I am temperamental, flirtatious and seductive, but it is a little different now. I will only be temperamental with you, most likely when we disagree over what clothes to buy for our little girls. I will only be flirtatious with you, probably when we're in public because I love how you react to it. Aphrodite smiled as Naruto pulled her closer. And I assure you, I will seduce you every single night from now on, and only you, my love. She had tears welling in her eyes as she felt her emotions bubble to the surface. I have decided to leave everything behind and have a fresh start. This is completely new to me. I intend to find out everything about being family and a loving mother with you. Aphrodite kissed him again and smiled against his lips, and with Annabeth and Lacey and with our future children. The room was silent. Wow, that was really sweet, Aphrodite. Hera smiled at the goddess from another dimension, impressed. Ike smirked, thanks. Ike talked as much as possible, doing as much as she could to pull the attention to her and away from Aphrodite. She knew better than anyone that her counterpart needed some privacy and some time to think. All the while, Aphrodite sat silently in her throne, her mind replaying Dite's words over and over again. They were beautiful and lovely, she was sure. For Dite to say something like that, it must mean that she truly loved Naruto more than anything else. But for Aphrodite, she was wondering if she'd ever find someone who would make her feel so passionate and intense. I wonder if the Naruto of this universe is somewhere out there. Maybe I'll meet him soon. Naruto ran his fingers through her luscious hair and kissed her tenderly on the forehead. I love you, Aphrodite, you really don't have to say anything. I fully trust you. I know, but I needed to say it for myself. She guided Naruto's hand to the red ribbon and helped him pull it down, allowing the small article of clothing to drop to the ground to reveal her perfect breasts. This is literally a fresh start for me. She smiled brightly and looked up into Naruto's eyes. I went to Hera and used her sacred bath. I used it to completely purify my body and to regain my virginity. Naruto's eyes widened as he felt an unprecedented surge of emotions rush through him. I've never done this before, but I believe that you are truly the only one for me, and I wanted to do this for our relationship. And so far, it's the best decision I've ever made in my life. Dite's smile was beautiful, and it made everyone who looked at her want to smile. I don't know what to say, he whispered as he wiped the tears from her cheeks. You don't have to say anything, she pushed him down onto the bed and straddled his waist. Just make love to me, take my maidenhood and make me yours. She kissed him as softly as she could and spoke against his lip, forever. Naruto knew that no words could possibly convey his emotions to his lover at that moment, and the only way to do so was to use his actions. He kissed her with as much love as he possibly could and spoke inside his mind. I don't deserve this, but it'll give her something she deserves or die trying. Fifth Avenue, New York City. Mother Ray's home. Ah, it's me again. Ray smiled and leaned forward. Mother, why are we suddenly moving? Escha came home to see all hers and her mother's possession packed into Ray's small magic suitcase, and their apartment was completely empty. Her mother had a smile on her face and held a house deed in her hands, looking amused beyond words. Esther sighed, already having a good guess at what was happening. Mother, really? What? The mother of the gods giggled, it's always important to have a nice vantage point. I bought us a house closer to your workplace, she said with a smile. It's right next to your new favorite nieces and Athena and Aphrodite's love. Esther was shocked before she shook her head with a sigh. Why? Why not? Ray chirped as she placed her hands on her hips. Do you have any idea how boring it is to just sit at home all day watching the world go by? This little mortal man's relationship with little Athena and Aphrodite is the only interesting thing going on right now, and I'm going to enjoy it. She stood up and held her daughter's hand with glee. Most of my soap operas are becoming repetitive, and no matter how much I complain to Apollo, they are not getting any better. Let's hope this little situation entertains me better than television. Dee looked at her grandmother's counterpart, so that's why Grandma suddenly moved next to us. Mother, this is not a soap opera. Oh really? If you could sense the other goddesses the way I do, you would not think that. Ray giggled as she pulled her favorite child along. Aphrodite has been at that mortal's home since yesterday, and Athena is about to come visit them in the morning. This has entertainment written all over it. Esther groaned and shook her head. This is not going to be pretty. No, not at all. I grinned again. I'm going to love this part. Dee grunted. I'm not. No, you're not. Dite laughed and bumped her shoulder against Dee's. Thanks for watching.